A Treatise on the Astrolabe. Part 1. Light lois my son, I apercive wel by certain evidences thyn abolite to learn sciences. Touching nombres and proportions, and as wel. Considera I thy Bessie prayer in special to learn the treatise of the Astrolabe. Then for as mosh as a philosopher saith, he rappeth him in his friend. That condescendeth to the rightful prayers of his friend, therefore have I given thee a sufficient astrolabe. As for our horizont, compound 10 after the latitude of Oxenford. Upon which, by mediation of this little treatise, I purpose to techa the assertion nombre of conclusions appertaining to the same instrument. I see assertion of conclusions, for thre causes. The first cause is this, trust wel that alle the conclusions that han be found, or else possibly might be found in so noble an instrument as is an astrolabe ben unknown parfitly to any mortal man in this region, as I suppose. Another 20 cause is this, that softly in any treatise of the astrolabe that I have seen, there be some conclusions that will not in alle things performen. Her by hests, and some of hem ben too hard to thy tender age of 10 year to conceive. This trait is, divided in 5 parties, will I show the under full light rules and naked words in English, for Latin canst thou yet but small. My little son. But nathally suffice to the these true conclusions in English as wel as sufficeth. 30 to these noble clerks Greeks these same conclusions in Greek, and to Arabians in Arabic, and to Jews in Hebrew, and to Latin folk in Latin. Which Latin folk had hem first out of other diverse languages, and writen hem in her own tongue, that is to say, in Latin. And God woot that in alle these languages and in many muhan these conclusions ben sufficiently learned and taught, and yet by diverse rules, right as diverse paths. 40 leading diverse folk the right way to Rome. Now will I pray meekly every discreet person that readeth or heareth this little treatise to have my rude editing for excused, and my superfluit of words, for 2 causes. The first cause is for that curious editing and hard sentence is full heavy at onis for such a child to learn. And the second cause is this, that softly me semeth better to writen unto a child twice a God sentence, than he forget it onis. 50 and lois, yf so be that I should thee in my light English as true conclusions touching this matter, and not only as true, but as many and as subtle conclusions, as ben shuid in Latin in any commune treatise of the Astrolabe. Con me the more thank. And pray God save the King, that is Lord of this language, and alle that him fieth berith and obeth, eve rich in his degra, the more and the lasse. But considera wel that I any usurpee 60 not to have found in this work of my labor, or of myn engine. I am but a lewd compilator of the labor of old astrologans, and have it translated in myn English only for thy doctrine. And with this sword shall I sleen envy. Prima pars. The first party of this treatise shall rehearse the figures and the members of thyn astrolabe by cause that thou shalt have the greater knowing of thyn own instrument. Secunda pars. The second party 70 shall techen the worken the verre practic of the foreseeide conclusions, as furforth and as narway as may be shewed in so small an instrument portative abut. For wel woot every astrologian that smallest fractions any will not be shewed in so small an instrument as in subtle tables calculed for a cause. Tertia pars. The third party shall contain diverse tables of longitudes and latitudes, of stairs fixed for the astrolabe, and tables 80 of the declinations of the sun, and tables of longitudes of sites and towns, and tables as well for the governance of a clock, as for to find the altitude meridian, and many another notable conclusion after the calendars of the reverend clerks, Frere J. Summer and Frere N. Len. Quarta pars. The for the party shall ben authorike to declare the moving of the celestial bodies with the causes. The wish 94 the party in special shall she when a table of the ver moving of the moon from hour to hour every day and in every signa after thyn almanac, upon which table there full with a canoun sufficient to teche as wel the manier of the worchange of the same conclusion as to know in our horizont with which degra of the zodiac that the moon ariseth in any latitude, and the erising of any planet after his latitude fro the ecliptic line 100 quinta pars. The fifth party shall be an introductory, after the statutes of our doctors, in which thou mayst learn a great part of the general rules of theoric in astrology. In which fifth party shalt thou finden tables of equations of houses after the latitude of Oxenford, and tables of dignities of planets, and other noteful things, yf God will vouch. Soph and his motor the maid, mu then I beheat. Thyn astrolabe hath a ring to put 10 on the thumb of T right hand in taking the height of things. And tack kep, for from Henes. Fourth ward I will clepen the height of any thing that is taken by the roll, the altitude, without mu wards. This Arwengi renneth in a manner torrit fast to the motor of Thyn astrolabe in so realm a space that it disturbeth not the instrument to hang in after his right center. The motor of thin astrolabe is thickest plate, pursed with a large hool, that receiveth in here womb the fine plates compound for diverse climates, and thy reach Chopin in manier of a net or of a web of a lop. This motor is divided on the bekoff with a line that cometh descending fro the ring down to the netherest boyer. The wish line, fro the foreseide ring unto the center of the large hool amid, is cleped the south line, or else the line meridional, and the remanent of this line down to the boyer is cleped the north line, or else the line of midnight. Overthwart this foreseide lunge line there crosseth him another line of the same length from east to west of the wish line, from a lightel cross, plus, in the boyer unto the center of the large hool, is cleped the est line, or else the line oriental, and the remanent of this line, fro the foreseide center unto the boyer, is cleped the west line, or else the line occidental. Now hast thou here the 10 quarters of thin astrolabe divided after the 4 principales plages or quarters of the firmament. The est side of Thyn astrolabe is cleped the right side, and the west side is cleped the left side. Forget not these, lightel lois. Put the Arwengi of Thyn astrolabe upon the thumb of T right hand, and then will his right side be toward T left side, and his left side will be toward thy right side. Tack this roll general as wel on the bach as on the womb side. Upon the endi of this est line, as I first seed, is 10 marked a lightel cross, plus, whereas evere mu generally is considered the entreing of The first degra in which the sun ariseth. Fro this lightel cross, plus, up to the endi. Of the line meridional, under the RONG, shalt thou finden the boyer divided with 90 degrees. And by that same proportion is every quarter of thin astrolabe divided. Over the wish degrees there ben numbres of augrim. That dividend thilk same degras fro 5 to 5, as sheweth by lunge strikes between. Of wish. Lunge strikes the space between conteneth 10 a mile way, and every degra of the boyer conteneth 4 minutes, this is to seen minutes of an hour. Under the compass of thilk degrees ben writen the names of the 12 signas, as Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricornus, Aquarius, Piscis. And the nombres of the degrees of those signas be written in augrim above, and with lunge divisions fro 5 to 5, divided fro the time that the signa intrith unto the last endi. But understand wel that these degras 10 of signas ben evrich of hem considered of 60 minutes, and every minute of 60 seconds, and so forth into smale fractions infinite, as saith Alcabucius. And therefore know wel that a degra of the boyer conteneth 4 minutes, and a degra of a signa conteneth 60 minutes, and have this in mind. Next this full with the circle of the days. That ben figured in manier of degras, that contenen in nombre 365, divided also with lunge strikes fro 5 to 5, and the nombre in augrim writen under that circle. Next the circle of the days full with the circle of the names of the months, that is to say, Januarius, Februarius, Martius, Aprilis, Maius, Junius, Julius, Augustus, September, October, November, December. The names of these months were clepid Psalm 4. Her properties and Psalm by statutes of Arabians, Psalm by other lords of Rome. Eke of these months, as like to Julius 10 Caesar and to Caesar Augustus, Psalm were compound of diverse nombres of days, as July and August. Then hath January 31 days. February 28, March 31st, April 30, May 31st. Junius 30, Julius 31, Augustus 31, September 30, October 31, November 30, December 31. Nathalis, although that Julius Caesar took 2 days out of fever and putty hem in his month of Joel, and Augustus Caesar clepid the month of August after his name and ordained 20th of 31 days. Yet trust wel that the son dwelleth therefore nevere the more any lasse in one signa than in another. Then full when the names of the holy days in the calendar, and next hem the letra of the ABC on which they fallen. Next the four-eyed circle of the ABC. Under the cross line, is marked the scale in manier of 2 squires, or ellis in manier of ladres. That serveth by his 12 points and his divisions of full many a subtle conclusion. Of this four-eyed scale fro the cross line unto the verre angle is clepid umbra versa, and the nether party is clepid umbra recta, or ellis umbra extensa. Then hast thou a broad rule, that hath on either endi a square plate pursed with sertian holes, psalm more and psalm lasse, to receive the streams of the son by day, and eke by mediation of thin eye to know the altitude of stairs by night. Then is there a large pyn in manier of an exter, that goth thorug the whole that halt the tables of the climates and the reet in the womb of the motor. Thorug which pyn there Goth a litel wedge, which that is clepid the. Or, that straineth all these parties to heap. These forciide greta pyn in manier of an exter. Is imagined to be the pool arctic in THYN. ASTROLABE. The womb side of THYN ASTROLABE is also divided with a lunge cross in 4 quarters. From est to west, fro so the to northe, fro. Right side to left side, as is the backside. The border of which womb side is divided fro the point of the est line unto the point of the south line under the ring, in 90 degrees, and by that same proportion is every quarter divided, as is the backside. That amounteth 360 degrees. And understand wel. That degrees of this border ben answering and concentrike to the degrees of the equinoxial. That is divided in the same nombre as every 10 other circle is in the high heaving. This same border is divided also with 23 letra capitals and a small cross, plus, above the south line, that she with the 24 hours equals of the clock. And, as I have sighed, 5 of these degrees maken a mile way, and 3 mile way maken an hour. And every degree of these border containeth 4 minutes, and every minute 60 seconds. Now have I told the twice. The plate under the reed is described with 3 circles, of which the lowest is clepid the circle of canker by cause that the heaved of canker turneth a vermo concentric upon the same circle. In this heaved of Cancer is the greatest declination northward of the sun, and therefore is he clepid solstitium of summer, which declination, after Ptolemy, is 23 degrees and 50 minutes as 10 wel in Cancer as in Capricorn. This signa of Cancer is clepid the tropic of summer, of Tropo, that is to seen agenward. For then beginneth the sun to passen from us ward. The middle circle in witness, of these 3, is clepid the circle equinoxial, upon which turneth Evermo the heavities of Aries and Libra. And understand wel that Evermo these circle equinoxial turneth justly from Verre est to Verre west, as I have shewed thee in the spear. 20 solide. This same circle is clepid also equator, that is the wire of the day. 4. 1 The sun is in the heavities of Aries and Libra, then bend the days and the nights alike of length in all the world. And therefore ben these 2 signas called the equinoxius. And all that moveth within the heavities of these Aries and Libra, his moving is clepid northward. And all that moveth without these heavities, his moving is clepid southward. 30 As fro the equinoxial tack kep of these latitudes north and south, and forget it nat. By this circle equinoxial ben considered the 24 hours of the clock, for Evermo the arrasing of 15 degrees of the equinoxial Machethan hour equal of the clock. This equinoxial is clepid the girdle of the first moving, or Ellis of the first movable. And note that the first moving is clepid moving of the first movable of the 8th spear, which moving is from 40 est to west, and f to gene into est. Also, it is clepid girdle of the first moving for it departeth the first movable, that is to say, the spear, in 2 like parties even distance fro the poles of this world. The widest of these 3 principali circles is clepid the circle of Capricorn, by cause that the heaved of Capricorn turneth Evermo concentric upon the same circle. In the heaved of this forciide Capricorn is the greatest declination 50 southward of the sun, and therefore it is clepid the solstitium of winter. This signa of Capricorn is also clepid the tropic of winter, for then beginneth the son. To come a gene to us ward. Upon this four-eyed plate ben compassed 13 circles that high 10 almacantras, of which some of hem semen parfit circles and some semen in parfit. The centre that standeth amidst the northwest circle is clepid the zenith. And the netherest circle, or the first circle, is clepid the horizont, that is to say, the circle that divideth the two hemispheres. That is, the party of the heaving above the 10 earth and the party beneath. These almacantras ben compound by 2 and 2, all. Be it so that on diverse astrolabes some almacantras ben divided by un, and some by 2, and some by thre, after the quantite of the astrolabe. This four-eyed zenith is imagined to bend the ver-ray point over the crown of thin heaved. And also this zenith is the very pool of the horizont in every region. From this zenith, as it semeth, there come in a manner croaked strikes like to the claws of a lop, or else like the work of a woman's kaye, in curving over thwart the almacantras. And these same strikes or divisions ben clepid azimuts, and they dividend the horizont of thin astrolabe in 24 divisions. And these azimuts serven to know the costs of the firmament, and to other conclusions, as 10 for to know the zenith of the sun and of every stair. Next these azimuts, under the circle of Cancer, bend their 12 divisions embelleth mush like to the shap of the azimuts, that shewen the spaces of the hours of planets. The reed of thin astrolabe with thy zodiac shapen in manier of a net or of a lopweb. After the old description, which thou mayst turnen up and down as this elf liketh, conteneth certain nombre of stairs fixes with her longitudes and latitudes determinate, yf so be that the maker have not erred. The names of the stairs ben writen in the margin of the reet there as they sit, of which stairs the smale point is 10 clepid the centre. And understand also that Allah the stairs sitting within the zodiac of thin astrolabe ben clepid stairs of the north. For they arise by north of the est line. And all the remanent fixed of the zodiac ben clepid stairs of the south. But I see not that they arisen. Allah by so the est line, witness on Aldebaran and Algameza. Generally understand this rule, that thilk stairs that ben clepid stairs of the north arisen rather than the degra of 20 her longitude, and Allah the stairs of the south arisen after the degra of her longitude. This is to say, stairs fixed in thyn astrolabe. The measure of this longitude of stairs is taken in the line ecliptic of heaving, under which line, one that the sun and the moon be line right, or else in the superficie of this line, then is the eclipse of the sun or of the moon. As I shall declare, and eke the cause. Why? But softly the ecliptic line of thy 30 zodiac is the utterest boyer of thy zodiac. There the degrees be marked. Thy zodiac of thin astrolabe is shapen as a compass which that containeth a large breed. As after the quantite of thyn astrolabe, in ensample. That the zodiac in heaving is imagined to ben a superfice containing a latitude of 12 degrees. Whereas Allah the remanent of circles in the heaving ben imagined ver-ray lines without any latitude. Amid this celestial 40 zodiac is imagined a line which that is clepid the ecliptic line, under which line is Avermo the way of the sun. Thus ben There 6 degras of the zodiac on that side of the line and 6 degrees on that other. This zodiac is divided in 12 principali divisions that departen the 12 signas, and, for the straightness of thin astrolabe, then is every small division in a signa departed by 2 degrees and 2, mean degrees containing 60 minutes. And 50 this four-eyed heavenish zodiac is cleped the circle of the signas, or the circle of the bests, for zodia, in language of Grek soundeth bests, in Latin tunge. And in the zodiac ben the 12 signas that han names of bests. Or Ellis for one the son in trith in eni. Of those signas he talketh the propert of such bests. Or Ellis for that the stairs that ben their fixed ben disposed in signas of bests or shape like bests. Or else one the planets 60 ben under thilk signas they causen us by her influence operations and effects like to the operations of bests. And understand also that one an hot planet cometh into an hot signa, then increaseth his heat, and why if a planet be cold, then amenuiseth his coldness by cause of the hut signi. And by these conclusion mayst thou take an sample in alle the signas, be they moist or dry, or mobile or fix, reckoning the qualite of the 70 planet as I first seed. And eve rich of these 12 signas hath respect to a certain parcel of the body of a man, and hath it in governance. As Aries hath thin heaved, and Taurus thy neck and thy throat, Gemini thin armholes and thin arms, and so forth, as shall be shewed more plain in the 5 party of this treatise. This zodiac, which that is part of the 8th spear, overcurveth the equinoxial, and he overcurveth 80 himagene in evening parties, and that half declineth southward, and that other northward, as plainly declareth the treatise of the spear. Then hast thou a label that is Chopin-like. A rule, save that it is straight and hath no plates on either endy with holes. But with the smale point of the four-eyed label shalt thou calcule thin equations in the boyer of thin astrolabe. As by thin almay 90 thin almay is cleped the denticle of Capricorn, or Ellis the calcular. This same almay sit fix in the heaved of Capricorn, and it serveth of many a necessary conclusion in equations of things as shall be shewed. Part 2. To find the degra in which the sun is. Ruba day by day, after his course aboot. Reckney and know which is the day of thy month, and lay thy roll upon that same day. And then wool the ver point of thy roll. Sitten in the boyer upon the degra of thy son. And sample as thus, the year of our Lord 1391, the 12th day of March at midday, I wolde know the degra of the son. I sought in the bekoff of myn astrolabe and found the 10 circle of the days, the wish I know by the names of the months written under the same circle. Though laid I my rule over this four-side day, and found the point of my rule in the boyer upon the first degra of Aries, a lightel within the degra. And thus know I this conclusion. Anathir day I wolde known the degra of my son, and this was at midday in the 13th day of December. I found the day of the 20 month in Manir as I seed. Though laid I my roll upon this four-eyed 13 day, and found the point of my roll in the boyer upon the first degra of Capricorn a light within the degra. And then had I of this conclusion the full experience. Rub to know the altitude of the sun or of Ruba other celestial bodies. Put the RWNG of THYN ASTROLABE upon thy right thumb, and turn T lift side agene the light of the sun, and renew thy roll up and down till that the streams of the sun shine thorug boda holes of T roll. Loke. Then how many degrees thy rule is arised fro the light L cross upon thin est line, and tack there the altitude of T sun. And in this same wise mayst thou know by night the altitude 10 of the moon or of bright stairs. This chapter is so general evere in un that there needeth no more declaration, but forget it not. Rub to know every time of the day by light. Ruba of the sun, and every time of the nyght by. Rub be the stairs feeks. And eke to know by nyght or. Rub see by day the degra of any signa that ascendeth on. Rub d the est horizont, which that is clepid commonly. Rub the ascendant, or ellis horoscopum. Tack the altitude of the sun on the list. As I have sighed, and set the degra of the sun. In cost that it be before in the middle of the day. Among thyn almacanteras on the est side of thin astrolabe. And if it be after the middle of the day, set the degra of thy sun upon the west side. Tack this manner of setting for a general rule, one's for evere. And one thou hast set the degra of thy sun upon as 10 many almacanteras of height as was the altitude of the sun taken by thy rule, lay over T label upon the degra of the sun. And then will the point of T label sit in the boyer upon the verre tide of the day. And sample as thus, the year of our Lord 1391, the 12th day of March, I wold and know the tide of the day. I talked the altitude of my son, and found that it was 25 degrees and 30 minutes of height in the boyer on the Bach 20 side. Though turned I myn astrolabe, and by 'cause that it was before midday, I turned my reet and set the degra of the sun, that is to saying the first degra of Aries, on the right side of myn astrolabe upon 25 degrees and 30 minutes of height among myn almacanteras. Though later I my label upon the degra of my son, and found the point of my label in the boyer upon a capital letra that is clepid an X. Though reckoned I alla the capitali letra 30 fro the line of midnight unto this foresiide letra X, and found that it was 9 of the clock of the day. Though loked I down upon myn est horizont, and found there the 20 degra of Gemini's ascending, which that I talk for myn ascendant. And in this wise had I the experience for a vermo in which manere I shoulda know the tide of the day and eke myn ascendant. Though wolde I white the same nyght full wing 40 the hour of the nyght, and wrought in this wise, among an heap of stairs. Feeks it like me for to take the altitude of the fair white stair that is clepid alhabor. And fond here sitting on the west side of the line of midday, 12 degrees of height taken by my roll on the Bach side. Though set I the center of this alhabor upon 12 degrees among myn almacanteras upon the west side, by cause that she was found on the west side. Though 50 laid I my label over the degra of the son, that was descended under the west horizont, and reckoned all the letra capitals fro the line of midday unto the point of my label in the boyer. And found that it was past 9 of the clock the space of 10 degrees. Though loked I down upon myn est horizont, and found there 10 degrees of Scorpius ascending, whom I talk for myn ascendant. And thus learned I to know onis for ever, in which 60 Manere I should come to the hour of the NYGHT, and to MYN ascendant, as virilai as may be taken by so small an instrument. But nathlese this rule in general will I warn. The forevere, na make the navire bold to have take a just ascendant by thin astrolabe. Or else to have set justly a clock. 1 Eni. Celestial body by which that thou wennest govern. Thilk things be nigh the south line. For trust WEL, one the son is NYGH the 70 meridional line, the degra of the son. Renneth so lunge concentric upon the almacanterus. That softly thou shalt fro the just ascendant. The same conclusion say I by the center of Eni stare fix by NYGHT. And moreover, by experience I what WEL that in our orisound, from 11 of the clock unto UN of the clock. In taking of a just ascendant in a portative astrolabe it is too hard to know. I mean from 11 of the clock before the 80 hour of noon till UN of the clock next. Full wing. Rub a special declaration of the ascendant. The ascendant softly, as WEL in Alan nativites. As in questions and elections of times, is a thing which that these astrologians greatly observan. Wherefore me semeth convenient, syth. That I speak of the ascendant, to make of it special declaration. The ascendant softly, to take it at the largest, is thilk degra that ascendeth at Eni of these foreseeide times upon the est orisound. 10 And therefore, yf that Eni planet ascend at that same time in thilk foreseeide degra. Then hath he no latitude fro the ecliptic line. But he is then in the degra of the ecliptic, which that is the degra of his longitude. Men say in that thilk planet is in horoscopo. But softly the house of the ascendant, that is to saying, the first house or the est angle, is a thing more broad and large. For, after the statutes of astrologians, what celestial body 20 that is 5 degrees above thilk degra that ascendeth, or within that nombre, that is to say near the degree that ascendeth, yet recni they thilk planet in the ascendant. And what planet that is under thilk degra? That ascendeth the space of 25 degras, yet saying they that thilk planet is like to him that is the house of the ascendant. But softly, if he passe the bounds of these foreseeide spaces above or beneath, they saying that the planet 30 is falling fro the ascendant. Yet saying these astrologians that the ascendant and eke the lord of the ascendant may be Chopin. For to be fortunate or unfortunate, as thus, a fortunate ascendant, kleppen they one that know wicked planet. As Saturn or Mars or else. The tail of the dragon is in the house of the ascendant, any that no wicked planet have noon aspect of enemite upon the ascendant. But they will cast that they have a fortunate 40 planet in her ascendant, and yet in his felicite. And then say they that it is WEL. Further over they saying that the infortuning of an ascendant is the contrary of these foreseeide things. The lord of the ascendant, say they, that he is fortunate one he is in God place. Fro the ascendant, as in an angle, or in a succident. Whereas he is in highest dignite and comforted with friendly aspects of planets and WEL received. And eke that he may seen 50 the ascendant, and that he be not retrograde. Any combust, any joined with no shrew in the same signa. Any that he be not in his dissension, any joined with no planet. In his dissension, any have upon him noon aspect infortunate, and then say they that he is well. Nathlese these ben observances of judicial matir and rights of payans, in wish my Spirit hath no fieth, any knowing of her. 60 Horoscopum. For they saying that every signa is departed in thre evening parties by 10 degrees, and thilk portion they cleep a face. And although that a planet have a latitude fro the ecliptic, yet say some folk so that the planet arise in that same signa with any degra of the foreseeed face in which his longitude is reckoned, that yet is the planet in horoscopo, be it in nativite or in election, etc. Rub to know the ver-ray equation of the ruba degra of the son yf so be that it fall between rub c thn almacantaras. For as much as the almacantaras in thin astrolabe ben compound by 2 and 2, whereas some almacantaras in sundry astrolabes be compound by 1 and 1, or else by 2 and 2. It is necessary to thy learning to techa the first to know and work with thin aun instrument. Wherefore one that the degra of T son falleth bitewix 2 almacantaras, or Ellis yf thin almacantaras ben graven with 10 over gret a point of a compass, for boda. These things may cause an error as wel in knowing of the tide of the day. As of the ver-ray ascendant, thou must worken in this wise. Set the degra of thy son upon the higher almacantaras of boda, and wait wel where as thin alma toucheth the boyer and set there a prick of ink. Set down again the degra of the sun upon the nether almacantaras 20 of boda, and set there another prick. Remove than thin alma yin the boyer even amid the boda pricks, and this will lead justly the degra of T son to sit between boda almacantaras in his right place. Lay then thy label over the degra of T son, and fynd in the boyer the ver-ray tide of the day, or of the night. And as verily shalt thou find upon thin est horizont, thin ascendant. Rub to know the sprng of the dawning. Ruba and the endi of the evening, the wish ben. Rub be called the 2 crepuscules. Set the nadir of thy son upon 18 degrees of height among thyn almacantaras on the west side. And lay thy label on the degra of thy son, and then show the point of thy label. Shiwan the sprng of the day. Also set the nadir of thy son upon 18 degrees of height among thin almacantaras on the est side, and lay over thy label upon the degra of the son. And with the point of thy label fynd in the 10 boyer the endi of the evening. That is ver-ray nyght. The nadir of the son is thilk degra that is opposite to the degra of the son, in the 7 signa, as thus, every degra of Aries by order is nadir to every degra of Libra by order. And Taurus to Scorpion, Gemini to Sagittary, Cancer to Capricorn, Leo to Aquari, Virgo to Piscis. And if any degra in thy zodiac be Dirk, his nadir shall declare hym. Rub to know the arch of the day, that some Ruba folk callan the day artificial, fro son erising. Rub be till it go to rest. Set the degra of T son upon thin est horizont, and lay thy label on the degra of the son, and at the point of thy label in the boyer set a prick. Turn then thy reet about till the degra of the son sit upon the west horizont, and lay thy label upon the same degra of the son, and at the point of thy label set another prick. Reckney then the quantite of time in the boyer bitwix 10 boda pricks, and tack their thyn arch of the day. The remanent of the boyer. Under the horizont is the arch of the nyght. Thus mayst thou reck me boda arches, or every portion, of weather that the liketh. And by this manier of warching mayst thou see how lunge that any stair fixed dwelleth above the earth, fro time that he riseth till he go to rest. But the day natural, that is to say 24 hours, is the revolution of the equinoxial with as 20 mush party of the zodiac as the son of his proper moving passeth in the mean while. Rub to turn the hours inequals in hours. Ruba equals. Know the nombre of the degrees in the hours inequals, and depart hem by 15, and tack their thin hours equals. Rub to know the quantite of the day vulgar. Ruba that is to sain fros prng of the day unto. Rub b ver re nyght. Know the quantite of thy corpuscles, as I have taught in the 3 chapter before, and adda. Hem to the arch of thy day artificial, and tack there the space of all the whole day vulgar unto. Ver re night. The same manier mayst thou warche to know the quantite of the vulgar. Nyght. Rub to know the quantite of hours inequals. Ruba by day. Understand wel that these hours inequals ben clepid hours of planets. And understand wel that sometime ben they langer by day than by night, and sometime the contrary. But understand wel that evermo generally the hour inequal of the day with the hour inequal of the night contenen 30 degrees. Of the boyer, which boyer is evermo answering to the degrees of the equinoxial. 10 wherefore depart the arch of the day artificial. In 12, and tack there the quantite of the hour inequal by day. And if thou abate the quantite of the hour inequal by day out of 30, then shall the remanent that leveth parform the hour inequal by night. Rub to know the quantite of hours. Ruba equals. The quantite of hours equals, that is to sain the hours of the clock, ben departed by 15 degrees already in the boyer of thin astrolabe. As wel by night as by day, generally for evere. What needeth more declaration? Wherefore won the list to know how many hours of the clock ben past, or any part of any of these hours that ben past, or else. How many hours or parties of hours ben tend to come fro such a time to such a time by day or by night. Know the degra of thy son, and lay thy label on it. Turn thy riot about jointly with thy label, and with the point of it reckney in the boyer fro the son. Arise unto that same place there thou desirest. By day as by nyght. This conclusion will I declare in the last chapter of the 4 party of this treatise so openly that there shall lack no word that needeth to the declaration. Rub special declaration of the hours of Ruba planets. Understand wel that evermo, fro the arrasing of the sun till it go to rest, the nadir of the sun shall shew the hour of the planet. And fro that time forward all the night till the sun arise, then shall the ver re degra of the sun shew the hour of the planet. And sample as thus, the zeage day of March. Fyl upon a Saturday, peradventure, and at rising of the sun I found the secund degra. 10 of Aries sitting upon myn est horizont, all. Be it that it was but lightel. Then found I the 2 degra of Libra, nadir of my son, discending on my west horizont, upon which west horizont every day generally, at son erist, in trith the hour of any planet, after which planet the day beareth his name. And in dith in the next strike of the plate under the foreseeide west horizont. And evere as the sun climbeth upper and upper, so goth his nadir downer. 20 and downer, techang by such strikes the hours of planets by order as they sitten. In the heaving. The first hour inequal of every Saturday is to Saturn, and the second to Jupiter, the third to Mars, the fourth to the Sun, the fifth to Venus, the sixth to Mercurius, the seventh to the Moon. And then again the eighth is to Saturn, the nine to Jupiter, the 10 to Mars, the 11 to the Sun, the 12 to Venus. And now is my son gone. 30 to rest as for that Saturday. Then she with the verre degre of the Sun the hour of Mercury entreing under my west horizont at eve. And next him succeedeth the Moon, and so forth by order, planet after planet in hour after hour, all the nyght lunge till the Sun arise. Now riseth the Sun that Sunday by the moreway, and the nadir of the Sun upon the west horizont she with me the entreing of the hour of the foresee'd Sun. And in this 40 manere succeedeth planet under planet fro Saturn unto the Moon, and fro the Moon up again to Saturn, hour after hour generally. And thus know I this conclusion. Rub to know the altitude of the Sun in Ruba mids of the day that is clepid the altitude. Rub B meridian. Set the degre of the Sun upon the line meridional, and reckon how many degres of almacantras ben bitwixt thin est horizont and the degre of thy Sun. And tack their thin altitude meridian, this to saying, the highest of the Sun as for that day. So mayst thou know in the same line the highest cores that any stare fix climbeth by night. This is to saying that one any stare fix is posid the line meridional. 10 then beginneth it to descend, and so doth the Sun. Rub to know the degre of the Sun by thy Ruba riot, for a manner curiousite. Sek beasily with thy rule the highest of the Sun in mid of the day. Turn then thin ASTROLABE, and with a prick of ink mark the nombre of that same altitude in the line meridional. Turn then thy riot about till thou find the degre of thy zodiac according with the prick, this is to saying, sitting on the prick. And in sooth thou shalt find but 2 degrees in all the zodiac of that condition. And yet 10 thilk 2 degrees ben in diverse signas. Then mayst thou lightly, by the sea sound of the year, know the signa in which that is the Sun. Rub to know which day is licked to which Ruba day as of length. Loc which degrees ben alike fair fro the Hevides of Cancer and Capricorn, and loc when the Sun is in any of thilk degrees. Then ben the days alike of length. This is to saying that as lunge is that day in that month, as was such a day in such a month, there varieth. But litel. Also, why if thou take 2 days naturals in the year alike fair fro either point of the equinoxial 10 in the opposite parties, then as lunge is the day artificial of that one day as is the night of that other, and the contrary. Rub this chapter is a manner declaration. Ruba to conclusions that full one. Understand wel that thy zodiac is departed. In 2 have circles, as fro the heaved of Capricorn unto the heaved of Cancer, and agenward. Fro the heaved of Cancer unto the heaved of Capricorn. The heaved of Capricorn is the lowest point whereas the Sun goth in winter, and the heaved of Cancer is the highest point in which the Sun goth in summer. And therefore understand wel that any 2 degrees 10 that ben alike fair fro any of these 2 Hevides, trust wel that thilk 2 degrees ben of I like declination, be it southward or northward. And the days of hem ben I like of Length and the nighties also, and the shade wes. Illic, and the altitudes alike at midday. Forever. Rub to know the ver degra of any manner. Ruba stare, strange or unstrange, after his longitude. Rub be though he be indeterminate in thin. Rub see astrolabe, softly to the trout thus he shall. Rub d be no. Tack the altitude of this stare when he is on the est side of the line meridional, as nigh as thou mayst guess, and tack an ascendant anon. Right by some manere stare fix which that thou knowest. And forget not the altitude of the first stare any thyn ascendant. And one that this is dawn, espy diligently one this same first stare passeth any thing the southwestward. And cache him anon right in the same 10 nombre of altitude on the west side of this line meridional, as he was caught on the est side. And tack a new ascendant anon ryght. By some manner stare fix which that thou knowest. And forget not this second ascendant. And one that this is dawn, reckon then how many degrees ben betwixt the first ascendant and the second ascendant. And reckon wel the middle degra between boda ascendants, and set thilk middle degra upon thyn est horizont. 20 and weight than what degra that sit upon the line meridional, and tack there the ver degra of the ecliptic in which the stare standeth for the time. For in the ecliptic is the longitude of a celestial body reckoned, even fro the heaved of Aries unto the endi of Pisces. And his latitude is reckoned after the quantite of his declination north or south toward the polis of this world. As thus, if it be of the sun or of 30 any fixed stare, reckon his latitude or his declination fro the equinoxial circle. And if it be of a planet, reckon then the quantite of his latitude fro the ecliptic line. Albeit so that fro the equinoxial may the declination or the latitude of any body celestial be reckoned after the site north or south, and after the quantite of his declination. And right so may the latitude or the declination of any body celestial sof only of the sun, after his site 40 north or south, and after the quantite of his declination, be reckoned fro the ecliptic line. Fro which line alle planets some time declinen north or south sof only the foresiide sun. Rub to know the degrees of longitudes of ruba feek stairs after that they be determinate in rub be thin astrolabe, yf so be that they be truly rub c set the center of the stare upon the line meridional, and tack kep of thy zodiac, and loc what degra of any signa that sit upon the same line meridional at that same time. And tack there the degra in which the stare standeth. And with that same degra cometh that same stare unto that same line for the horizont. Rub to know with which degra of the zodiac ruba any stare fix in thin astrolabe ariseth. Rub be upon the est horizont, although his dwelling rub c be in another signa. Set the center of the stare upon the est horizont, and loc what degra of any signa that sit upon the same horizont at that same time. And understand wel that with that same degra ariseth that same stare. And thes merveillous erising with a strange degra in another signa is by cause that the latitude of the stare fix is either north or south fro the equinoxial. But softly the latitudes 10 of planets be commonly reckoned fro the ecliptic, by cause that noon of hem declineth but few degrees out fro the breed of the zodiac. And tack God kep of this chapter of erising of celestial bodies. For trust wel that Neither moan any stare, as in our embellif. Horizont, ariseth with that same degré of his. Longitude soften oo cas, and that is one they have no latitude fro the ecliptic line. But Nathalie's some time is eve rich of these planets. 20 under the same line. Rub to know the declination of any degré. Ruba in the zodiac fro the equinoxial circle. Set the degré of any signa upon the line. Meridional, and recni heis altitude in the almacantras fro the est horizont up to the same degré set in the Forsyide line, and set there a prick. Turn up the Nyrete, and set the heaved of Aries or Libra in the same meridional line. And set there another prick. And one that. This is dawn, consider the altitudes of Hemboda. For softly the difference of Thilk altitudes. 10 is the declination of Thilk degré fro the equinoxial. And yf it so be that Thilk degré be northward fro the equinoxial, then is his declination north, if it be southward. Then is it south. Rub to know for what latitude in any region. Ruba the almacantras of any table ben compound. Rekeen how many degrees of almacantras. In the meridional line ben fro the circle equinoxial. Unto the zenith, or else from the pool. Arctic unto the north horizont. And for so great a latitude, or for so small a latitude, is the table. Compound. Rub to know in special the latitude of. Ruba our country, I mean after the latitude of Oxenford. Rub B and the height of our pool. Understand wel that is fair is the heaved of Aries or Libra in the equinoxial fro our horizont. As is the zenith fro the pool Arctic, and as high is the pool Arctic fro the horizont as the equinoxial is fair fro the zenith. I prove it. Thus by the latitude of Oxenford, understand. Wel that the height of our pool Arctic fro our north horizont is 51 degrees and 50 minutes. Then is the zenith fro our pool Arctic 38 degrees. 10 and 10 minutes. Then is the equinoxial. From our zenith 51 degrees and 50 minutes, then is our south horizont from our equinoxial 38 degrees and 10 minutes. Understand. Wel this reckoning. Also forget not that the zenith is 90 degrees of height from the horizont, and our equinoxial is 90 degrees from our pool Arctic. Also this showroot rule is south, that the latitude of any place in a region is the distance fro the zenith unto 20 the equinoxial. Rub to prove evidently the latitude of any Ruba place in a region by the preve of the height. Rub B of the pool Arctic in that same place. In some winters nyght when the firmament is clear and thick stared, wait a time till that any stare fixed sit line right perpendicular over the pool Arctic, and cleep that stare A. And wait another stare that sit line right under A, and under the pool, and cleep that stare F. And understand wel that F is not considered but only to declare that a sit even over the pool. Tack then a nun right. 10 the altitude of A from the horizont, and forget it not, let A and F go fair wel till against the dawning a great while, and calm. Then again, and a bid till that A is even under the pool, and under F. For softly then wool F sit over the pool, and a wool sit under the pool. Tack then Epsinees the altitude of A from the horizont, and note as wel his second altitude. As heis first altitude. And one that this is dune, rekeen how many degrees that the 21st altitude of A exceedeth his second altitude. And tack half thilk portion that is exceeded and adda it to his second altitude. And tack there the elevation of thy pool. And eke the latitude of thy region. For these two. Ben of oo nombre, this is to saying, as many degras. As thy pool is elevat, so much is the latitude of the region. And sample as thus, peradventure the altitude of A in the evening is 56 degrees of height. 30 then will his second altitude or the dawning be 48 degras, that is 8 degrees lasse. Then 56, that was his first altitude att even. Tack then the half of 8 and adda it to 48 that was his second altitude, and then hast thou 52. Now hast thou the height of thy pool and the latitude of the region. But understand, wel, that to prove this conclusion and many another fair conclusion, thou must have a plummet hanging on a line, hager than 40 thin heaved, on a perchy. And thilk line must hang even perpendicular bitewix the pool and thin eye, and then shalt thou seen yfa sit even over the pool, and over f at even, and also yff sit even over the pool and over a or day. Rub another conclusion to prove the ruba height of the pool arctic fro the horizont. Tack any stair fix that never descendeth under the horizont in thilk region, and considera his highest altitude and his lowest altitude fro the horizont, and make a nombre of both of these altitudes. Tack then and abate half that nombre, and take there the elevation of the pool arctic in that same region. Rub another conclusion to prove the latitude ruba of the region. Understand wel that the latitude of any place in a region is verily the space bitewix the zenith of hem that dwellen there and the equinoxial circle north or south, taking the measure in the meridional line. As she within the almacantras of thin astrolabe. And thilk space is as much as the pool arctic is high in that same place fro the horizont. And then is the depression of the pool Antarctic, that 10 is to saying, then is the pool Antarctic, by neath the horizont the same quantite of space neither more any lasse. Then if thou desire to know this latitude of the region, tack the altitude of the sun. In the middle of the day, when the sun is in the hebrides of Aries or of Libra, for then moveth the sun in the line equinoxial. And abate the nombre of that same sun's altitude out of 90 degrees, and then is the 20 remanent of the nombre that leveth the latitude of the region. As thus, I suppose that the sun is thilk day at noon 38 degrees of height. Abate then 38 degrees out of 90, so leveth there 52, then is 52 degrees the latitude. I say not this but for ensample, for weli what the latitude of Oxenford is 13 minutes lasse, though might prove the same. Now yf so be that the semeth to lunge a 30 tarrying to abide till that the sun be in the hebrides of Aries or of Libra, then wait. One the sun is in any other degra of the zodiac. And considereth the degra of his declination fro the equinoxial line. And if it so be that the sun's declination be northward fro the equinoxial, abate then fro the sun's altitude at non the nombre of his declination. And then hast thou the height of the hebrides of Aries and Libra. As thus, my son 40 is peradventure in the 10 degra of Leon, almost 56 degrees of height at non. And his declination is almost 18 degrees northward fro the equinoxial, abate then thilk 18 degrees of declination out of the altitude at non. Then leveth there 38 degrees and odd minutes. Lo there the heaved of Aries or Libra. And thin equinoxial in that region. Also if so be that the sun's declination be southward. Fro the equinoxial, atta than filk. 50 declination to the altitude of the sun at noon, and tack there the heavities of Aries. And Libra and thin equinoxial. Abate then the height of the equinoxial out of 90 degrees. Then leveth there the distance of the pool of that region fro the equinoxial. Or else, if the list, tack the highest altitude fro the equinoxial. Of any stair fixed that thou knowest, and tack his netherest elongation, lengthening, fro the same equinoxial line, and work in the 60 Manir furs eed. Rub declaration of the ascension of Ruba Cygnus. The excellence of the spear solide, amongst other noble conclusions, she with manifest the diverse ascensions of Cygnus in diverse places. As wel in the right circle as in the embellif circle. These octures writen that filk Cygna is cleaped of right ascension with which more part of the circle equinoxial and lasse part of the zodiac ascendeth. And filk Cygna ascendeth. Embellif with which lasse part of the 10 equinoxial and more part of the zodiac ascendeth. Further over, they saying that in filk country whereas the seneth of him that dwellin there is in the equinoxial line, and her horizont passing by the two poles of this world, filk folk han this right circle and the right horizont. And evermore the arch of the day and the arch of the night is their eye like lunge, and the sun twice every year passing. Thorug the seneth of her heed, and 20 summers and 2 winters in a year han these. Forsyide pepple. And the almacanthras in her astrolabes bend straight as a line, so as she within the figure. The utilite to know the ascensions of Cygnus. In the right circle is this, trust wel that by mediation of filk ascensions these astrologians by her tables and her instruments knowen verily the ascension of every degra and minute in all the zodiac in the embellif 30 circle, as shall be shewed. And nota that this Forsyide right horizont, that is clepid horizon rectum, divideth the equinoxial into right angles. And the embellif horizont, where as the pool is enhanced upon the horizont, overcurveth the equinoxial in embellif angles. As she with in the figure. Rub this is the conclusion to know the Ruba ascensions of Cygnus in the right circle, that is. Rub B circulus directus. Set the heaved of what Cygna the lyst to know. His ascending in the right circle upon the line meridional, and wait where thyn alme toucheth the boyer, and set there a prick. Turn then thy reet westward till that the endi of the Forsyide Cygnus sit upon the meridional line, and Ephsines wait where thin alme toucheth the boyer, and set there another prick. Rekeen then the nombre of degras 10 in the boyer bitwix boda pricks, and tack the ascension of the Cygna in the right circle. And thus mayst thou werka with every portion of thy zodiac. Rub to know the ascensions of Cygnus in the Ruba embellif circle in every region, I mean, in Rub B circulo obliquo. Set the heaved of the Cygna which is the list. To know his ascension upon the est horizont. And wait where thin alme toucheth the boyer. And there set a prick. Turn then thy reet upward till that the endi of the same Cygna sit upon the est horizont, and wait Ephsines. Whereas thin alme toucheth the boyer. And set there another prick. Rekeen then the nombre of degrees in the boyer bitwix. 10 boda pricks, and tack there the ascension of the Cygna in the embellif circle. And understand wel that alle the signas in thy zodiac, fro the heaved of Aries unto the endi of Virgo, ben clepid signas of the north fro the equinoxial. And these signas arisen bitwixt the Vere est and the Vere north in our horizont generally for evere. And alle the signas fro the heaved of Libra unto the endi of Pisces ben clepid signas of the south fro 20 the equinoxial. And these signas arisen evermore bitwixt the Vere est and the Vere south in our horizont. Also every signa bitwixt the heaved of Capricorn unto the endi of Geminis ariseth on our horizont in lasse. Then 2 hours equals. And these same signas fro the heaved of Capricorn unto the endi of Geminis ben clept tortuo signas, or croaked signas, for they arise embelif on our horizont. And these croaked signas ben obedient to 30 the signas that ben of right ascension. The signas of right ascension ben fro the heaved of Cancer unto the endi of Sagittary. And these signas arisen more upright, and they ben called eke sovereign signas and eve rich of hem ariseth in more space than 2 hours. Of which signas Gemini obeth to Cancer, and Taurus to Leo, Aries to Virgo, Pisces to Libra, Aquarius to Scorpion, and Capricorn to Sagittary. And thus evermore 2 signas that 40 ben I like fair fro the heaved of Capricorn. Obey an eve rich of hem to other. Rub to know justly the 4 quarters of the Ruba world, as est, west, north, and south. Tack the altitude of thy son on the list. And note wel the quarter of the world in which the sun is for the time by the azimuths. Turn then thin astrolabe, and set the degree of the sun in the almacantras of his altitude. On thilk side that the sun stand, as is the manere in taking of hours, and lay thy label on the degree of the sun. And rekeen how many degrees of the boyer ben bitwixt 10 the line meridional and the point of thy label, and note wel that nombre. Turn then a gene thin astrolabe, and set the point of thy gret rule there thou talkest thin altitudes upon as many degrees in his boyer fro his meridional as was the point of thy label fro the line meridional on the womb side. Take then thin astrolabe with boda han sadly and slyly, and let the sun shine thorug boda holes of thy rule, and slyly in thilk 20 shwenwenji lat thin astrolabe kusha down even upon a smooth ground. And then wool the Vere line meridional of thin astrolabe lie even south, and the est line wool lie est, and the west line west, and the north line north, so that thou work softly in the vicely in the couching. And thus hast thou the 4 quarters of the firmament. Rub to know the latitude of planets fro Ruba the way of the sun, whether so they be north. Rub be or south fro the foreseeide way. Loc one that a planet is in the line meridional, yf that here altitude be of the same height that is the degree of the sun for that day, and then is the planet in the Vere way of the sun and hath no latitude. And if the altitude of the planet be higher than the degree of the sun, then is the planet north fro the way of the sun such a quantite of latitude as she with by thin almacantras. 10 And if the altitude of the planet be lasse, then the degree of the sun, then is the planet south fro the way of the sun such a quantite of latitude as she with by thin almacantras. This is to saying, fro the way whereas the sun went thilk day, but not fro the way of the sun in every place of the zodiac. Rub to know the zenith of the arising of Ruba the sun, this is to saying, the party of the rub be horizont in which that the sun ariseth. Thou must first consider that the sun ariseth. Not alwe verre est, but sometime by northe. The est and sometime by south the est softly. The sun ariseth nevere mu verre est in our horizont, but he be in the heaved of Aries or Libra. Now is thin horizont departed in 24 parties. By thin azimuths in signification of 24 parties. Of the world, albeit so that shipmen rekeen. Thilk parties in 32. Then is there no 10 more but wait in which azimuth that thy son entrith at his arrising, and take there the zenith of the arrising of the sun. The manier of the division of thin astrolabe is this, I mean as in this case, first. It is divided in 4 plages principalis with the line that goth from est to west, and then with another line that goth fro south to north. Then is it divided in small parties of azimuths, as est and est by south, whereas is the first azimuth 20 above the est line, and so forth fro party to party till that thou come again unto the est line. Thus mayst thou understand also the zenith of any stair, in which party he riseth. Rub to know in which party of the firmament. Ruba is the conjunction. Considera the time of the conjunction by the calendar, as thus, loc ho many hours. Thilk conjunction is fro the midday of the day precedent, as sheweth by the canon of thy calendar. Rekeen than thilk nombre of hours in the boyer of thin astrolabe, as thou art wont to do in knowing of the hours of the day or of the nyght, and lay thy label over the degra of the sun. And then wool 10 the point of thy label sit upon the hour of the conjunction. Loc then in which azimuth the degra of thy sun sitteth, and in that party of the firmament is the conjunction. Rub to know the zenith of the altitude of Ruba the sun. This is no more to saying but any time of the day tack the altitude of the sun, and by the azimuth in which he standeth mayst thou seen in which party of the firmament he is. And the same wise mayst thou seen by night of any stair, whether the stair sit est or west, or north or south, or any party between. After the name of the azimuth in which is the stair. Rub to know softly the degra of the longitude. Ruba of the moon, or of any planet that hath. Rub be no latitude for the time fro the ecliptic line. Tack the altitude of the moon, and reckny thy altitude up among thyn almacanteras on which side that the moon standeth, and set there a prick. Tack then a non-right upon the moon side the altitude of any stair fix which that thou knowest, and set his center upon his altitude among thyn almacanteras there the stair is found. Wait then which degra of the zodiac toucheth the prick of the altitude 10 of the moon, and tack there the degra in which the moon standeth. This conclusion is verre soth, yf the stairs in thin astrolabe standen after the trouth. Common trets of the astrolabe any maken non-exception. Whether the moon have latitude or noon, any on whether side of the moon the altitude of the stair feeks be taken. And nota that yf the moon shew himself by light of day, then mayst thou warche 20 this same conclusion by the sun, as wel as by the feeks stair. Rub this is the worchange of the conclusion. Ruba to know yf that any planet be direct. Rub be or retrograde. Tack the altitude of any stair that is clepid a planet, and note it wel. And tack anon the altitude of any stair fix that thou knowest. And note it wel also. Com then a gene the. Thrid or the for the nyght next following, for. Then shalt thou perceive wel the moving of. A planet, whether so he move forward or backward. Await wel then one that thy. Stair feeks is in the same altitude that she. 10 was one thou toke here first altitude. And tac then f sones the altitude of the. Foresied planet and noted wel. For trust wel. Yf so be that the planet be on the right side of the meridional line, so that his second altitude be lasse than his first altitude was, then is the planet direct. And yf he be on the west side in that condition, then is he retrograde. And yf so be that this planet be upon the est side one his altitude is a taken, so that his 22nd altitude be more than his first altitude. Then is he retrograde. And if he be on the west side, then is he direct. But the contrary of these parties is of the cores of the moon, for certes the moon moveth the contrary from other planets as in here epicycle, but in noon other manier. Rub the conclusion of equations of Ruba houses after the astrolabe. Set the beginning of the degra that ascendeth upon the endi of the 8-hour inequal, then wool the beginning of the 2 house sit upon the line of midnight. Remeve then the degra that ascendeth, and set him on the endi of the 10-hour inequal, and then wool the beginning of the 3 house sit up on the midnight line. Bring up again the same degra that ascended first, and set him upon the est horizont, and 10 then wool the beginning of the 4 house sit upon the line of midnight. Tack then the nadir of the degra that first ascended, and set him on the endi of the 2-hour inequal, and then wool the beginning of the 5 house sit upon the line of midnight. Set then the nadir of the ascendant on the endi of the 4-hour inequal, and then wool the beginning of the 6 house sit on the midnight line. The beginning of the 7 house is nadir of the ascendant 20, and the beginning of the 8 house is nadir of the 2, and the beginning of the 9 house is nadir of the 3, and the beginning of the 10 house is nadir of the 4, and the beginning of the 11 house is nadir of the 5, and the beginning of the 12 house is nadir of the 6. Rub another manner of equations of houses. Ruba by the astrolabe. Tack thin ascendant, and then hast thou thy 4 angles. For wel thou wost that the opposite of thin ascendant, that is to say, the beginning of the 7 house, sit upon the west horizont, and the beginning of the 10 house sit upon the line meridional, and his opposite upon the line of midnight. Then lay thy label over the degra that ascendeth, and reckne fro the point of thy label alle the degrees in the boyer 10 till thou come to the meridional line, and depart alle thilt degrees in 3 even parties, and take there the even equations of 3 houses. For lay thy label over each of these 3 parties, and then mayst thou se by thy label in the zodiac, the beginning of each of these same houses fro the ascendant. That is to say, the beginning of the 12 house next above thin ascendant, the beginning of the 11 house, and then the 10 upon the meridional 20 line, as I first seed. The same wise worch thou fro the ascendant down to the line of nyght, and thus hast thou other 3 houses, that is to say, the beginning of the 2, and the 3, and the 4 house. Then is the nadir of these 3 houses the beginning of the 3 houses that folwen. Rub to find the line meridional to dwell. Ruba fix in any certain place. Tack a round plate of metal, for warping. The broader the better. And make thereupon a just compass alight within the bowyer. And lay this round plate upon an even ground. Or on an even stone, or on an even stock fix. In the ground, and lay it even by a level. And in the center of the compass stiken. Even pyn, or a wyr, upright, the smaller the better, set thy pyn by a plumb rule even. 10 upright, and let this pyn be no langer than a quarter of the diameter of thy compass. Fro the center amid the and weight bisely. About 10 or 11 of the clock, 1 the sun shineth, 1 the shadeway of the pyn in trith. Anything within the circle of thy compass and here melee, and mark there a prick with ink. A bid then still waiting on the sun till after 1 of the clock, till that the shadway of the wyr or of the pyn, passe anything out of the 20 circle of the compass, be it never so light. And set there another prick of ink. Tack. Then a compass, and measure even the middle. Betwixt both a pricks, and set there a prick. Tack me then a rule and draw a strike even. A line, fro the pyn unto the mid-del prick. And tack their T-line meridional for evermore, as in that same place. And if thou draw a cross line over thwart the compass justly over the line meridional, then hast thou est and 30 west and south, and par consequens. The opposite of the south line, i.e. the north. Rub description of the meridional line, of Ruba longitudes and latitudes of sites and towns. Rub B as wel as of climates. This line meridional is but a manner description. Or line imagined, that passeth upon the poles of this world and by the zenith of our heaved. And it is clept the line meridional. For in what place that any man is at any time of the year, one that the sun, by mavinge of the firmament, cometh to his verre meridian place, then is it verre midday, that we clepen our non as to thilk man. And therefore 10 is it cleped the line of midday. And nota that evermore of any 2 sites or of 2 towns, of which that town approacheth natord. The est then doth that other town, trust. Wel that thilk towns hon diverse meridians. Nota also that the arch of the equinoxial that is contined or bounded betwixt the 2 meridians is cleped the longitude of the tune. And yf so be that 2 towns have I like meridian, or owen meridian, then is the distance of 20 hem boda I like fair fro the est, and the contrary. And in this manere they change not her meridian, but softly they chongen her almacanteras, for the enhancing of the pool, and the distance of the sun. The longitude of a climat is a line imagined. Fro est to west I like distant fro the equinoxial. And the latitude of a climat may be clept the space of the earth fro the beginning of the first climat unto the verre 30 endi of the same climat even direct. Agenes the pool artike. Thus sayin Psalm Octours. And Psalm of hem sayin that yf men cleep the latitude of a country the arch meridian. That is contined or intercept betwixt the zenith and the equinoxial. Then say they that the distance fro the equinoxial unto the endi of a climat even against the pool arctic is the latitude of a climat forsooth. Rub to know with which degra of the zodiac. Ruba that any planet ascendeth on the horizont. Rub B whether so that his latitude be north. Rub C or south. Know by thin almanac the degra of the ecliptic of any signa in which that the planet is reckoned for to be, and that is cleped the degra of his longitude. And know also the degra of his latitude fro the ecliptic north or south. And by these ensamples following in special mayst thou worche in general in every signa of the zodiac. The degree of the longitude peradventure 10 of Venus or of another planet was one of Capricorn. And the latitude of him was northward 4 degrees fro the ecliptic line. Then talk I a subtle compass, and cleped that point of my compass A, and that other point F. Then talk I the point of A and set it in the ecliptic line in my zodiac in the degra of the longitude of Venus, that is to say, in the 1 degra of Capricorn. And then set I the point of F upward in the same signa by cause that 20 latitude was north upon the latitude of Venus, that is to say, in the 4 degra fro the heaved of Capricorn, and thus have I 4 degrees betwixt my 2 pricks. Then laid I down softly my compass, and set the degra of the longitude upon the horizont, though talk I and waxed my label in manner of a pair tables to receive distinctly the pricks of my compass. Though talk I these foresee'd label, and laid it fix over the degra of my longitude. Though talk I 30 up my compass and set the point of A in the wax on my label, as even as I could. Jess, over the ecliptic line in the end of the longitude, and set the point of F end along in my label upon the space of the latitude inward and over the zodiac, that is to say, northward fro the ecliptic. Then laid I down my compass, and loked wel in the way upon the pricks of A and of F, though turned I my riot till that the prick of F sat upon the horizont 40. Then saw I wel that the body of Venus in her latitude of 4 degrees septentrionals ascended, in the end of the 8 degra fro the heaved of Capricorn. And nota that in this manner mayst thou worche with any latitude septentrional in alle signas, but softly the latitude meridional of a planet in Capricorn any may not be take by cause of the lightel space betwixt the ecliptic and the border of the astrolabe, but 50 sothally in all other signas it may. Also the degra peradventure of Jupiter, or of another planet, was in the 1st degra of Piscis in longitude, and his latitude was 2 degrees meridional, though talk I the point of A and set it in the 1st degra of Piscis on the ecliptic. And then set I the point of F downward in the same signa by cause that the latitude was south 2 degras, that is to say, fro the heaved of Piscis, and thus have I 2 degras betwixt 60 boda pricks. Then set I the degra of the longitude upon the horizont, though talk I my label, and laid I it fix upon the degra of the longitude. Though set I the point of A on my label even over the ecliptic line in the end of the degra of the longitude. And set the point of F end long in my label the space of 2 degras of the latitude outward fro the zodiac. This is to say southward fro the ecliptic toward the border, and turned my reat 70 till that the prick of F sought upon the horizont. Then say I wel that the body of Jupiter in his latitude of 2 degrees meridional ascended with 8 degras of Piscis in horoscopo. And in this manner mayst thou worche with any latitude meridional, as I first seed, save in Capricorn. And if thou wilt play this craft with the arrasing of the moon, loke thou recni wel here course hour by hour, for she any dwelleth not in a degra of her longitude but lightel 80 while, as thou wel knowest. But Naphtales, why if thou recni here verre moving by thy tables hour after hour, thou shalt do wel now rub umbra recta. If it so be that thou wilt werca by umbra recta, and thou may come to the bas of the tour, in this manner shalt thou werca. Tack the altitude of the tour by bota holes, so that thy roll liga even in a point. Ensample as. Thus, I see him thorough at the point of 4, then meet I the space betwixt me and the tour. And I find it 20 foot, then behold I how 4 is to 12, right so is the space betwixt the 110 and the tour to the altitude of the tour. For 4 is the thrid part of 12, so is the space between thee and the tour the thrid part of the altitude of the tour, then thrice 20 foot is the height of the tour, with adding of thyn own person to thyn I. And this roll is general in umbra recta, fro the point of 1 to 12. And if thy roll fall upon 5, then is 5 12 parties of the height the space between thee and the tour, with adding of 120 thyn own height. Rub umbra versa. Another manner of the working, by umbra versa. If so be that thou may not come to the bas of the tour, I see him thorough at the nombre of 1, I set there a prick at my fot. Then go I near to the tour, and I see him thorough at the point of 2, and there I set another prick. And I behold how 1 hath him to 12, and there find I that it hath him 12 sides. Then behold I how 2 hath him to 12, and thou 110 shalt find it 6 sides, then thou shalt find that 12 passeth 6 by the number of 6, right so is the space between thy 2 pricks. The space of 6 times thyn altitude. And note that at the first altitude of 1, thou settest a prick, and afterward, 1 thou sayest him at 2, there thou settest another prick, then thou findest betwixt thes 2 prickies 60 foot, then thou shalt find that 10 is the 6 party of 60. And then is 10 feet the altitude of the tour. 120 for other pointus, if it fee in umbra versa. As thus, I set cosset fill upon 2, and at the second upon 3, then shalt thou find that 2 is 6 parties of 12, and 3 is 4 parties of 12. Then passeth 6 4, by nombre of 2, so is the space between 2 pricks twice the height of the tour. And if the difference were thrice, then shoulda it be 3 times, and thus mayst thou werca fro 1 to 12, and if it be 4, 4 times, or 5, 5 times, sic de ceteris. Rub umbra recta. Another manner of working, by umbra recta. If it so be that thou mayst not come to the bas of the tour, in this manner thou shalt werca. Set thy roll upon 1 till thou see the altitude, and set at thy foot a prick. Then set thy roll upon 2, and behold what is the difference between 1 and 2, and thou shalt find that it is 1. Then meet the space between 2 pricks, and that is the 12 party. 10 of the altitude of the tour. And if there were 2, it were the 6 party, and if there were 3, the 4 party, sic dienceps. And note, if it were 5, it were the 5 party of 12. And 7, 7 party of 12, and note, at the altitude of thy conclusion, adda the stature of thyn. Height to thyn I. Rub another manner conclusion, to know. Ruba the mean mote and the argumentus of any. Rub b planete. To know the mean mote and the argumentus. Rub c of every planete fro year to year, from. Rub d day to day, from hour to hour, and from. Rub smale fractiones infinite. In this manner shalt thou warche. Consider. Thy wrote first, the wish is made the beginning of the tables fro the year of our Lord. 1397, and enter hit into thy slate for the last Merity of December. And then consider the year of our Lord, what is the date, and behold, whether thy date be more or lasse than the year 1397. And yf hit so be that hit be more. Look how many years hit passeth, and with 10 so many enter into thy tables in the first line theras is writen ani collecti et expansi. And loke where the same planet is writen in the head of thy table, and then loke what thou findest in direct of the same year of our Lord which is passid, be hit 8, or 9, or 10, or what nombre that ever it be, till the time that thou come to 20, or 40, or 60. And that thou findest in direct wryt in thy slate under thy rote, and add a hit togder, and that is 20 thy mean mote, for the last meridian of the December, for the same year which that thou hast purposed. And if hit so be that hit passe 20, consider wel that fro 1 to 20 ben ani expansi, and fro 20 to 3000 ben ani collecti. And if thy number passe 20, then tack that thou findest in direct of 20, and if hit be more as 6 or 18, then tack that thou findest in direct thereof, that is to say in signas, degrees, minutes, and secounds, and add a togdir 30 unto thy rote. And thus to make rotes. And note, that if hit so be that the year of our Lord be lasse than the rote, which is the year of our Lord 1397, then shalt thou write in the same wise first thy rote in thy slate, and after enter into thy table in the same year that be lasse, as I taught before. And then consider how many signas, degrees, minutes, and secounds thyn in tringe contineth. And so be that there be 2 entrees, then add a hem togder 40 and after withdraw hem from the rote, the year of our Lord 1397. And the residue that leveth is thy mean mote for the last merity of December, the wish thou hast purposed, and if hit so be that thou wolt whiten thy mean mote for any day, or for any fraction of day, in this manner thou shalt warche make thy rote fro the last day of December in the manner as I have taught. And afterward behold how many maneaths 50 days, and hours ben passid from the merity of December, and with that enter with the last moneth that is full past. And take that thou findest in direct of him, and wryt hit in thy slate. And enter with as mony days as be more, and wryt that thou findest in direct of the same planet that thou warchest. 4. And in the same wise in the table of hours, for hours that ben past, and adda alla these to thy rote. And the residue is the 60 mean mote for the same day and the same hour. Rub another maneer to know the mean. Ruba mote. 1 Thou wilt make the mean mote of any planet to be by Arskiel's tables, tack thy rote, the which is for the year of our Lord 1397, and if so be that thy year be passid the date, wryt that date, and then wryt the number of the years. Then withdraw the years out of the years that ben past that rote. And sample as thus, the year of our Lord 1400. I wolde whiten, precise, my rote, then rot 10 I first 1400. And under that number I Rada 1397. Then withdraw I the last number out of that, and then fond I the residue. Was 3 year, I wist that 3 year was past. Fro the rote, the which was writen in my tables. Then afterward sought I in my tables The annus collectis et expansus, and among myn. Expanse years fond I 3 year. Then talk I alle. The signas, degrees, and minutes, that I fond. Direct under the same planet that I. 20 wrought for, and wrought so many signas. Degrees, and minutes in my slate, and afterward. Added I to signas, degrees, minutes, and secounds. The wish I fond in my wrote the year of our Lord 1397. And kept the residue. And then had I the mean mote for the last day of December. And if thou woldest wheat, the mean mote of any planet in March, April, or May, other in any other time or month of the year, look how many moneths and 30 days ben passed from the last day of December. The year of our Lord 1400. And so, with monahis and days enter into thy table. There thou findest thy mean mote I writen in moneths and days, and tack alle the signas. Degrees, minutes, and secounds that thou findest. You write in direct of thy moneths, and adda. To signas. Degrees, minutes, and secounds that thou findest with thy wrote the year of our Lord 1400, and the residue that leveth is the 40 mean mote for that same day. And note, if hit so be that thou woldest write the mean mote in any year that is lasse than thy wrote. Withdraw the number of so many years as hit is lasse than the year of our Lord a 1397, and kept the residue. And so many years, moneths, and days enter into thy tables of thy mean mote. And tack alle the signas, degrees, and minutes, and secounds, that thou findest in direct of alle the years, moneths, and 50 days, and wryt hem in thy slate. And above thilk number wryt the signas, degrees, minutes, and secounds, the which thou findest with thy wrote the year of our Lord a 1397. And withdraw alle the net here signas. And degrees fro the signas and degrees, minutes. And secounds of other signas with thy wrote. And thy residue that leveth is thy mean mote for that day. Rub for to know at what hour of the day, ruba or of the night, shall be flawed or ebby. First write thou certainly, ho that haven standeth, that thou list to werke for. That is to say in which place of the firmament the moon being, maketh full see. Then await thou readily in what degree of the zodiac that the moon at that time is in. Bring forth then the label, and set the point thereof in that same cost that the moon maketh flawed, and set thou there the degree of the moon according 10 with the eggy of the label. Then afterward await where is then the degree of the sun, at that time. Remove thou then the label fro the moon, and bring and set it justly upon the degree of the sun. And the point of the label shall then declare to thee, at what hour of the day or of the night shall be flawed. And there also mayst thou write by the same point of the label, whether it be, at that same time, flawed or ebby, or half flawed, or 20 flawed, or ebby, or half or quarter ebby. Or else at what hour it was last, or shall be next by night or by day, thou then shalt essayly know, and furthermore, if it so be that thou hap to work for this matter, about the time of the conjunction, bring forth the degree of the moon with the label to that cost as it is before said. But then thou shalt understand that thou may not bringe forth the label fro the degree of the moon 30 as thou died before, for why the sun is then in the same degree with the moon. And so thou may at that time by the point of the label unremevid know the hour of the flawed or of the ebby, as it is before said, and evermore as thou findest the moan passé. Fro the son, so remove thou the label then. Fro the degree of the moan, and bring it to the degree of the son. And work thou then as thou died before, and or else know 40 thou what hour it is that thou art in. By thyn instrument. Then bring thou forth fro thens the label and lay it upon the degree of the moan, and thurby may thou wite. Also one it was flawed, or one it will be next. Be it night or day, etc. The Romaunt of the Rose. Fragment A. Many men sayn that in sweevenings there nighs but fables and lesenges. But men may some sweven, sen. Wish hardly that false any ben. But afterward ben apparent. This may I draw to warrant. An author that hight mac robes. That halt nat dreams false any lees. But undoth us the avision. Ten that whilom meta kwengi scipion. And whoso saith or wheneth it be a jape, or else nicete. To wane that dreams after fall. Let whoso list a fall me calle. For this trow I, and say for me. That dream signifiance be of good and harm to many wights. That draymen in her slepe nighties. Full many things covertly. 20 that fallen after all openly. Within my 20 year of age. One that love taketh his carriage. Of young folk, I went soon to bed, as I was wont to done. And fast I slept, and in sleeping me meta such a swevening. That liked me wonders well. But in that sweven is never a del. That it nighs afterward befall. 30 ryght as this drem will tell us all. Now this drem will I rhyme aright. To make your hurts gay and lyght. For love it prayeth, and also commandeth me that it be so. And if there any ask me whether that it be he or she, how this book, which is here, shall hat, that I read you here. It is the Romance of the Rose. 40 in which all the art of love I close. The mater fair is of to make God grant me in gree that she it take. For whom that it begonnen is. And that is she that hath, wis. So mochel pre, and thirdo she. So worthy is by love to be. That she wel ought, of pre in ryght. Be cleaped rose of every white. That it was may me thought though. 50 it is 5 year or more ago. That it was may, thus dramed me. In time of love and jolight. That all thing ginneth waxen gay. For there is neither busk nor hay. In May that it nyl shrouded ben. And it with new leaves ren. These woads eke recovern green. That dry in winter ben to senna. And the earth wexeth proud with hally. 60 for swote dews that on it fall. And the poor estat forget. In which that winter had it set. And then bicameth the ground so proud. That it wole have a new shroud. And Macheath so quaint his robe and fair. That it hath hues an 100 pair. Of gras and fleuries, indi and purse. And many hues full divers. That is the robe I mean, iwis. 70 through which the ground to prison is. The brids that haven left her song. While they suffried cold so strong. In wedres gryl and dirk to sight. Ben in May for the son bright. So glade that they shew in swengi. That in her hurt is sich lykwengi. That they mote singeon and be light. Then doth the nightingale hear myght. To make noise and singeon blithe. 80 then is blissful many sith. The calandra and papingay. Then young folk intend an eye. Fordo ben gay and amorous. The time is then so savorous. Hard is the hurt that loveth not. In May one ow this mirth is wrought. One he may on these branches hear. The smale brid St. clear. Her blissful sweet song pursues. 90 and in this sea sound delighteth. One love affrayeth all a thing. Methought anyght in my sleeping. Right in my bed, full readily. That it was by the morrow early. And up I roose and gone me clothe. Anon I wish myn hondis boda. A silver nettle forth I drow. Out of an aguilar quaint enough. And gone this nettle threed anon. 100 for out of tune me list to gone. The song of brids forto here. That in thy's buskies St. clear. And in, the sweet cessin that leaf is. With a thread basting my slevis. Alone I went in my playing. The smale foal's song hearkening. They pained hem, full many pair. To sing on boughs blossomed fair. Jolie and gay, full of gladness. 110 toward a river gone I me dress. That I heard wren fast by. For fairer playing none saw I. Then playin' me by that river. For from an hill that stood there now. Cam down the strem full stiff and bold. Clear was the water, and as cold. As any welly is, soft to sane. And som del lasse it was than sane. But it was straighter wel away. 120 and never saw I, that day. The water that so wel liked me. And wonder glad was I to see. That lusty place and that river. And with that water, that ran so clear. My face iwish. Though saw I well. The botany paved every dell. With gravel, full of stones shen. The meadow soft, swote, and green. Beat right on the water side. 130 full clear was then the morrowtide. And full a temper, out of dreed. Though gone I walked thorough the mead. Downward I in my playing. The river side costying. And one I had a while goon. I saw a garden right anon. Full long and brood, and every dell. Enclosed was, and walled well. With high walls and betailed. 140 portrayed without and wel entailed. With many riche portraitures. And boda the images and the paintures. Gone I behold bicely. And I wole tell you readily. Of thilk images the semblance. As fair as I have in remembrance. Amid saw I hate stand. That for here wraith, Yair, and Onde. Samid to ben a minores. 150 an angry white, a chitterous. And full of guile and fell courage. By semblant, was that ilk image. And she was nothing wel arrayed. But like a wod woman afraid. Frounced foule was here visage. And grinning for disputous rage. Here nose snorted up for teen. Full hideous was she for to senna. Full foul and rusty was she, this. 160 here he'd writ hen was, iwis. Full grmly with a Greek toll. An image of another entail. A lift half was here fast by. Here name above here he'd saw I. And she was called felony. Another image that villainy. Clepid was saw I and fond. Upon the wall on here right hand. Villainy was like Somdel. 170 that other image, and, trustith wel. She seemed a wicked creature. By countenance in portraiture. She seemed be full disputous. And eke full proud and outrageous. Wel could he paint, I undertake. That sich image could make. Full foul and churlish seemed she. And eke villainous for to be. And lightel could of nurture. 180 to worship any creature. And next was painted covetise. That eggeth folk in many guise. To take in yev right not a gene. And gret tresuries up to lane. And that is she that for usurer. Lenneth to many a creature. The lasse for the more wynnng. So covetous is her brenning. And that is she that pen yes feel. 190 techeth for to rob and steal. These thieves and these smale harlots. And that is Routh, for by her throats. Full many uan hangeth at the last. She makeeth folk compasse and cast. To taken other folkie's thing. Thorough robbery or miscounting. And that is she that makeeth trecors. And she makeeth false pleadors. That with her terms and her domes. 200 Doon maidens, children, and eke gromes. Her heritage to forego. Full croaked were here hondis too. For covetise is evered wod. To gripen other folkie's god. Covetise, for here wynnng. Full leaf hath other menace thing. Another image set saw I. Next covetise fast by. And she was cleped avarice. 210 full foul in painting was that vice. Full fade and caitiff was she eke. And also green as ony leek. So evil hued was her colour. Here semed to have lived in langour. She was like thing for hunger deed. That ladda here life only by breed. Needen with isel strong and eager. And thirdo she was lena and meagre. And she was clad full poorly. 220 al in an old torn courtepy. As she were al with dog geese torn. And boda behind and eke byforn. Clout was she beggarly. A mantle hung here fast by. Upon a perchy, weak and small. A burnet coat hung therewithal. Furred with no meniver. But with a fur ruff of her. Of lambskins heavy and blake. 230 it was full old, I undertake. For avarice to clothe here well. Ne hasteth here never a dell. For certainly it were here loath. To wearen oft that ilk cloth. And if it were forward, she wolde have full gret necessite. Of clothing she bought here new. Al were it bad of wall and hue. This avarice hild in her hand. 240 purs that hung by a band. And that she hidda and bond so straunge. Men must abide wonder lunge. Out of that purs there come aught. For that any cometh not in her thought. It was not, certain, here on taunt. That fro that purs a penny went. And by that image, nygh enough. Was painted envy, that never lock. Nor never wel in here hurt furred. 250 but if she out her saw or heard. Some gret mischance or gret disease. Nothing may so much her please. As mischief and misaventure. Or one she seeth discomfiture. Upon ony worthy man fall. Then leaketh here wel wit hally. She is full glad in her courage. If she se any gret lineage. Be brought to naught in shameful wise. 260 and if a man in honour rise. Or by his wit or by his prowess. Of that hath she gret heaviness. For, trusteth wel, she doth nyghwod. One any chance happeth God. Envy is of such cruelty. That fight any trouth holdeth she. To friend any fela, bad or good. Ne she hath kyn noon of her blood. That she nighs full her enemy. 270 she knolled, I dar sane hardly. Here own fatter furred well. And sore abeath she every dell. Here malice and here maltalent. For she is in so gret turment. And hath such, one folk doth good. That nygh she melteth for pure wood. Here hurt curveth and so breaketh. That God the pupil wel orketh. Envy, ewes, shall never let. 280 some blame upon the folk to set. I trow that if envy, ewes, knew the best man that is. On this side or beyond the sea. Yet somewhat lacken hym wolde she. And if he were so hand and wis. That she any myght al abate his pre. Yet wolde she blame his worthiness. Or by her wardis make it less. I saw envy in that painting. 290 had a wonderful looking. For she any lockeyed but awry. Or overthwart, all baggingly. And she had a, foul, usage. She myght loke in no visage. Of man or woman forthright plain. But shet here, buon, eie for disdain. So for envy bren she. One she myght any man se. That fair or war t were, or wis. 300 or L stod in Foki's pris. Sorrow was painted next envy. Upon that wall of masonry. But wel was saying in her colour. That she had lived in langour. Here seemed to have the jaundice. Not half so pale was avarice. Nor nothing like of Liness. For sorrow, thought, and great distress. That she had suffered day and nyght. 310 made her full yellow and nothing bright. Full fade, pale, and meagre also. Was never white yet half so as that here seemed for to be. Nor so fulfilled of ire as she. I trow that no white myght here please. Nor do that thing that myght here ease. Nor she any wolde here sorrow slake. Nor comfort noon unto her take. So depe was here begonnen. 320 and eke here hurt in anger ronnen. A sorrowful thing wel semed she. Nor she had nothing slough be. For to forcracken al her face. And for to rent in many place. Here clot his, and for to tear here swire. As she that was fulfilled of ire. And al totern lay eke here her. A but here shoudries here and there. As she that had it al torrent. 330 for anger and for maltalent. And eke I tell you certainly. How that she wep full tenderly. In world nighs white so hard of hurt. That had sent her sorrows smirt. That nold have had of her pite. So woebegone a thing was she. She al to dashed herself for woo. And smot togider her hans too. To sorrow was she full attentive. 340 that wuffle rechels caitiff. Her wrought lidle of playing. Or of clipping or kissing. For whoso sorrowful is in hurt. Him lust not to play any sturt. Na for to dancen, any to sing. Na may his hurt in temper bringe. To make joy on even or morrow. For joy is contrary unto sorrow. Eld was painted after this. 350 that shorter was a foot, iwes. Then she was wont in her youngheed. Unneth herself she might feed. So feeble and eke so old was she. That faded was al her beaut. Full sallow was wax in her colour. Her heed, for whore, was whyt as flower. Iwes, great quamini were it non. Na sin, although her life were gone. Al waxen was her body unwelled. 360 and dry and dwined al for eld. A foul, for whelped thing was she. That whilom round and soft had be. Her ears shoken fast wit hally. As from her heed they wolde fall. Her face frownst and forepined. And boda her hans lorn, fordwined. So old she was that she any went. A foot, but it were by patenti. The time that passeth nyght in day. 370 and re-steals travaileth I. And stelleth from us so prively. That to us semeth securely. That it in one point dwelleth ever. And certes, it any resteth never. But goth so fast, and passeth I. That there nighs man that think may. What time that now present is. Asketh at these clerks this. For, men think it, readily. 380 thre times been passed by. The time, that may not sojourn. But goth and may never return. As water that down renneth I. But never drope return may. There may nothing as time endure. Metal nor earthly creature. For alle thing it fret and shall. The time eke that chongeth all. And all doth wax and fostered be. 390 And alle thing destroyeth he. The time that eldeth our ancestors. And eldeth kinges and emperors. And that us alle shall overcomen. Ere that death us shall have no men. The time that hath all in weld. To elden folk had mad here eld. So ynly that, to my whiting. She might help herself nothing. But turned a gene unto childheed. 400 She had nothing herself to lead. No Whitney pith in here hold. More than a child of 2 year old. But Nathlys, I trow that she was fair sometime, and fresh to se. One she was in her rightful age. But she was past all that passage. And was a doted thing bycomen. A furred cope on had she no men. Wel had she clad herself and warm. For cold myght els don here harm. These old folk have all we cold. Her kinda is sich, one they ben old. Another thing was don their right. That seemed like an hypocrite. And it was clepid pup holy. That ilk is she that prively. Ne spareth never a wicked deedy. Wan men of her taken noonhada. And mocketh here outward precious. For 20 with pale visage and pitoos. And semeth a simple creature. But there nighs no misadventure. That she any thanketh in her courage. Full like to hear was that image. That maked was like her semblance. She was full simple of countenance. And she was clothed and eke shod. As she were, for the love of God. Yolden to religion. For 30 sich semed here devotion. A solder held she fast in hand. And bisily she gone to fond. To make many a faint priere. To God and to his saintes dear. Ne she was gay, any fresh, any jollif. But semed to be full attentive. To goad werkies and to fair. And thirto she had on an hair. Ne, certes, she was fat nothing. For 40 but semed wary for fasting. Of colour pale and deed was she. From here the gate I werned be. Of Paradies, that blissful place. For sich folk mocketh Lena her face. As Christ seeth in his evangel. To geet hem pris in tune a while. And for a little glory vain. They lesen God and his reign. And alderlast of every chon. 450 was painted povert allalun. That not a penny had in Wolde. Although she here clot his sold. And though she shulda an honged be. For naked as a worm was she. And if the weeder stormy were. For cold she shulda have dayed there. She nad on but a straight old sack. And many a clout on it there stack. This was her coat and her mantel. For 60 no more was there, never a dell. To clothe herewith, I undertake. Gret leaser had she to quake. And she was put, that eye of Taka. Fair fro these other, up in an hawk. There lurked and there coured she. For pover thing, whereso it be. Is shamefast and despised I. Accursed may Wel be that day. That pover a man conceived is. For 74, God what, al to selda, iwes. Is only pover a man Wel fed. Or Wel aride or, Wel, cled. Or Wel by loved, in sich wise. In honor that he may arise. Alle these thingies, well avist. As I have you this devist. With gold and a sure over all. Depainted were upon the wall. Square was the wall, and high some dell. For 80 enclosed and barred well. Instead of Hegi, was that garden. Con Navir shepherd therein. Into that garden, Wel wrought. Whoso that me could have brought. By lad dre or else by degra. It wold Wel have liked me. For sich salas, sich schwa and play. I trow that Navir man any say. As was in that place delightus. For 90 the guardian was not dongerous. To herberway brids many un. So Richelieu, d, was never noon. Of brid's song and branches green. Therein were brids mo, I wane. Then ben in all the room of France. Full blissful was the accordance. Of sweet and piteous song they made. For all this world it ought glade. And I myself so merry furred. 501 I her blissful songes heard. That for £100 nold I. If that the passage openly had be unto me free. That I nold entren for to see. Assemble God keep it fro care. Of Bridie's wish therein where. That Sungen Thorug her merry throats. Dances of love and merry notes. One I thus heard full sing. 510 I fell fast in a waymantinge. By which art or by what engine? I am yght come into that garden. But way I could find noon. Into that garden for to goon. Na not wist I if that there were. Aether hole or place, o dash, where. By which I am yght have entree. Na there was noon to teche me. For I was alalun, iwes. 520 full wa and anguishes of this. Till at last bethought I me. That by no way in myght it be. That there nas ladre or way to passe. Or hole, into so fair a place. Though gone I go a full gret pa. Environing even in compass. The closing of the square wall. Till that I found a wicket small. So shet that I any myght in gone. 530 and other entree was there noon. Upon this door I gone to smite. That was fades and so light. For other way could I not seek. Full long I shaft, and knock I'd eke. And stood full long and of, herpning. If that I heard only white coming. Till that, the door of filk entree. A maiden courteous open-eyed me. Here was as yellow of hue. 540 as ony basin scoured new. Here flesh tendre as is a chike. With bent browis smooth and slike. And by measure large were. The opening of here yen clear. Here nose of good proportion. Here yen grey as is a faucoun. With sweet breath and wel savoured. Here face wit and wel coloured. With lightel mouth and round to see. 550 a clothed chin eke had she. Here neck was of good faceoun. In length and greatness, by resound. Without blane, scab, or roin. Fro Jerusalem unto Burgoyne. There nighs a fairer neck, iwes. To feel how smooth and soft it is. Here throat, also wit of hue. As snow on bronche snowed new. Of body full wel wrought was she. 560 men ned not in no country. A fairer body for to seek. And of foon orphrase had she eke. A chaplet so semly un. No worried never made upon. And fair above that chaplet. A rose girland had she set. She had, in hand, a gay mirror. And with a riche gold tray sour. Here heed was tressed quaintly. 570 here sleeves sewed fetusly. And for to keep here hand is fair. Of gloves white she had a pair. And she had on a coat of green. Of cloth of gaunt. Withouten wane. Wel semied by here apparel. She was not wont to gret travail. For one she kempt was fetusly. And wel arrayed and richely. Than had she don al here journ. 580 for Mary and wel begun was she. She ladda a lusty life in May. She had no thought, by nyght any day. Of nothing, but if it were only. To grey the here wel and uncouthly. One that this door had opened me. This May, de, semeli for to see. I thanked her as I best might. And axied here how that she hight. And what she was I axied eke. 590 and she to me was not unmeek. No of here answer dongerous. But fair answered, and seed thus. Lo, sir, my name is idleness. So cleep men me, more and less. Full mygHty and full reach am I. And that of one thing namely. For I untend to nothing. But to my joy and my playing. And for to kem and tress me. 600 acquainted am I in prive. With mirth, lord of this garden. That fro the land of Alexandrin. Made the trees hydra be fet. That in this garden ben set. And one the trees were waxen on height. This wall, that stand here in sight. Died mirth enclosen alabut. And these images, al without. He died hem boda in tale and paint. 610 that neither ben jolliffe any quaint. But they ben full of sorrow and woe. As thou hast seen a while ago. And oft time, hym to solace. Sir mirth cometh into this place. And eke with hym cometh his manie. That liven in lust and jolight. And now is mirth therein to hear. The briddies how they singeon clear. The mavies and the nightingale. 620 and other jolly briddies smale. And thus he walketh to solace. Hym and his folk, for sweater place. To play an inn he may not find. Although he sought un in till Indy. The altar fairest folk to see. That in this world may found be. Hath mere the with hym in his route. That followen hym always abut. One idleness had told al this. 630 and I had herken wel, ywis. Than seed I to dame idleness. Now, also wisly God me bless. Sith mirth, that is so fair and fre. Is in this yerd with his mane. Fro thilk assemble, if I may. Shall no man warn me today. That I this nyght any moded see. For wel wane I there with hym be. A fair and jolly company. 640 fulfilled of alle courtesy. And fourth, without wardis mo. In at the wicket when I though. That idleness had opened me. Into that garden fair to see. And one I was in, I wheeze. Myn hurt was full glad of this. For wendy I full sickerly. Have been in paradise earthly. So fair it was that, trusteth wl. 650 it seemed a place a spiritual. For certes, as at my devis. There is no place in paradise. So good in for to dwell or be. As in that garden, thought me. For there was many a brid aswenguang. Throughout the yerd al fringing. In many places were nightingales. Alpes, finches, and woad whales. That in her sweet song deli 10. 660 in thilk places as they habiten. There might men see many flocks. Of turtles and laverocks. Calandras feel saw I there. That wary, nygh for songen were. And thrustless, turins, and mavies. That sungen for to win hem pris. And eke to surmount in her song. That other brids hem among. By note made fair service. 670 these brids, that I you devise. They songe her song as fair and wel. As angels dawn as spiritual. And trusteth wel, when I hem heard. Full lustily and wel I furred. For never yet sich melody. Was heard of man that might die. Sich sweet song was hem among. That me thought it no briddy's song. But it was wonder like to be. 680 Song of Mermaidens of the Sea. That, for her swanguang is so clear. Though we mermaidens cleep hem here. In English, as is our usance. Men cleep hem Sarians in France. And tentif wherein for to sing. These briddies, that not uncunning. Were of her craft, and apprentice. But of songs sodal and wis. And certes, one I heard her song. 690 and saw the green place among. In hert I weck so wonder gay. That I was never erst, that day. So jollif nor so wel bigu. Ne merry in hert, as I was though. And then wist I and saw full well. That idleness me served well. That me putty in sich jolight. Here freen wel ought I for to be. Sith she the door of that garden. 700 had opened and me leaten in. From henceforth ho that I wrought. I shall you tell len, as me thought. First, whereof mirth served there. And eke what folk there with hym were. Without fable I will describe. And of that garden eke as blithe. I will lay you tell len after this. The fair face on all, ywis. That wel wrought was for the knowns. 710 I may not tell you all at once. But, as I may and can, I shall. By order tell en you it all. Full fair service and eke full sweet. These briddies maiden as they seat. Lays of love, full wel soning. They sun gen in her jargoning. Summy high and summy eke low songe. Upon the branches green spronge. The sweetness of her melody. 720 made al myn heard in reverie. And one that I had heard, I trow. These briddies swng on a row. Then myght I not withhold me. That I any went in for to see. Sir Mirth, for my desiring. Was hym to seen, over all thing. His countenance and his maneer. That sight was to me full dear. Though when I forth on my right hand. 730 down by a little path I fond. Of mentes full, and fennel green. And fast by, without wane. Sir Mirth I fond, and right anon. Unto Sir Mirth gone I goon. There as he was hym to solace. And with hym in that lusty place. So fair folk and so fresh had he. That one I saw, I wondered me. Fro when sish folk myght come. 740 so fair they waren, Allah and some. For they were like, as to my sight. To angels that ben feathered bright. This folk, of which I tell you sue. Upon a carol when tenno. A lady caroled hem that height. Gladness, the blissful and the light. Wel coude she sing and lustily. Noon half so wel and semeli. And make in song sich refrainage. 750 it sat here wonder wel to sing. Here voice full clear was and full sweet. She was not rude any unmeet. But couth. Enow of sich doing. As longeth unto caroling. For she was wont in every place. To singen first, folk to solace. For swng must she gaf hereto. No craft had she so lief to do. Though mightest thou carols sen. 760 and folk dance and merry ben. And made many a fair turning. Upon the green grass springing. There mightest thou see these flotours. Minstrels, and eke joglers. That wel to sing died her pain. Psalm songes of Lorraine. For in Lorraine her notes be. Full sweeter than in this contra. There was many a timbasteer. 770 in Celuries, that I dar wel swere. Couth. Her craft full parfitly. The timbers up full sodily. They cast and hent full oft. Upon a finger fair and soft. That they fail I'd never amo. Full fadis damaseals too. Ryght young and full of semele heed. In kirtles and noon other weed. And fair tressed every tress. 780 had mirth dune, for his noblesse. Amid the carol for to dance. But Heref leath no remembrance. Ho that they danced quaintly. That Owen wolde come all pryvyly. Again that other, and one they were. Togadra almost, they throw ifer. Her mouth is so that thorough her play. It semed as they keest alway. To Donson well could they the guise. 790 What shoulda I more to you devise? Na bead I never thens go. Whiles that I saw hem daunt so. Upon the carol wonder fast. I gone byhold, till at last. A lady gone me for to espy. And she was cleaped courtesy. The worshipful, the debonair. I pray to God ever a fall here fair. Full courteously she called me. 800 What do ye there, beau sir, quoth she. Come and, if it like you. To Donson, danceth with us now. And I, without tarrying, went into the carolling. I was abashed never a dell. But it to me liked right well. That courtesy me cleaped so. And bade me on the dance go. For if I had durst, certain. 810 I wolde have carolled right fain. As man that was to dance right blithe. Than gone I loken oft sith. The shap, the bodies, and the shares. The countenance and the manners. Of all the folk that danced there. And I shall tell what they were. Full fair was mirth, full long and high. A fairer man I never sigh. As round as apple was his face. 820 Full rody and wit in every place. Fades he was and wel beside. With meatly mouth and yen grey. His nose by measure wrought full right. Crisp was his hair, and eke full bright. His shoudries of a large breed. And smalish in the girdle steed. He semed like a portraiture. So noble he was of his stature. So fair, so jolly, and so fades. 830 With limes wrought at point devies. Deliver, smirt, and of gret myght. Ne saw thou never man so lyght. Of bird unneath had he nothing. For it was in the first sprng. Full young he was, and merry of thought. And in sammet, with bridies wrought. And with gold beten full fadisly. His body was clad full richly. Wrought was his robe in strange guise. 840 And al toslighterd for quaintise. In many a place, low and high. And shod he was with gret maestry. With shoon decoped, and with loss. By Drury and by Salas. His leaf a rosin chaplet. Had mad, and on his heat it set. And white ye who was his leaf. Dame gladness there was hym so leaf. That singeth so wel with glad courage. 850 That from she was 12 year of age. She of her love grunt hym made. Sir mere the hair by the finger had. Dancing, and she hym also. Gret love was atwixt hem too. Boda were they fair and bright of hue. She semed like a rose new. Of color, and her flesh so tendre. That with a brere smale and slendra. Men myght it cleave, I dar wel same. 860 Here for heed, frounsels al plain. Bent were here browis too. Here yen grey and glad also. That laugh eden eye in here semblant. First were the mouth, by covenant. I not what of her nose describe. So fair hath no woman alive. Here was yellow and clear shwenwengi. I what no lady so liking. Of orphrase fresh was here girland. 870 I, which sayin have 1,000. Saw never, ywis, no gerland yet. So wel wrought of silk as it. And in an overgilt summit. Clad she was, by gret delete. Of which here leaf a robe word. The myrier she in here hurt furred. And next here went, on here other side. The god of love that can divide. Love, and as hym leaketh it be. 880 But he can churls daunton, he. And maken folkies pride fallen. And he can wel these lordies thrallen. And ladies put at low degra. One he may hem to p, r, out c. This god of love of his faceown was like no knave and equestrian. His beaut greatly was to price, but of his robe to devise. I dreed in comb bred for to be. 890 for not clad in silk was he, but all in flowers and in florets, and with lozenges and scotchowns, with brids, libards, and liowns, and other bees 'tis wrought full well. His garment was every dell portrayed and wrought with flowers, by divers meddling of colours. Flowers there were of many guise, 900 set by compass in a size. There lacked no flower, to my dom. Na not so moich as flower of Brom. Na violete, any eke provink. Na flower noon that man can unthink. And many a rose leaf full long was intermeddled theremong. And also on his head was set of roses reed a chapelet, but nightingales, a full gret root. 9-10 that flyin over his head aboot. The leaves fellden as they flyin. And he was all with brids ryan, with popinjay, with nightingale, with calandra, and with woadwale, with fnch, with lark, and with archangel. He seemed as he were an angel, that down were comin' fro heaving clare. Love had with Hym a bachelor, that he made allwise with Hym be. 920 sweet loking cleaped was he. This bachelor stod by holding the daunce, and in his hand holding Turk bows too had he. That owen of hem was of a tree, that bereth a fruit of savour wick. Full crooked was that foulée stick, and knotty here and there also, and black as berry or ony sloe. That other bow was of a plant, 930 without wem, I dar warranty. Full even and by proportion. TREATISE and long, of full good faceown. And it was painted wel and thwiten. And overall diapered and writen. With ladies and with bacheloresses. Full lightsome and glad of sherries. These bows too held sweet loking. That seemed like no gadling. And 10 broad arrows held he there. 940 of which 5 in his right hand were. But they were shaven wel and dight. Knocked and feathered right. And all they were with gold bygoon. And strange point every chun. And sharp for to curven well. But iron was their noon any steel. For al was gold, men myght at sea. Out take the feathers and the tree. The swiftest of these arrows 5. 950 out of a bow for to drive. And best feathered for to flee. And fairest eke, was cleped beauta. That other arrow, that hurteth less, was cleped, as I trow, simplesse. The thrid cleaped was franchise. That feathered was in noble wise. With valor and with courtesy. The fourthe was cleaped compagnie. That heavy for to she 10 ys. 960 but whoso sheddeth right, ywis. May there with doon gret harm and woe. The 5th of these and last also. Fair semblant men that arrow caille. The least grievous of hem alle. Yet can it make a full gret wound. But he may hope his sorries sound. That herd is with that arrow, ywis. His woe the bet bestowed is. For he may sonner have gladness. 970 his langour ought be the less. 5 arrows were of other guise. That ben full foulée to devise. For shaft and endy, soth for to tell. Were also black as fend in helle. The first of hem is called pride. That other arrow next Hym beside. It was cleaped villainy. That arrow was al with felony. Envenimed, and with spittus blame. 980 the thrid of hem was cleaped shame. The fourthe one hope cleaped is. The 5th, the new thought, ywis. These arrows that I speak of here were alle 5 on own manier. And alle were they resemblable. To hem was wel sitting and able. The foulée croaked bow hiatus. That naughty was an al roinus. That beau samid wel to shete. 990 these aroes 5 that ben unmeet. And contrary to that other 5. But though I tell not as blithe of her power any of her myght, hereafter shall I tell and write the sooth and eke signifiance, as fair as I have remembrance. All shall be side, I undertake. Ere of this book an end I make. Now come I to my tale again. 1000 but alder first I will you sane. The faceoun and the countenances of all the folk that on the dance is. The god of love, Jolliffe and lyght. Ladda on his hand a lady bright. Of high pris and of gret degra. This lady called was Beauta. As an arrow, of which I tolda. Full wel food was she hold. Ne she was dirkeny brune, but bright. 1010 and clear as the moon lyght. A jean whom all the stairs seemen. But smale candles, as we demon. Here flesh was tendre as dew of flower. Here share was simple as bird and boar. As whyt as lily or rose in ris. Here face, gentle and treatise. Fatis she was, and small to see. No windred browis had she. Ne popped here, for it ned not. 1020 to windra here or to paint here aught. Here tresses yellow and lunge stroughton. Unto here hellies down they rotten. Here nose, here mouth, and eye, and cheek. Wel wrought, and all the remanant eke. A full gret savour and a swote. Me toucheth in myn hurt wrote. As help me God, one I remember. Of the faceoun of every member. In world is noon so fair a white. 1030 for young she was, and hued bright. Sore plaisant, and fatis withal. Hente, and in her middle small. Beside Beauta yet a riqueza. An high lady of gret noblesse. And gret of pris in every place. But whoso durst to her trace base. Or till her folk, in word or deedy. He were full hardy, out of dreed. For Boda she help and hindra may. 1040 and that is not of yesterday. That riche folk have full gret myght. To help and eke to grieve a wyght. The best and the greatest of valor. Diden riches full gret honor. And Bessie wearin here to serve. For that they wolda here love deserve. They cleaped here lady, gret and small. This wide world here dreadeth all. This world is all in here donger. 1050, here court hath many a lozenger. And many a traitor envious. That ben full Bessie and curious. For to dispreason and to blame. That best deservin love and name. By for the folk, hem to vigilin. These lozengerous hem praise and smilin. And thus the world with word anointin. And afterward they prick and pointin. The folk write to the bare boon. 1060 behind her bach when they ben goon. And foule abate the folkies pris. Full many a worthy man and wis. An hundred, have, they, due to die. These lozengers thorough flattery. Have made folk full strange be. Their hem ought be prive. Wel evil mote they thrive and thee. And evil arrived mote they be. These lozengers, full of envy. 1070 no good man loveth her company. Riqueza a robe of purple on had. Ne trow not that I lie or mad. For in this world is noon at lich. Ne by 1,000 deals so riche. Ne noon so fair. For it full well. With orphrase laid was every deal. And portrayed in the ribboninges. Of duke stories, and of kinges. And with a bend of gold tasseled. 1080 and nappies fine of gold ameld. A bud here neck of gentle entail. Was shet the riche chevasail. In which there was full gret plant. Of stones clear and bright to see. Riches a girdle had upon. The bocal of it was of a stun. Of virtue gret and mochel of myght. For whoso bar the stun so bright. Of venom durst hym nothing doet. 1090 while he the stun had hym aboot. That stun was gretly for to love. And till a riche man's byhove. Worth all the gold in Rome and Frise. The mordaunt wrought in noble wise. Was of a stun full precious. That was so foon and virtuous. That whole a man it could make. Of palacy and toothache. And yet the stun had such a grace. 1100 that he was sicker in every place. All thilk day, not blyndy to ben. That fasting might that stun seen. The bars were of gold full foon. Upon a tissue of satin. Full heavy, gret, and nothing lyght. In eve rich was a besant white. Upon the tresses of richesse. Was set a circle, for noblesse. Of brand gold that full light shone. 1110 so fair, tro I, was never noon. But he were cunning, for the nunnies. That could devise all the stonies. That in that circle she won clear. It is a wonder thing to hear. For no man could praise or jest. Of hem the value or richesse. Rubies there were, sapphires, jagounces. And emeralds, more than 2 ounces. But all by for, full sodily. 1128 foon charbuncle set saw I. The stun so clear was and so bright. That, also soon as it was nyght. Men might seem to go, for need. A mile or 2 in length and breed. Sich lyght sprang out of the ston. That richesse wonder bright shone. Boda here heed and all here face. And eke a but here al the place. Dame richesse on here hond gone lead. 1130 a young man full of semele heed. That she best loved of ony thing. His lust was mych in householding. In clothing was he full fadis. And loved well to have or of pris. He wendy to have reproved be. Of theft or mordre if that he had in his stable ony hakeny. And therefore he desired I to be acquainted with richesse. 1140 for all his purpose, as I guess. Was for to make gret dispense. Without warning or defense. And richesse myght it wel sustain. And here dispense well maintain. And hym always sich plent send. Of gold and silver for to spend. Without lacking or donger. As it were poured in a garner. And after on the dance went. 1150 largesse, that setteth al here on taunt. For to be honorable and free. Of Alexander's kyn was she. Here most joy was, ywis. One that she yaff and seed, have this. Not avarice, the foule caitiff. Was half to gripe so attentive. As largesse is to yev and spend. And God enough all we here send. So that the more she yaff oi. 1160 the more, ywis, she had alwe. Gret loose hath largesse and gret pre. For boda, wis, folk and unwise. Were wholly to hear bond and brought. So wel with yifts hath she wrought. And if she had an enemy. I trow that she could tristily. Make hym full sun her freen to be. So large of yift and free was she. Therefore she stod in love and grace. 1170 of riche and pover in every place. A full gret fool is he, ywis. That both a riche and nygard is. A lord may have no manner vice. That graveth more than avarice. For nygard never with strength of hand. May win gret lordship or London. For friendis all to few hath he. To doon his will performed be. And whoso wole have friendis here. 1180 he may not hold his tracear dear. For by ensample I tell this. Right as an adamant, iwis. Can draw into hym sottily. The iron that is laid thurby. So draweth folks her 'tis, wis. Silver and gold that yevon is. Largesse had on a robe fresh. Of riche purple sarcinesh. Wel formed was her face and clear. 1190 and opened had she her choler. For she right there had in present. Unto a lady mad present. Of a gold brooch, full Wel wrought. And certes, it missed her not. For thorough here smock, wrought with silk. The flesh was seen as wit as mylk. Largesse, that worthy was and wis. Hilled by the hand a knyght of Pris. Was sib to art our of Bretagne. 1200 and that was he that bar the insane. Of worship and the gownfanown. And yet he is of sich renown. That men of Hym say ye fair things. By for barons, earls, and kinges. This knyght was comen all newly. Fro tourneyinge fast by. There had he done great chivalry. Thorough his virtue and his maestry. And for the love of his leman. 1210 he cast down many a doughty man. And next Hym danced Dame Franchise. Arrayed in full noble jice. She was not brune any dun of hue. But wit as snow fallen new. Her nose was wrought at point device. For it was gentle and treadise. With eye and glad, and brows bent. Here down to here Hellies went. And she was simple as dow von tree. 1220 full debonair of hurt was she. She durst never sayne any do. But that here longed to. And if a man were in distress. And for here love in heaviness. Here hurt wolde have full gret pite. She was so amiable and free. For were a man for here bestad. She wolde ben right sore edrad. That she died over gret outrage. 1230 but she Hym holp his harm to assuage. Here thought it else a villainy. And she had on a succonie. That not of hempine Heardis was. So fair was noon in all Eris. Lord, it was riddled fadisly. There nas, nat, a point, truly. That it nas in his right size. Full wel clothed was franchise. For there is no cloth sitteth bet. 1240 on damosel than doth roquette. A woman wel more fadis is. In roquette than in coat, wis. The white roquette, riddled fair. Bitokneth that full debonair. And sweet was she that it br. By here danced a bachelor. I cannot tell you what he hight. But fair he was and of good height. All had he be, I say no more. 1250 the lordly son of Windsor. And next that danced courtesy. That priest was of low and high. For neither proud any fool was she. She for to dance called me. I pray God ye've here right good grace. When I come first into the place. She was not nice any outrageous. But wis and war and virtuous. Of fair spesh and of fair answera. 1260 was never white missiad of here. She bar rancor to no white. Clear brune she was, and thirdo bright. Of face, of body avenant. I wot no lady so plaisant. She, were, worthy for to ben an empress or crowned queen. And by here went a knyght dancing. That worthy was in wel speaking. And full wel could he don honor. 1270 the knyght was fair and styf in stur. And in armure a semelly man. And wel by loved of his leman. Fair idleness than saw I. That always was me fast by. Of here have I, without fail. Told yow the shap and apparel. For, as I seed, Lou, that was she. That died to me so gret bount. That she the gate of the garden. 1280 undied and let me passen in. And after danced, as I guess. Youthe, fulfilled of lustiness. that nas not yet 12 year of age. With hurt wild and thought volage. Nice she was, but she any meant. Noon harmony slight in here on taunt. But only lust and jolite. For young folk, wel whiten ye. Have little thought but on her play. 1290 here lemon was beside alway. In sich a guise that he here kissed. At all at times that hym list. That all the daunts myght at sea. They make no force of private. For who spake of hem evil or well. They were ashamed never a del. But men myght seen him kiss there. As it two young doves were. For Yong was thilk bachelor. 1300 of Bute what I noon his pur. And he was right of sich an age. As you the his leaf, and sich courage. The lusty folk thus danced there. And also other that with hem were. That wherein Allah of her main. Full hen folk and wis and free. And folk of fair port, truly. There wherein Allah commonly. When I had seen the countenances. 1310 of hem that leden thus these dances. Than had I will to gone and see. The garden that so liked me. And loken on these fair laurels. On pin trees, cedrus, and oliveries. The dances than ended were. For many of them that danced there. Were with her loves when I. Under the trees to have her play. Lord, they lived lustily. 1320 a gret fool were he, psycherly. That nold, his thanks, such life lead. For this dar I sane, would have dreed. That whoso might so wel fare. For better life durst hym not care. For their nigh so good parodies. As to have a love at his device. Would of that place when I though. And in that garden gone I goo. Playing along full merrily. 1330 the god of love full hastily. Unto hym sweet loking clept. No langer wolde he that he kept. His bow of gold, that shone so bright. He bade hym bend, it, and nun ryght. And he full soon, it, set an endy. And at a braid he gone it bend. And talk hym of his arose 5. Full sharp and ready for to drive. Now God, that sitteth in Mageste. 1340 fro deedly wounds he keep me. If so be that he had me shet. For if I with his arrow meta. It had me grieved sore, I wheeze. But I, that nothing wist of this. Went up and down full many a way. And he me fold fast alway. But nowhere wold I rest me. Till I had in all the garden be. The garden was, by measuring. 1350 right even and square encompassing. It as long was as it was large. Of fruit had every tree his charge. But it were any highest tree. Of which there were 2 or 3. There were, and that what I full well. Of pomegarnetis a full gret del. That is a fruit full well to like. Namely to folk when they ben seeke. And trees there were, gret foisoun. 1360 that barren notes in her seasound. Such as men notemigas kaye. That swode of savor ben wit halley. And alamandras gret plent. Figes, and many a date tree. There wexen, if men had need. Thorough the garden in length and breed. There was eke wexing many a spice. As clogeloffer and licorice. Gingebre and grain de Paris. 1370 cannel and seatwale of pris. And many a spice delightable. To eaten one men rise fro table. And many homely trees there were. That peches, coins, and apples beer. Medlars, plums, purries, chestines. Cherries, of which many ewan fain is. Notes, ales, and bolus. That for to seen it was salas. With many high laurel and pyn. 1380 was ringed clean all that garden. With cypress and with oliviers. Of which that nygh no plenty here is. There were elms Greta and Strange. Maples, ash, oak, asp, plains lunge. Foon ew, poplar, and lins fair. And other trees full many a pair. What should I tell you more of it? There were so many trees yet. That I should al in combred be. 1390 ere I had reckoned every tree. These trees were set, that I devise. One from another, in a size. 5 fathom or 6, I trow so. But they were high and great also. And for to keep out wel the sun. The crops were so thick ron. And every branche in other net. And full of green leaves set. That son myght their non descend. 1400 lest, it, the tender grasses shende. Their myght men does and rose se. And of squirrels full great plenty. From bow to bow alway lepinge. Conies there were also playinga. That comen out of her clappers. Of sundry colours and manners. And maiden many a tourneying. Upon the fresh grass sprng. In places saw I wells there. 1410 in which there no frogs were. And fair in shadow was every welly. But I any can the nombre tell. Of stremies small that by Devis. Mirth had dawn come through condies. Of which the water in renning. Gone make a noise full lykwng. About the brinks of these wells. And by the streams over all els. Sprang up the grass, as thick set. 1420 and soft as any veluet. On which men myght his lemon lay. As on a featherbed to play. For the earth was full soft and sweet. Through moisture of the welly wheat. Sprung up the soat green gra. As fair, as thick, as Mr. was. But Moshe mended at the place. That earth was of such a grace. That it of flowers hath plenty. 1430 that boda in summer and winter be. There sprang the violet al new. And fresh pervink, reach of hue. And flowers yellow, white, and reed. Such plenty grew there never in mead. Full gay was al the ground, and quaint. And poudred, as men had it paint. With many a fresh and sundry flower. That casten up full good savour. I will not lunge hold you in fable. 1440 of al this garden delectable. I mot my tange stint in need. For I any may, withouten dreed. Not tell en you the beaut al. Na hath the bount therewithal. I went on right hand and on left. About the place. It was nat left. Till I had, in, al the garden ben. In the estres that men might sen. And thus while I went in my play. 1450 the god of love me followed I. Right as an hunter can abide. The beast, till he seeth his tide. To she ten at good mes to the der. One that hym nay death go no na. And so befile, I rested me. Besides a wel, under a tree. Which tree in France men call a pyn. But sit the time of kwng pepin. Ne grew their tree in man's sight. 1460 so fair, any so wel walks in height. In al that yard so high was none. And springing in a marble stone. Had nature set, the south to tell. Under that pwan tree a welly. And on the border, al without. Was written in the stone abut. Letters small that say den thus. Here starf the fair Narcissus. Narcissus was a bachelor. 1470 that love had caught in his danger. And in his net gone hym so strain. And dyd him so to weep and plain. That need him must his life forego. For a fair lady that hight echo. Him loved over any creature. And gone for hym such pain endure. That on a time she him tolda. That if he her love annulled. That her behoved neds die. 1480 there lay none other remedy. But nathlys for his beaut. So fires and dongerous was he. That he nold Granton here asking. For wepping any for fair praying. And when she heard hym wern, her, sue. She had in hurt so gret woo. And took it in so gret dispit. That she, without more respite. Was deed anun. But she died. 1490 full piteously to God she prayed. That proud-hearted Narcissus. That was in love so dongerous. Myght on a day ben hampered so. For love, and ben so hoot for woo. That never he myght to joy attain. And that he shoulda feel in every vein. What sorrow true lovers maken. That ben so villainsly forsaken. This prayer was but reasonable. 1500 therefore God held it firm and stable. For Narcissus, shortly to tell. By a venture calm to that welly. To rest hym in that shadowing. A day when he calm fro hunting. This Narcissus had suffered pains. For renning all day in the plains. And was for thirst in great distress. Of heat and of his weariness. That had his breath almost binamen. 1510 when he was to that welly comen. That shadowed was with branches green. He thought of thilk water shen. To drink, and fresh hymwel with hally. And down on knees he gone to fall. And forth his head and neck he straught. To drinken of that welly a draught. And in the water anun was seen. His nose, his mouth, his yen sheen. And he thereof was all abashed. 1520 his own shadow had hym bytrashed. For well wendy he the for me see. Of a child of gret beaut. Well cuth. Love hym reek though. Of donger and of pride also. That Narcissus sometime hym beer. He quit hym well his gerdounder. For he mused so in the welly. That, shortly all the suth to tell. He loved his own shadow sue. 1530 that at last he starved for woo. For when he saw that he his will. Myght in no manner way fulfill. And that he was so fast caught. That he hym cuth. Comfort not. He lost his wit right in that place. And deed within a little space. And thus his werasound he took. For the lady that he forsook. Ladies, I pray and sample talketh. 1540 ye that a jeans your love mistaketh. For if her death be yow to white. God can full well your while quite. When that this lettre of which I tell. Had taught me that it was the welly. Of Narcissus in his beaut. I gone anun withdraw me. When it fell in my remembrance. That hym bidded such mischance. But at the last than thought I. 1550 that Scathles, full psycherly. I myght unto the welly goo. Whereof shoulda I abashen sue. And down I lutted for to see. The clear water in the stun. And eke the gravel, which that shoon. Down in the botmy as silver foon. For of the well this is the foon. In world is noon so clear of hue. 1560 the water is ever fresh and new. That whelmeth up with wawies bright. The mountains of 2-finger height. Abu 10 it is gra sprng. For moist so thick and wel liking. That it any may in winter die. No more than may the sea be dry. Down at the botmy set saw I. 2 crystal stonies craftily. In thilk fresh and fair welly. 1570 but o thing softly dar I tell. That ye wole hold a gret merveil. When it is told, withouten fail. For when the son, clare in sight. Cast in that well his bamy sprite. And that the heat descended is. Than taketh the crystal stun, iwis. Again the son an hundred hues. Blue, yellow, and red, that fresh and new is. Yet hath the marvelous crystal. 1580 such strength that the place over all. Both a flower and tree and leaves green. And all the yerd in it is seen. And for to dawn you to understand. To make an sample wole I fond. Ryght as a mirror openly. She with all thing that standeth thereby. As well the colour as the figure. Withouten ony coverture. Right so the crystal stun shwen g. 1590 withouten ony deceiving. The estries of the yerd accuseth. To hym that in the water museth. For evere, in which half that he be. He may well half the garden se. And if he turn, he may right well. Send the ROMAUNT every dell. For there is noon so little thing. So hid, any closet with shitting. That it any is senna, as though it were. 1600 painted in the crystal there. This is the mirror perilous. In which the proud Narcissus saw all his face fair and bright. That made hym sith to liga upright. For whoso loketh in that mirror, there may nothing ben his soaker. That he and he shall there send something. That shall hym lead into loving. Full many worthy man hath it. 1610 blent, for folk of greatest wit. Ben sun caught here and awaited. Withouten respite ben they baited. Here cometh to folk of new rage. Here chongeth many white courage. Here lith no red any with thirto. For Venus sown, dawn Cupido. Hath sown there of love the seed. That help any lith their noon, any red. So circleth it the welly abut. 1620 his gins hath he set without. Ryght for to cache in his panters. These demoiselles and bachelors. Love will noon other brid, cache. Though he set either net or lacche. And for the seed that here was sown. This welly is clepid, as well is known. The welly of love, of very right. Of which there hath full many a wight. Spoken in bookies diversely. 1630 but they shall never so verily. Description of the welly here. Ne eke the south of this mateer. As ye shall, when I have undue. The craft that here bylongeth to. Alway me liked for to dwell. To send the crystal in the welly. That she wide me full openly. 1,000 things fast by. But I may say, in sorry hour. 1640 stowed I to loken or to pour. For sit hen, have, I sore seekade. That mirror hath me now entriked. But had I first known in my wit. The virtue and, the strength of it. I know'd not have mused there. Me had bet ben elsewhere. For in the snare I fell anon. That hath bytrashed many un. In filk mirror saw I though. 1650 among 1,000 things imo. A roser charged full of rosies. That with an heggy abut enclose is. Though had I sich lust and envy. That for paries any for pavy. Nold I have left to goon and see. Their greatest hep of roses be. When I was with this rage hent. That caught hath many a man enchant. Toward the roser gone I go. 1660 and when I was not fair therefro. The savour of the roses swote. Me smot right to the hurtrote. As I had all embalmed be. And if I any had endoubted me. To have been hadded or assailed. My thankies, wolde I not have failed. To pool a rose of all that root. To burn in myn hondabut. And smell unto it where I went. 1670 but ever I dread me to repent. And lest it gravid or fort hot. The Lord that thilk garden wrought. Of roses there were gret wone. So fair wax never in Rhone. Of knops claws some saw I there. And some wel better waxen were. And some there ben of other moisoun. That drow nygh to her sea sound. And sped hem fast for to spreed. 1680 I love well sich roses read. For broad roses and open also. Ben passed in a day or two. But nops will, al, fresh be. 2 days, at lowest, or thre. The nops greatly liked me. For fairer may there no man se. Whoso myght have uun of ale. It ought hym ben full leaf wit hally. Might I, a, Gerland of Hemgieten. 1690 for no rick hessa I wolde at Leeten. Among the nops I cheese uun. So fair that of the remanant noon. Ne prise I half so well as it. When I avis it in my wit. For it so well was enlummened. With colour read, and, as well find. As nature could. It make fair. And it hath leaves wel four pair. That kinda hath set, thorough his knowing. 1700 about the reed roses sprwengung. The stalk was as reach right. And therein stod the knop upright. That it any bow-eyed upon no side. The swote smell sprong so wide that it died all the place about. Fragment B. When I had smelled the savour swote. No will had I fro thence yet goo. Bought some del near it when I though. To take it, but myn hond, for dreed. 1710 ne dorst I to the rose bead. For thestiles sharp, of many manners. Net less. Thorns, and hooked burrs. For mich they distorbled me. For sore I drad to harmed be. The god of love, with bow bent. That all day set had his talent. To pursuin and to spyin me. Was standing by a fige tree. And when he saw ho that I. 1720 had chosen so intentifly. The bawtown, more unto my pay. Than ony other that I say. He talk in a row full sharply wet. And in his bow when it was set. He straight up to his air drow. The stronge bow that was so tough. And shet att me so wonder smirt. That thorough myn ye unto myn hurt. The takel smot, and depay it went. 1730 and therewithal such cold me hent. That under clothes warm and soft. Sit hen that day I have chivered oft. When I was hurt thus, in, a, stound. I fell down plat unto the ground. Myn hurt failed and fainted I. And lunge time ace when I lay. But when I come out of swoning. And had wit and my feeling. I was all mot, and wendy full well. 1740 of blood have Lorena full gret del. But certes, the arrow that in me stod. Of me ne drew no drop of blood. For why I found my wound all dray. Than talk I with myn hondis twy. The arrow, and full fast out it plight. And in the pooling sore I sight. So at the last the shaft of tree. I drow out with the feathers thre. But yet the hooked heed, wis. 1750 the which, that, biuta cowlid is. Gone so depay in myn hurt passé. That I it might not eris. But in myn hurt still it stod. Al bled I not a drop of blood. I was boda anguisus and trouble. For the peril that I saw double. I nist what to say ye or do. Negita leche my wundies to. For neither third Griani wrote. 1760 ne had I help of hope any boat. But to the bawtown of Ermo. Myn hurt drew, for all my woe. My thought was in noon other thing. For had it been in my keeping. It wold have brought my life again. For certes evenly, I dar wel sane. The sight only and the savour. Alleged mich of my langar. Than gone I for to draw me. 1770 toward the bawtown fair to se. And love had geet hym, in a throw. Another arrow into his bow. And for to shet a gone hym dress. The arrow's name was Simplesse. And when that love gone nygh me near. He drow it up, withouten were. And shed at me with all his myght. So that this arrow a nunright. Thorghout, myn, a, as it was found. 1780 into myn hurt hath mad a wound. Than I anun died al my craft. For to drawen out the shaft. And therewithal I sighed eft. But in myn hurt the heed was left. Which I anchor my desir. Unto the bawtown drawn now. And evermo that me was woo. The more desir had I to goo. Unto the roser, where that grew. 1790 the fresh bawtown so bright of hew. Beter me were to have laden be. But it by hovid neds me. To dawn right as myn hurt bad. For ever the body must be lad. After the hurt, in wheel and woo. Of force togadra they must goo. But never this archer wold a fain. To shed at me with all his pain. And for to make me to hym meet. 1800 the thrid a row he gone to shed. When best his time he myghtsb. The which was named courtesy. Into myn hurt it died of ale. Ace one I fell boda deed and pale. Long time I lay and stirred not. Till I abrade out of my thought. And fast than I aviced me. To draw out the shaft of tree. But ever the heed was left behind. 1810 for aught I could. Pool or wind. So sore it sticked when I was hit. That by no craft I myght it flit. But anguisus and full of thought. I felt sich woo my wound I wrought. That summoned me alway to goo. Toward the rose that pleased me sue. But I any durst in no manner. Because the archer was so now. For evermore gladly, as I read. 1820 Brent child of fur hath my streed. And, certes yet, for all my pain. Though that I sigh yet arwis rain. And ground quarrels sharp of steel. Na for no pain that I myght feel. Yet myght I not myself withhold. The fair roser to behold. For love me yav sich hardment. For to fulfill his commandment. Upon my fate I rose up then. 1830 feeble as a forewounded man. And forth to gone, my myght I set. And for the archer nold I let. Toward the roser fast I drow. But thorns sharp emo then enow. There were, and also thistles thick. And burrs, brim for to prick. That I in might geek grace. The row thorns for to passe. To send the roses fresh of hue. 1840 I must abide, though it me row. The hegia but so thick was. That close-eyed the roses encompass. But oh thing liked me right well. I was so nyght, I might fell. Of the bawtown the swote odor. And also se the fresh color. And that right greatly liked me. That I so near mighted se. Sich schwa nun thereof had I. 1850 that I forgat my malady. To sen I had sich delete. Of sorway and anger I was al quit. And of my wounds that I had thor. For nothing liken me myght more. Then dwellen by the roser I. And thens never to passe away. But when a while I had be thar. The god of love, which al tosher. Myn hurt with his arwis keen. 1860 casteth hym to yev me woundies green. He shed at me full hastily. An arway named company. The wish takel is full able. To make these ladies merciable. Than I anun gone chongan hue. For grevance of my wound knew. That I again fell in swoning. And sighed sore in complaining. Sure I complained that my sore. 1870 on me gone greven more and more. I had noon hope of allegiance. So nygh I drow to desperance. I wrought of death any of life. Whether that love wolde me dryf. Yf me a martyr wolde he make. I myght his power not forsake. And while for anger thus I walk. The god of love and a row talk. Full sharp it was and pugnant. 1880 and it was cowlid fair semblant. The which in no wise wole consent. That ony lover hym repent. To serve his love with hurt and alle. For ony peril that may befall. But though this our way was keen ground. As ony rassar that is found. To cut and curve, at the point. The God of love it had anoint. With a precious ointment. 1890 Somdel to Yevalegment. Upon the wounds that he had. To help her sores. And to cure. And that they may the bet endure. But yet this our way, without more. Made in myn hurt a large sore. That in full gret pain I abode. But I the ointment went abroad. Thorg hout my wounds large and wide. 1900 it spread aboot in every side. Thorough whose virtue and whose myght. Myn hurt joyful was and light. I had been deed and altashant. But for the precious ointment. The shaft I drow out of the our way. Roking for were right wonder narway. But the heed, which made me smirt. Left behind in myn hurt. With other foor, I dar wl say. 1910 that never wole be take away. But the ointment helped me wl. And yet sich soreway died I fell. That all day I chonged hue. Of my wounds fresh and new. As men myghtse in my visage. The arwis were so full of rage. So variant of diversity. That men in evrich might see. Boda gret ennui and eke sweatness. 1920 and joie maint with bitterness. Now were they sae, now were they wod. In hem I felt boda harm and good. Now sore without alegment. Now softening with ointment. It soft need here and pricketh there. Thus essay and anger togadra were. The God of love deliverly. Calm lapanda to me hastily. And seed to me in gret rape. 1930 yelled thee, for thou may not escape. May no defense avail thee here. Therefore I read make no donger. If thou wilt yelda thee hastily. Thou shalt rather have mercy. He is a fool in psycherness. That with donger or stoutness. Rebelleth there that he shoulda please. In sich folly is light essay. Be meek where thou must needies bow. 1940 to strive a gene is not t prow. Calm at oons, and have I do. For I wool that it be sue. Than yelled thee here debonairly. And I answered full humbly. Gladly, sir, at your bidding. I wole me yelda in a thing. To your service I will me take. For God defend that I shoulda make. A gene your bidding resistance. 1950 I wole not don so great offense. For if I died, it were no skyle. Ye may do with me what ye will. Save or spill, and also slew. Fro you in no wise may I go. My life, my death is in your hand. I may not last out of your bond. Plain at your lwst I yelled me. Hoping in hurt that sometime ye. Comfort and essays shall me send. 1960 or Ellis, shortly, this is the end. Withouten helda I dur. But if ye take me to your cure. Comfort or helda how should I have? Sith ye me hurt, but ye me save. The helda of love mot be found. Whereas they token first or wound. And if ye lwst of me to make. Your prisoner, I will it take. Of hurt and will, fully at gree. 1970 holy and plain why yelda me. Without feigning or feintise. To be governed by your emprise. Of you I hear so much pre. I wole ben hul at your davies. For to fulfill your lykng. And repent for nothing. Hoping to have yet in some tide. Mercy of that I abide. And with that covenant yelda I me. 1980 anun, down kneeling upon my knee. Proffering for to kiss his feet. But for nothing he wolde, me, let. And seed, I love thee boda and prees. Send that thyn onswart doth me ease. For thou answer it so courteously. For now I what wel utterly. That thou art gentle by spech. For though a man fair wolde sesh. He shoulde not finden, in certain. 1990 no sich answer of no villian. For sich a word any might not. Issy out of a villain's thought. Thou shalt not lessen of spech. For, to, thy helping wole I esh. And eke increasen that I may. But first I wole that thou obey. Fully, for thyn avantage. Anun to do me here homage. And sith kiss thou shalt my mouth. 2000 which to no villain was never cuth. For to approach it, any for to touche. For soft of sherlease I any vouch. That they shall never nay it near. For courteous and of fair manere. Well taught and full of gentleness. He must bend that shall me kiss. And also of full high franchise. That shall attain to that emprise. And first of o thing warn I thee. 2010 that pain and gret adversite. He mot endure, and eke travail. That shall me serve, withouten fail. But there genes thee to comforte. And with service to deport. Thou mayst full glad and joyful be. So good a maester to have as me. And lord of so high renown. I bear of love the gonfanown. Of courtesy the bannier. 2020 for I am of the sylph manere. Jaunty, courteous, meek, and fre. That whoever attentive be. Me to honour, do't, and serve. And also that he hym observe. Fro trespass and fro villainy. And hym govern in courtesy. With will and with intention. For when he first in my prison is caught, then must he utterly. 2030 fro thenceforth full bisily. Cast hym gentle for to be. If he desire help of me. Anun withouten more delay. Withouten donger or affray. I become his man anun. And gafhym thanks many a un. And me lied down with hondis joint. And made it in my port full quaint. The joy went to myn hurt wrote. 2040 when I had kissed his mouth so swote. I had sich mirth and sich liking. It cured me of languishing. He asked of me than hostages. I have, he said, taken feel homages. Of one another, where I have been. Deceived oft, withouten one. These fellows, full of falsight. Have many siths beguiled me. And thorough falsed her lust achieved. 2050 whereof I repent and am aggrieved. And I hem geed in my donger. Her falsheed shall they be folder. But for I love thee, I see thee plain. I will of thee be more certain. For thee so sore I wole now bind. That thou away and shalt not wind. For to denyen the covenant. Or dawn that is not avenant. That thou were fouls it were gret reuth. 2060 sit thou semest so full of truth. Sire, if thee lwst to understand. I mervail thee asking this demand. For why or wherefore shoulde ye? Ostages or borwies ask of me. Or ony other sycerness. Sith ye what, in soft fastness. That ye have me susprised so. And whole myn hurt taken me fro. That it wole do for me nothing. 2070 but if it be at your bidding. Myn hurt is yours, and myn right not. As it behoveth, in deedy and thought. Ready in all to warche your will. Whether so turn to good or ill. So sore it lusteth you to please. No man thereof may you decease. Ye have therein set sich justice. That it is wearied in many wise. And if ye did it nold obey. 2080 ye may thereof do make a kai. And hold it with you for hostage. Now, certes, this is noon outrage. Quat love, and fully I accord. For of the body he is full lord. That hath the hurt in his tresser. Outrage it were to ask in more. Than of his almoner he drow. A little kai, fadis ino. Which was of gold polished clear. 2090 and see to me, with this kai here. Thyn hurt to me now wole I shet. For all my jewels, loke and net. I bind under this litel kai. That no wight may carry away. This kai is full of gret poest. With which anon he touch-eyed me. Under the side full softly. That he myn hurt soddingly. Without ono he had spurred. 2100 that yet right not it hath me deared. When he had done his will allot. And I had putty hym out of dut. Sire, I seed, I have right gret will. Your lust and plaisance to fulfill. Loki my service take it gree. By thilk fight ye owe to me. I say ye not for recroondise. For I not did of your service. But the servant travelleth in vain. 2110 that for to servant doth his pain. Unto that Lord, which in no wise can hym no thank for his service. Love seed, dismay thee not. Sin thou for succor hast me sought. In thank t service will I take. And high of degra I will thee make. If wickedness any hinder thee. But, as I hope, it shall not be. To worship no wight by aventure. 2120 may come, but if he pain endure. Abide and suffer thy distress. That hurteth now, it shall be less. I what myself what may thee save. What medicine thou woldest have. And if troth to me thou keep. I shall unto thy helping eke. To cure thy wounds and make hem clean. Whereso they be old or green. Thou shalt be holpen, at wardis few. 2130 for certainly thou shalt well shew. Where that thou servest with good will. For to completion and fulfill. My commandamentis, day and nyght. Wish I to lovers yev of right. A sire, for God this love, seed I. Ere ye passe hens, intentifly. Your commandamentis to me ye say. And I shall keep hem, if I may. For hem to keepen is all my thought. 2140 and if so be I what hem not. Than may I, unwittingly. Wherefore I pray you enter early. With all myn hurt, me to lear. That I trespasse in no manere. The God of love than charged me. Anon, as ye shall hear and see. Word, by right emprise. So as the romance shall devise. The maester lesseth his time to lear. 2150 when that the disciple will not hear. It is but vain on hym to swink. That on his learning will not think. Whoso lust love, lat hym ontend. For now the romance beginneth to amond. Now is good to hear, in fay. If only be that can it say. And point it as the resound is. Set, for other gate, ywis. It shall not well in alle thing. 2160 be brought to good understanding. For a reader that pointeth isle. A good sentence may oft spill. The book is good at the ending. Mad of new and lusty thing. For whoso will the ending hear. The craft of love he shall now lear. If that ye will so long abide. Till I this romance may unhide. And undo the significance. 2170 of this drem into romance. The soft fastness that now is hid. Without coverture shall be kid. When I undone have this dreaming. Wherein no word is of lessing. Villainy, at the beginning. I wole, said love, over alle thing. Thou leave if thou wolt, not, be. Fouls, and trespasse agines me. I curse and blame generally. 2180 all hem that love and villainy. For villainy McKeith villain. And by his deddies a churl is sane. Thys villains arn withouten pity. Friendship, love, and all bount. Inyl receive unto my service. Hem that bend the lanes of emprise. But understand in thyn intent. That this is not myn intendment. To cleep no white in no ages. 2190 only gentle for his lineages. But whoso is virtuous. And in his port not outrageous. When situan thou sayest thee byforn. Though he be not gentle born. Thou mayst well sayne, this is in soth. That he is jaunty by cause he doth. As longeth to a gentleman. Of hem noon other demi I can. For certainly, withouten dreed. 2200 a churl is demied by his deedy. Of high or low, as we may see. Or of what can read that he be. Ne say not, for noon evil will. Thing that is to holden still. It is no worship to missy. Thou mayst in sample take of key. That was sometime, for missying. Hated Boda of old and ing. As fair as Gauyan, the worthy. 2210 was praised for his courtesy. K was hated, for he was fell. Of word disputous and cruel. Wherefore be wise and acquaintable. Goodly of word, and reasonable. Boda to less and eke to mere. And when thou comest there men are. Look that thou have in custom I. First to salue hem, if thou may. And if it fall that of hem psalm. 2220 salue thee first, be not dumb. But quite hem courteously anon. Without abiding, they goon. For nothing eke thy tongue apply. To speak wordis of ribaudery. To villain spech in no degra. Lat never t lip unbounden be. For I not hold hym, in good faith. Courtees, that foule wordis seeth. And alla women serve and praise. 2230 and to thy power her honor reese. And if that oni missayer. Despise women, that thou mayst hear. Blame hym, and bid hym hold hym still. And, set, thy myght and all thy will. Women and ladies for to please. And to do thing that may hem essay. That they ever speak good of thee. For so thou mayst best praised be. Loke fro pride thou keep thee wel. 2240 for thou mayst Boda perceive and fell. That pride is Boda folly and sin. And he that pride hath hym within. Ne may his hurt in no wise. Meeken any supplend to service. For pride is found in every part. Contrary unto love's art. And he that loveth, truly. Shulda hym conteen jolily. Without pride in sundry wise. 2250 and hym disgisen in quaintise. For quaint array, without dreed. Is nothing proud, who talketh heda. For fresh array, as men may see. Withouten pride may oft be. Maintain thyself after rent. Of robe and eke of garment. For many sith fair clothing. A man amendeth in mysh thing. And look alwe that they be shape. 2260 what garment that thou shalt make. Of hym that can best do. With all that pertaineth thereto. Pointis and sleeves be well satanned. Right and stret on the hand. Of shan and bawdies, new and fair. Look at the Lewis thou have a pair. And that they sit so fetusly. That these rude may utterly. Mervale, sit that they sit so plain. 2270 how they come on or off a jean. Were strike gloves with almoner. Of silk, and alwe with good share. Thou yev, if thou have riqueza. And if thou have not, spend the less. Alwe be merry, if thou may. But waste not tea good alway. Have had of flowers as fresh as May. Chapelet of roses of Whitsunday. For sich array any costeth but light. 2280 thyn hondis wash, thy teeth make white. And let no filth upon thee be. Thy nails black if thou mayst see. Void it awe deliverly. And kem thyn he'd right jolily. Fard not t visage in no wise. For that of love is not th emprise. For love doth haten, as I find, a beaut that cometh not of kinda. Alway in hurt I read thee. 2290 Glad and merry for to be, and be as joyful as thou can. Love hath no joy of sorrowful man. That Avel is full of courtesy, that laugheth in his malady. For ever of love the sickness is maned with sweet and bitterness. The sore of love is marvellous. For now the lover is joyous. Now can he plain, now can he groan. 2300 Now can he singeon, now maken moan. Today he plaineth for heaviness. Tomorrow he playeth for jolliness. The life of love is full contrary, which stoundamiel can oft vary. But if thou canst mere this make, that men in gri wole gladly take. Do it goodly, I command thee. For men shoulda, wheresoever they be, do thing that hem sitting is. 2310 For thereof cometh good loose and pre, whereof that thou be virtuous. Ne be not strange any dongerous. For if that thou good ridder be, prike gladly, that men may see. In arms also if thou con, pursue till thou a name hast won. And if t voice be fair and clear, thou shalt maken, no, gret donger. When to sing they goodly pray. 2320 It is t worship for t obey. Also to you it longeth I, to harp and gittern, dance and play. For if he can wel foot and dance, it may hym greatly do avance. Among eke, for thy lady sake, songes and complaints that thou make. For that wole meven in here hurt, when they readin of thy smirt. Loke that no man for scarce thee hold. 2330 For that may grieve thee manyfold. Resound wole that a lover be, in his yifts more large and fre, than churls that ben not of loving. For who thereof can ony thing, he shall be leaf I for to yev. In love's lore whoso wolde leave, for he that thorough a sodine sight, or for a kyssyng, a nunright. Yav who'll his hurt in will and thought. 2340 And to himself keepeth right not. After, switch, gift, it is good resound. He yev his good in a bandown. Now wool I shortly here rehearse. Of that I have sighed in verse. Al the sentence by and by. In wordis few compendiously. That thou the better mayst on him think. Whether so it be thou wake or wink. For the wordis lightel grieve. 2350 A man to keep, when it is breve. Whoso with love wole goon or ride. He mot be courteous, and void of pride. Merry, and full of jolight. And of largesse allosed be. First I join thee, here in penance. That evera, without repentance. Thou set thy thought in thy loving. To last without repenting. And think upon t mirthis sweet. 2360 That shall follow after, when ye meet. And for thou true to love shalt be. I wole, and command thee. That in place thou set, all who'll. Thyn hurt without halfen duel. Of treachery and psycherness. For I love eve nevere doubleness. To many his hurt that wole depart. Eve rich shall have but lightel part. But of hym dreed I me right not. 2370 That in place setteth his thought. Therefore in place it set. And ladded nevere thanes flet. For if thou yevest it in lenning, I hold it but a wretched thing. Therefore yev it hool and quit. And thou shalt have the more merit. If it be lent, then after soon. The bount and the thank is dune. But, in love, fre yeven thing. 2380 Requireth a gret gurdening. Yev it in yift al quit fully. And make t yift debonairly. For men that yift hold more dear. That yeven, is With gladsome share. That yift not to prisen is. That man yeveth maugre his. When thou hast yeven thyn hurt, as I have sighed thee here openly. Than avenches shall thee fall. 2390 which hard and heavy ben with hally. For oft one thou bethinkest thee. Of thy loving, whereso thou be. Fro folk thou must depart in high. That noon perceive malady. But hide thine harm thou must alone. And go forth soul, and make thy moan. Thou shalt know while be in o stat. But whilom cold and whilom hat. Now read as rose, now yellow and fade. 2400 such sorrow, I trow, thou never had. Quotidian any quartine. It is not so full of pain. For oftentimes it shall fall. In love, among thy pains alle. That thou thyself al holly. Forgotten shalt so utterly. That many times thou shalt be. Still as an image of tree. Dumb as a stone, without staring. 2410 of FOT or HOND, without speaking. Then, soon after all thy pain. To memory shalt thou come again. As man abashed wonder sore. And after sighing more and more. For wit thou wel, withouten one. In such a stat full oft have been. That have the evil of love essayed. Worthrough thou art so dismayed. After, a thought shall take the so. 2420 that thy love is to fare the fro. Thou shalt say, God. What may this be? That I anime my lady se. Myn hurt alone is to her go. And I abide al soul in woe. Departed from myn own thought. And with mine se right not. Alas, mine send I anime. My careful hurt to convey. Myn hurts jide but they be. 2430 I praise nothing, whatever they see. Shall they abide than? Nay. But gone and visiten without delay. That myn hurt desireth so. For certainly, but if they go. A fool myself I may wel hold. One inese what myn hurt wolde. Wherefore I will gone her to sen. Or eased shall I never ben. But I have some tokening. 2440 Then goest thou forth without dwelling. But oft thou failest of thy desire. Ere thou mayst come her any now. And wastest in vain passage. Than fallest thou in a new rage. For want of sight thou ginnest mourn. And homeward pensive thou dost return. In great mischief than shalt thou be. For than again shall come to thee. Sighs and plainties with new woo. 2450 That no ycchng pricketh sue. Who what it not, he may go lear. Of him that bien love so dear. Nothing thyn hurt appeasen may. That oft thou wilt goon and essay. If thou mayst seen, by aventure. Life's joy, thin hurt his cure. So that, by grace, if thou myght. A teen of higher to have a sight. Than shalt thou don noon other deedy. 2460 But with that sight thine eyen feed. That fair fresh when thou mayst see. Thine hurt shall so ravished be. That never thou woldest, thankies, leet. Ne remove for to see that sweet. The more thou sayest in soft fastness. The more thou covetest of that sweetness. The more thin hurt brenneth in fur. The more thin hurt is in desire. For who considereth every deal. 2470 It may be licked wonder well. The pain of love, unto a fair. For evermore thou mayest know. Thou, or whoso that it be. For very sooth I tell it thee. The hatter evere shall thou bren. As experience shall thee ken. Whereso, thou, comest in oni cust. Who is next fyr, he brenneth must. And yet for sooth, for all thin heat. 2480 Though thou for love swelt and sweet. No for nothing thou felon may. Thou shalt not willen to passen away. And though thou go, yet must thee need thank all day on her fair heat, whom thou behield with so good will, and hold thyself beguiled ill, that thou in hadst noon hardment to shew here aught of thyn intent. Thyn hurt full sore thou wilt despise. 2490 and eke reprieve of cowardice. That thou, so dull in everything, were dumb for dread, without speaking. Thou shalt eke thank thou didst folly, that thou were here so fast by, and durst not enter thee to say something ere thou came away. For thou hadst no more one to speak of here when thou begone. But yet she wolde, for thy sake, 2500 in arms goodly thee have take. It shoulde have be more worth to thee than of tracer gret plent. Thus shalt thou mourn and eke complain, and geet enchesound to goona jean, unto tea walk, or to tea place, where thou behield her fleshly face. And never, for foul suspicion, thou woldest find occasion for to gone unto higher house. 2510 So art thou than desirous a sight of here for to have, if thou thin honor mightest save, or ony erunde mightest make, teeter for tea love's sake. Full fain thou woldest, but for dread thou gost not, lest that men take heda. Wherefore I read, in tea going, and also in thyn a jean coming. Thou be well war that men any wit. 2520 Fain the other cause than it to go that way, or fast by. To wel is no folly. And if so be it hap thee, that thou tea love there mayst see, in sicker wise thou here sailu, wherewith tea colour wole transmue, and eke thy blood shall al tokwake. Thyn hue eke chongan for here sake. But word and wit, with share full pale, 2530 shall want for to tell thy tale. And if thou mayst so fare forth win, that thou resound durst begin, and woldest sain thre thin geese or mo, thou shalt full scarsely sain the two. Though thou bit hainke thee never so well, thou shalt foreat yet som del. But if thou deli with trachery, for fowls lovers mow all folly, saying, what hem lust, withouten dread. 2540 They be so double in her fall sheed. For they in hurt con think a thing, and sain another in her speaking. And when tea spesh is eended all, ryght thus to thee it shall befall. If ony word than come to mind, that thou to say ye hast left behind, then thou shalt bren in gret martyr. For thou shalt bren as ony fur. This is the stryf and eke the affray. 2550 And the battle that lasteth I. This bargain eend may never take. But if that she TPs will make. And when the nyght is comin, anon, 1,000 angress shall come upon. To bed as fast thou wilt thee dight, where thou shalt have but small delete. For when thou wanest for to sleep, so full of pain shalt thou crape, stirred in tea bed about full wide. 2560 And turn full oft on every side, now downward groff and now upright, and wallow in with a lunge nyght. Thine armies shalt thou spread a bread, as man in where were forwarade. Than shall thee come a remembrance of here shap and here semblance, whereto none other may be pair. And white thou wel, without were, that thee shall see me, sometime that nyght. 2570 That thou hast here that is so bright, naked between thine arms there, all soft fastness as though it were. Thou shalt make castles than in Spain, and dream of joy, all but in vain. And thee deli ten of right not, while thou so slumberest in that thought, that is so sweet and delightable, the which, in soth, nighs but fable, for it any shall know while last. 2580 Than shalt thou sigh and weep fast. And say, Dear God, what thing is this? My drem is turned all amies. Which was full sweet and apparent. But now I wake, it is al shent. Now yeta this merry thought away. 20 times upon a day. I wolda this thought wolda come agene. For it allegeth well my pain. It maketh me full of joyful thought. 2590 It sleth me, that it lasteth not. Lord. Ynyle ye me succor. The joy, I trow, that I languor. The death I wolda me shoulda slow. While I lie in here arms too. Myn harm is hard, withouten wane. My gret unease full oft I mean. But wolda love do so I myght. Have fully joy of here so bright. My pain were quit me richly. 2600 alas, to gret a thing ask I. Hit is but folly and wrong wenning. To ask so outrageous a thing. And whoso asketh followly. He mot be warned hastily. And I any what I may say. I am so fair out of the way. For I wolda have full gret liking. And full gret joy of lasse thing. For wolda she, of her gentleness. 2610 Without and more, me uanis kiss. It were to me a gret gerdown. Reallys of all my passion. But it is hard to come thirto. All is but folly that I do. So high I have myn hurt set. Where I may no comfort get. I wot not where I say ye well or not. But this I what wel in my thought. That it were better of here alone. 2620 For to stint my woo and moon. A lock on here I cast goodly. Than for to have al utterly. Of an other all who'll the play. Lord. Where I shall bide the day. That ever as she shall my lady be. He is full cured that may here see. God. When shall the dawning spring? To ligen thus is an angry thing. I have no joy thus here to ly. 2630 When that my love is not me by. A man to lion hath gret disease. Which may not sleep any rest in essay. I wolda it dawed, and were now day. And that the nyght were went away. For were it day, I wolda a prize. Slough son, shuthin in prize. Sped thee to spread thy beamy sprite. And chase the darkness of the nyght. To putty away the stound stronge. 2640 Wish in me lost 10 all to lunge. The nyght shalt thou conteen sue. Without rest, in pain and woo. If ever thou knew of love distress. Thou shalt now learn in that sickness. And thus enduring shalt thou ly. And rise on more way up early. Out of thy bed, and harness thee. Ere ever a dawning thou mayst see. All pryvyly than shalt thou goon. 2650 What wedger it be, this'll falun. For rain or hail, for snow, for slet. Teeter she dwelleth that is so sweat. The which may fall asleep be. And thinketh but little upon thee. Than shalt thou goon, full foule afeard. Loke if the gate be unspeared. And wait without in woo and pain. Full ivel a cold, in wind and rain. Than shall thou go the door by for. 2660 If thou mayst find ony score. Or hool, or reefed, whatever it were. Than shalt thou stoop and lay to air. If they within asleep be. I mean all save the lady free. Whom waking if thou mayst aspy. Go putty thiself in jeopardy. To ask grace, and thee by mean. That she may white, without wane. That thou, nyght no rest hast had. 2670 So sore for here thou were bystad. Woman wel ought pite to take. Of hem that sorwen for her sake. And loke, for love of that relic. That thou think knew nother like. For whom thou hast so gret annoy. shall kiss thee, thou go away. And hold that in full gret daint. And for that no man shall thee see. By for the house any in the way. 2680 Loke thou be goon a jean or day. Such coming and such going. Such heaviness and such waking. Macheath lovers, withouten ony wane. Under her clothes pale and lena. For love leveth colour any clearness. Who loveth true hath no fatness. Thou shalt wel by thyself see. That thou must needies assayed be. For men that shape hem other way. 2690 Foulsly her ladies for to betray. It is no wonder though they be fat. With false oaths her loves they gat. For oft I see such lozengures. Fatter than abatis or prias. Yet with o thing I thee charge. That is to say that thou be large. Unto the maid that here doth serve. So best here thank thou shalt deserve. Yev here yifts, and get here grace. 2700 For so thou may thank purchase. That she thee worthy hold and free. T lady, and all that may thee see. Also here servants worship I. And please as mych as thou may. Gret good thorough hem may come to thee. Because with here they ben prive. They shall here tell how they thee fand. Courteous, and wis, and well doned. And she shall prease well the mare. 2710 Lo could of lawn thou be not fair. And if such cause thou have that thee. By hoveth to gone out of country. Leave hool thin hurt in hostage. Till thou a jean make tea passage. Thank long to see the sweet thing. That hath thin hurt in here keeping. Now have I told thee in what wise. A lover shall do me service. Do it then, if thou wilt have. 2720 The meed that thou after crave. When love all this had boden me. I seed hym, sire, how may it be? That lovers may in such manere. Endure the pain ye have sighed here. I mervail me wonder fast. How ony man may live or last. In such pain and such brenning. In soreway and thought and such sighing. I unreleased woo to make. 2730 Whether so it be they sleep or wake. In such annoy continually. As help me God. This mervail I. How man, but he were mad of steel. Myght live a month, such pains to feel. The God of love than seed me. Friend, by the faith I owe to thee. May no man have good, but he it buy. A man loveth more tenderly. The thing that he hath bought most dear. 2740 For white thou well, withouten were. In thank that thing is taken more. For which a man hath suffered sore. Certes, no any may attain. Unto the sore of love's pain. Noon evil thirto any may amount. No more than a man, may, count. The drops that of the water be. For dry as well the Greek sea. Thou mightest as the harms tell. 2750 Of him that with love dwell. In service, for pain hem sleeth. And yet ec man wolde fle the deeth. And tro they shoulda never escape. Near that hope cuth. Hem make. Glad, as man in prison set. And may not geeten for to eat. But barley breed and water pure. And lieth in vermin and in ordure. With all this yet can he live. 2760 Good hope such comfort hath hym yive. Which mocketh wane that he shall be. Delivered, and come to liberté. In fortune is, his, full trust. Though he lie in straw or dust. In hoop is all his sustaining. And so for lovers, in her wenning. Wish love hath shit in his prison. Good hope is her salvation. Good hope, how sore that they smirt. 2770 Yeveth hem boda will and hurt. To proffer her body to martyri. For hope so sore doth hem desire. To suffer ec harm that men devise. For joy that afterward shall arise. Hope in desert cacketh victory. In hope of love is all the glory. For hope is all that love may yive. Near hope, there shoulda no lover live. Blessed be hope, which with desire 2780 avanceth lovers in such manner. Good hope is courteous for to please. To keep lovers from all disease. Hope keepeth his bond, and wole abide. For ony peril that may betide. For hope to lovers, as most chief, doth hem endure all mischief. Hope is her help when mister is. And I shall yev thee eke, I wheeze. 3 other thingies that grets alas. 2790 doth to him that be in my loss. The first good that may be found. To him that in my loss be bound. Is sweet thought, for to record. Thing wherewith thou canst accord. Best in thyn hurt, where she be. Thanking in absence is good to thee. When ony lover doth complain. And liveth in distress and in pain. Than sweet thought shall come as blithe. 2800 oi his anger for to drive. It maketh lovers to have remembrance. Of comfort and of high pleasance. That hope hath height hym for to win. For thought anon than shall bygin. As fair, God wot, as he can find. To make a mirror of his mind. For to behold he wole not let. Here person he shall afore hym set. Here laughing in, persant and clear. 2810 here shape, here for me, here goodly share. Here mouth, that is so gracious. So sweet and eke so savorous. Of all here features he shall take heed. His in with all here limes feed. Thus sweet thinking shall assuage the pain of lovers and her rage. Joy shall double, without jest. When thou thinkest on her seemliness. Or of her laughing, or of her share. 2820 that to thee made lady dear. This comfort wole I that thou take. And if the next thou wilt forsake. Which is not less savorous. Thou shouldest bend to dongerous. The second shall be sweet spesh. That hath to many oen be leche. To bring hem out of woo and wr. And holp many a bachelor. And many a lady sent soaker. 2830 that have loved paramour. Thorough speaking. When they might hear. Of her lovers to him so dear. To him it voideth all her smirt. The which is closed in her hurt. In hurt it maketh him glad and light. Spech, when they, any, mau have sight. And therefore now it cometh to mind. In old daws, as I find. That clerkies writen that here knew. 2840 there was a lady fresh of hue. Which of her love made a song. On hym for to remember among. In which she said. When that I hear. Speaking of hym that is so dear. To me it voideth all smirt. Iwes, he sitteth so na myn hurt. To speak of hym, at eve or moreway. It cureth me of all my soreway. To me is noon so high pleasance. 2850 as of his person dalliance. She wist full well that sweet speaking. Comforteth in full mish thing. Here love she had full well assayed. Of him she was full well appied. To speak of hym here joy was set. Therefore I read thee that thou get. A fellow that can well conceal. And keep counsel, and well hele. To whom go shahuli thine hurt. 2860 boda wheel and woo, joy and smirt. To get comfort to hym thou goo. And pryvyly, between you two. Ye shall speak of that goodly thing. That hath thyn hurt in her keeping. Of her beaut and her semblance. And of her goodly countenance. Of all stat thou shalt hym say. And ask hym counsel how thou may. Do ony thing that may her please. 2870 for it to thee shall do great essay. That he may white thou trust hym sue. Boda of wheel and of woo. And if his hurt to love be set, his company is miche the bet. For resound wole he should to thee, all utterly his private. And what she is he loveth so, to thee plainly he shall undo, without dread of ony shame. 2880 Boda tell her renown and her name. Than shall he forther, fair and ne. And namely to T lady der. In psycher wise. Ye, every other. Shall helpen as his own brother. In trouth without doubleness. And keep incluse in psycherness. For it is noble thing, in fay, to have a man thou darst say thy prive counsel every deal. 2890 For that wole comforte thee right well, and thou shalt hold thee well apaid, when such a friend thou hast essayed. The thrid good of great comfort, that yeveth to lovers most disport, cometh of sight and of beholding, that clepid is sweet loking. The wish may noon essay do, when thou art fair thy lady fro. Wherefore thou prease alway to be 2900 in place where thou mayst her see. For it is thing most amorous, most delightable and savorous, for to assuage a man's sorrow, to send his lady by the moorway. For it is a full noble thing, when thine eyen have meeting with that relike precious, whereof they be so desirous. But all day after, soth it is. 2910 They have no dread to fair enemies. They dread en neither wind any rain, ne noon other manner pain. For when thine eyen were thus in bliss, yet of her courtesy, ywis. Alone they cannot have her joy, but to the hurt they, it, convoy. Part of her bliss to hym they send, of all this harm to make an endy. The eye is a good messenger. 2920 Which can to the hurt in such manner tidingus send that, he, hath sen, to void hym of his pains clen. Whereof the hurt rejoiceth sue, that a great party of his woo is voided and put oy to flight. Right as the darkness of the nyght is chased with clearness of the moan, right so is al his woo full soon devoid clean, when that the sight. 2930 Beholden may that fresh white, that the hurt desireth sue, that al his darkness is a goo. For than the hurt is all at essay, when the eyen send that may hem please. Now have I declared thee all it, of that thou were in dread and doot. For I have told thee faithfully, what thee may curen utterly. And alle lovers that wole be. 2940 Faithful and full of stabilite. Good hope alway kept by T side. And sweet thought make eke abide. Sweet loking and sweet spesh. Of all thine harms they shall be leche. Of every thou shalt have great plaisance, if thou canst bide in suffrance, and serve wel without faintise. Thou shalt be quit of thyn emprise, with more girdown, if that thou live. 2950 But at this time this I thee yive. The God of love when al the day had taught me, as ye have heard say, and informed compendiously, he venishide oi all soddingly, and I alone left, all soul, so full of complaint and of duel. For I saw no man there me by. My wounds me grieved wonderly. Me for to curen nothing I knew. 2960 Save the Bawtown Bride of HEW. Wherein was set wholly my thought. Of other comfort knew I not. But it were Thorug the god of love. I knew not else to my byhove, that myght me ease or comfort geet. But if he wold a hym enter meet, the roser was, without doot, closed with an heggy without. As ye toforn have heard me saying. 2970 And fast I by seed, and wold a fain. Have passed the hay, if I might. Have geeten in by ony slight. Unto the Bawtown so fair to see. But ever I drad blamed to be. If men wolde have suspicion, that I wolde of intention, have stole the roses that there were. Therefore to entree I was in fear. But at the last, as I bethought, 2980 whether I shoulde passe or not, I saw come with a glad share. To me, a lusty bachelor, of good stature and of good height, and by alicoil forsooth he hight. Sown he was to courtesy, and he me granted full gladly the passage of the outer hay. And seed, sir, how that ye may passe, if your will be, 2990 the fresh roser for to see, and ye the sweet savour feel. Your warrant may, I, be, right weel. So thou thee keep fro folly. Shall no man do thee villainy. If I may help you in aught, I shall not feign, dreadeth not. For I am bound to your service, fully devoid of feintise. Than unto by alicoil said I. 3000 I thank you, sir, full heartily. And your by heast take it gre. That ye so goodly proffer me. To you it cometh of great franchise, that ye me proffer your service. Than after, full deliverly. Thorough the burrs anon went I. Whereof in comb bread was the hay. I was wel pleased, the soth to say. To se the bawtown fair and swote. 3010 so fresh spronge out of the rote. And by alicoil me served well. When I so nygh me might fell. Of the bawtown the sweet odour. And so lusty hued of colour. But than a churl, foule hym by tide. Beside the roses gone hym hide. To keep the roses of that roser. Of whom the name was Donger. This churl was hid there in the greaves. 3020 covered with gra and with leaves. To spy and take whom that he fond. Unto that roser putty and hond. He was not Sewell, for there was moo. For with hym were other two. Of wicked manners and evil fame. That Owen was cleped, by his name. Wick Tange, God yev hym sorway. For neither at eveny at morway. He can of no man good speak. 3030 on many a just man doth he wreak. There was a woman eke that height. Shame, that, who can reckon right. Trespass was her fatter name. Here motor resound, and thus was shame. Brought of these ilk too. And yet had trespass never ado. With resound, any never lay hereby. He was so hideous and so ugly. I mean this that trespass height. 3040 but resound conceiveth of a sight. Shame, of that I spak aforn. And when that shame was thus born, it was ordained that chastite shoulda of the roser lady be. Which, of the bawtown's more and loss, with sundry folk assailed was. That she ne wist what to do. For Venus here assaileth Sue. That nyght and day from here she stole. 3050 bawtowns and roses overall. To resound than prayeth chastite. Whom Venus hath flemmed over the sea. That she here doter wolde here lena. To keep the roser fresh and green. Anon resound to chastite. Is fully assented that it be. And granted here, at her request. That shame, because she, is honest. Shall keeper of the roser be. 3060 and thus to keep it there were three. That noon shoulda hardy be any bold. Were he young or were he old. A gene here will awe to bear. Bawtowns any roses that there were. I had wel sped, had I not been awaited with these three and sen. For by alicoil, that was so fair. So gracious and debonair. Quit hym to me full courteously. 3070 and, me to please, bade that I shoulda draw me to the bawtown now. Prees in, to touche the roser. Which bar the roses, he yath me leave. This grunt any myght but lidle grieve. And for he saw it liked me. Ryght nygh the bawtown pulled he. A leaf all green, and yath me that. The wish full nygh the bawtown sat. I made, me, of that leaf full quaint. 3080 and when I felt I was acquaint with bialicoil, and so prive. I wendy all at my will had be. Than wax I hardy for to tell. To bialicoil homie biful. Of love, that talk and wounded me. And seed, sir, so mote I thee. I may no joy have in no wise. Upon no side, but it rise. For sith, if I shall not feign. 3090 in hurt I have had so great pain. So great annoy and such a fray. That I any what I shall say. I dread your wrath to disserve. Lever me where that knives curve. My body shoulda in pecky smale. Then in any wise it shoulda fall. That ye wrath shoulda been with me. Say boldly T will, quod he. I nyl be wroth, if that I may. 3100 for naught that thou shalt to me say. Than seed I, sir, not you displease. To no one of my great unease. In which only love hath me brought. For pains great, disease, and thought. Fro day to day he doth me dry. Supposeth not, sir, that I lie. In me 5 wounds died he make. The sewer of wish shall never slake. But ye the bawtown ground me. 3110 which is most passant of beaut. My life, my death, and my martyry. And trace are that I must desire. Than bialicoil, afraid all. Said, sir, it may not fall. That ye desire, it may not arise. What? Wolde ye shende me in this wise? A mochel fool than I were. If I suffried you all ye to bear. The fresh bawtown so fair of sight. 3120 for it were neither skyle any right. Of the roser ye broke the rinda. Or take the rose aforn his kinda. Ye are not courteous to ask it. Late it still on the roser sit. And grow till it amended be. And parfitly come to beaut. I knowed not that it pulled were. Fro the roser that it bare. To me it is so leaf and dear. 3130 with that stirred a nun donger. Out of the place where he was hid. His malice in his share was kid. Full gret he was and black of hue. Sturdy and hideous, whoso hym no. Like sharp urchhounds his her was grow. His nose frowned, full kirked stood. He calm cried as he were wood. And seed, bialicoil, tell me why. 3140 thou bringest hider so boldly. Hym that so nygh, is. The roser. Thou worchest in a wrong manner. He thinketh to dishonor thee. Thou art wel worthy to have maugre. To late hym of the roser wit. Who serveth a fellown is evil quit. Thou woldest have doon gret bound. And he with shame wolde quite thee. Fle hennis, fellow. I read thee goo. 3150 it wanteth lightel I wole thee slew. For bialicoil any knew thee not. When thee to serve he set his thought. For thou wolt shame hym, if thou myght. Boda a genes resound and right. I wole no more in thee a fi. That comest so slyghly for t a spy. For it proveth wonder well. Thy slight and tree sound, every deal. I durst no more there make a bod. 3160 for the churl, he was so wod. So gone he threat and manace. And third the hay he died me chase. For fair of hym I tremblide and quack. So churlishly his heat it shock. And seed, if ftmyght me take. I shoulda not from his hand escape. Than bialicoil is fled and mat. And I, all soul, discancelet. Was left alone in pain and thought. 3170 for shame to death I was nygh brought. Than thought I on myn high folly. How that my body utterly was yet to pain and to martyry. And thirdo had I so great ire, that I any durst the haze passe. There was noon hope, there was no grace. I trow never man wist of pain, but he were laced in love's shame. No man, what, and sooth it is. 3180 But if he love, what anger is? Love holdeth his heas to me right wel. When pain he seed I shoulda fell. Noon hurt may thank, any tunge sane. A quarter of my woo and pain. I myght not with the anger last. Myn hurt and point was for to brast. When I thought on the rose, that Sue was third donger cast me fro. A long while stod I in that stat. 3190 till that me saw so mad and mat. The lady of the high ward, which from here tour lock-eyed thitherward. Resound men cleep that lady, which from here tour deliverly. Come down to me, withouten more. But she was neither young any hoer, na high any low, any fat any lena. But best as it were in a mean. Here I in two were clear and light. 3200 as ony candle that brenneth bright. And on here heed she had a crown. Here semeed wel and hyper sound. For round and viround, here cronet was full of riche stonies fret. Here goodly semblant, by devies, I trow were mad in parodies. For nature had never such a grace to forge a work of such compass. For certain, but if the letter ly 3210 God himself, that is so high, made here after his image, and yav here sith sich avantage, that she hath myght and signory, to keep men from all folly. Whoso wole tro here lore, ne may often dend nevermore. And while I stod thus dirk and pale, resound bygan to me her tale. She seed, I'll hail, my sweet friend. 3220 Folly and childhood will thee she end, which thou have put in Greta fray. Thou hast bought dear the time of May, that made thyn hurt merry to be. In evel time thou wentest to see the garden, whereof idleness bar the kai and was maestress. When thou yettest in the dance with here, and haddest acquaintance. Here acquaintance is perilous. 3231 Soft, and after noyous. She hath, thee, trashed, without one. The god of love had the not sen. Ne had idleness thee conveyed. In the verdure where mirth hym played. If folly have surprised thee, do so that it recovered be. And be wel where to take no more counsel, that graveth after sore. He is wis that will himself chastise. 3240 And though a young man in ony wise trace base among, and do folly, late hym not tarry, but hastily. Late hym amond whatso be mice. And eke I counsel thee, Iwes, the god of love wholly forget, that hath thee in sich pain set, and thee in hurt tormented sue. I can, nat, sen how thou mayst goo. Other ways to garrisoun. 3250 For donger, that is so felloun. Felly purposeth thee to where I, which is full cruel, the soth to say ye. And yet of donger cometh no blame, in reward of my doter shame, which hath the roses in her ward, as she that may be no musard. And wicked tunge is with these two, that suffereth no man teeter goo. For a thing be due, he shall. 3260 Where that he cometh, over all. In 40 places, if it be sought. Say ye thing that never was done any wrought. So mosh tree sound is in his mail. Of falseness, for to say a tale. Thou deliest with angry folk, wis. Wherefore to thee better is from these folk all ye to fare. For they wole make thee live in care. This is the avel that love they call. 3270 Wherein there is but folly owl. For love is folly every del. Who loveth in no wise may do well. Ne set his thought on no good work. His skoll he lesseth, if he be a clerk. Of other craft eke if he be. He shall not thrive therein, for he in love shall have more passion than monk, hermite, or chanoun. The pain is hard, out of measure. 3280 The joy may eke no while endure. And in the possession is mice tribulation. The joy it is so short lasting. And but in hap is the getting. For I see there many in travail, that at last foule fail. I was nothing counsellor, when thou were mad the hommager of God of love to hastily. 3290 There was no wisdom, but folly. Thyn hurt was jolie but not sage. When thou were brought in such a rage, to yelda thee so readily, and to leave of his gret mastery. I read thee love oi to drive. That makeeth thee rekshe not of tea live. The folly more fro day to day shall grow, but thou it putty away. Tack with thy teeth the bridle fast. 3300 To Dante Thyn hurt, and eke thee cast. If that thou mayst, to get thee defence. For to redress first offence. Whoso his hurt all we will leave, shall find among that shall hym grieve. When I hear her thus me chastise, I answered in full angry wise. I prayed her season of her spesh. Out her to chastise me or teche. To bid me my thought refrain. 3310 Which love hath caught in his domain. What? Wane ye love wool consent. That me assaileth with bow bent. To draw myn hurt out of his hand. Which is so quickly in his bond. That ye counsile may never be. For when he first arrested me, he took myn hurt so whole hym till, that it is nothing at my will. He taught it so hym for to obey. 3320 That he it spurried with a kai. I pray yow, let me be all still. For ye may well, if that ye will, your wardis waste in idleness. For utterly, withouten jest, all that ye sayn is but in vain. Me were lever die in the pain. Then love to me ward shulda arret. Fall sheed, or tree sound on me set. I will lay me geet pris or blame. 3330 And love true, to save my name. Who that me chastiseth, I hym hate. With that word resound went her gate. When she saw for no sermonage, she myght me fro my folly bringe. Than dismayed, I left all soul. Forwarded as a fool. For I any knew no chevisance. Than fell into my remembrance. How love bade me to purvey. 3340 A fellow to whom I might say ye. My counsel and my private. For that shoulda mosh avail me. With that bethought I me that I had a fellow fast by. True and sicker, courteous and hend. And he was called by name a friend. A truer fellow was now her noon. In haste to hym I went anon. And to hym all my woo I tolda. 3350 Fro hym right not I wold with old. I told hym all, without wr. And made my complaint on donger. How for to see he was hidus. And to me ward contrarious. The wish third his cruelt. Was in point to, have, mained me. With bialicoil when he me say. Within the garden walk and play. Fro me he made hym for to go. 3360 And I, beleft alone in woo. I durst no langer with hym speak. For donger seed he wolde be reek. When that he saw how I went. The fresh bottown for to hent. If I were hardy to come near. Between the hay and the roser. This friend, when he wist of my thought. He discomfort me right not. But seed, fellow, be not so mad. 3370 ne so abashed nor bystad. Myself I know full well donger. And how he is fears of his cheer. At prime temps, love to man ace. Full oft I have been in his cause. A fellown first though that he be. After thou shalt hym supple se. Of lunge past I knew hym well. Ungoodly first though men hym feel. He will meek after in his bering. 3380 bin, for service and abashing. I shall thee tell what thou shalt do. Meekly I read thou go hym to. Of hurt pray hym specially. Of thy trespass to have mercy. And ode hymwl, here to please. That thou shalt nevermore hym displease. Who can best serve of flattery? Shall please donger most utterly. Me friend hath sighed to me so wl. 3390 that he me esset hath somdel. And eke alleged of my torment. For third hym had I hardment. Again to donger for to go. To preve if I myght meek hym sue. To donger came I all ashamed. The which afore me had blamed. Desiring for to pease my woo. But over Heggy durst I not goo. For he forbade me the passage. 3400 I fond hym cruel in his rage. And in his hond a gret burdown. To hym I knee-lied low adown. Full meek of port and simple of share. And seed, sir, I am comin here. Only to ask of you mercy. That graveth me full gretly. That ever in my life I wrathed you. But for to amen den I am come now. With all my myght, both aloud and still. 3410 to doon right at your own will. For love made me for to do. That I have trespassed hitherto. Fro whom I any may withdraw myn hurt. Yet shall, I, never, for joy any smirt. What so befall, good or ill. Offend more agene your will. Lever I have endured disease. Then do that you shoulda displease. I you require and pray that ye. 3420 of me have mercy and pity. To stint your ire that graveth sue. That I will swear for ever mo. To be redressed at your liking. If I trespass in ony thing. Save that I pray thee grant me. A thing that may not warned be. That I may love, all only. Noon other thing of you ask I. I shall do else well, I wheeze. 3430 if of your grace ye grant me this. And ye may not let ten me. For wel what ye that love is free. And I shall loven, sit hen that I will. Whoever like it well or ill. And yet any wold I, for all France. Do thing to do you dispulsance. Than donger fill in his intent. For to fory of his mal talent. But all his wrath yet at last. 3440 he hath relished, I prayed so fast. Shortly he seed, thy request. Is not to mochel dishonest. Na I wolle not warn it thee. For yet nothing engreveth me. For though thou love thus evermore. To me is neither soft any sower. Love where that the list what wrecketh me. So, thou, fair fro my roses be. Trust not on me, for noon assay. 3450 if ony time thou passe the hay. Thus hath he grunt my priere. Than when I forth, withouten were. Unto my friend, and tolda hym all. Which was right joyful of my toll. He seed, now goth welthyn affair. He shall to thee be debonair. Though he aforn was disputous. He shall hereafter be gracious. If he were touched on some good vein. 3460 he should yet rewin on pain. Suffer, I read, and no boost make. Till thou at good mes mayst hym take. By suffrance and ward is soft. A man may overcome oft. Hym that aforn he had in dread. In bookies softly as I read. Thus hath my friend with great comfort. Avaunst, me, with high disport. Which wolde me good as mych as I. 3470 and than a nun full soddenly. I took my leave, and straight I went. Unto the hay, for gret talent. I had to send the fresh bawtown. Wherein lay my salvation. And donger talk kept if that I. Keep hym covenant truly. So sore I drad his menacing. I durst not break his bidding. For, lest that I were of hym shent. 3480 I brak not his commandment. For to purchase his goodwill. It was, nat, for to come theretil. His mercy was to fare by hind. I wept for I in myght it find. I complained and sighed sore. And languished evermore. For I durst not overgo. Unto the rose I loved sue. Third my demoning outerly. 3490 Then he had knowledge certainly. That love me ladda in sich a wise. That in me there was no faintise. Falsheed, any no treachery. And yet he, full of villainy. Of disdain, and cruelt. On me any wolde have pite. His cruel will for to refrain. Though I weep alway, and me compleen. And while I was in this torment. 3500 were come of grace, by God sent. Franchise, and with her pite. Fulfilled the bought hen of bount. They go to donger and unright. To forther me with all her myght. And help in ward and in deedy. For well they saw that it was need. First, of her grace, Dame Franchise. Hath taken, word, of this emprise. She seed, donger, gret wrong ye do. 3510 To warche this man so mish woo. Or pinen hym so angerly. It is to you gret villainy. I cannot see why, anyhow. That he hath trespassed agene you. Save that he loveth, wherefore ye shoulda. The more in cherit of hym hold. The force of love maketh hym do this. Who wolda hym blame he died amies. He lesseth more than ye may do. 3520 His pain is hard, ye may see, lo. And love in no wise wolda consent. That he have power to repent. For though that quick ye wolda hym slow. Fro love his hurt may not go. Now, sweet sir, is it your essay? Hym for to anger or disease? Alas! What may it you avance? To don to hym so gret grievance? What worship is it again hym take? 3530 Or on your man aware make. Sith he so lowly, every wise. Is ready, as ye lust devise. If love hath caught hym in his loss. You for obey in every cause. And ben your sujet at your will. Should ye therefore willen hym ill? Ye shoulda hym spare more, all out. Than hym that is boda proud and stout. Courtesy wool that ye socor. 3540 Hem that ben meek under your cure. His herd is hard that wole not meek. When men of meekness hym beseek. That is certain, seed pite. We se oft that humilite. Boda ire and also felony. Vanquisheth, and also melancholy. To stand forth in such duress. This cruelt and wickedness. Wherefore I pray you, Sir Donger. 3550 For to maintain no langer here. Such cruel where again your man. As wholly yours as ever he can. Nor that ye warch him no more woo. Upon this caitiff, that languisheth sue. Which wole no more to you trespasse. But putty hym wholly in your grace. His offense any was but light. The God of love it was to white. That he your thrall so greatly is. 3560 And if ye harm hym, ye don amies. For he hath had full hard penance. Sith that ye reft hym th acquaintance. Of bialicoil, his most joy. Which Allah his pains myght accoy. He was byforn onoid sore. But than ye doubled hym well more. For he of bliss hath been full bare. Sith by alicoil was fro hym fair. Love hath to hym do great distress. 3570 He hath no need of more duress. Voideth from hym your ire, I read. Ye may not winnen in this deedy. Makeeth by alicoil repair a gene. And haveth pite upon his pain. For franchise wole, and I, pite. That merciful to hym ye be. And sith that she and I accord. Have upon hym misericord. For I you pray and eke mon este. 3580 Not to refuse an our request. For he is hard and fell of thought. That for us two wole do right not. Donger any myght no more endure. He me keyed hym unto measure. I wole in no wise, seeth donger. Deny that ye have asked here. It were to gret uncourtesy. I wole he have the company. Of by alicoil, as ye devise. 3590 I wole hym let in no wise. To by alicoil than went in high. Franchise, and cede full courteously. Ye have to lunge be denis. Unto this lover, and dongerous. Fro him to withdraw your presence. Which hath due to him great offence. That ye not wolde upon him se. Wherefore a sorrowful man is he. Shape ye to pay him, and to please. 3600 Of my love if ye will have ease. Fulfill his will, sith that ye know. Donger is daunted and brought low. Through help of me and of pite. You dar no more afford be. I shall do right as ye will. Seth by alicoil, for it is skyl. Sith donger wool that it so be. Then franchise hath him sent to me. By alicoil at the beginning. 3610 Salude me in his coming. No strangeness was in him sen. No more than he in he had wrathed been. As fair semblant then shewed he me. And goodly, as a forn dyd he. And by the hond, withouten dut. Within the hay, right alabut. He lad a me, with right good share. Al environ the verger. That donger had me chased fro. 3620 Now have I leave overall to go. Now am I raised, at my device. Fro helle unto paradies. Thus by alicoil, of gentleness. With al his pain and busyness. Hath shewed me, only of grace. The estres of the swote place. I saw the rose, when I was nygh. Was greeter waxen and more high. Fresh, ruddy, and fair of hue. 3630 Of colour ever illish new. And when I had it lunge sen. I saw that through the leaves gren. The rose spread to sponishing. To senna it was a goodly thing. But it any was so spread on bread. That men within myght know the said. For it covert was and close. Boda with the leaves and with the rose. The stalk was even and green upright. 3640 It was therein a goodly syght. And wel the better, without wane. For the seed was nat senna. Full fair it sprad, God it bless. For such another, as I guess. A forn ne was, any more vermale. I was abode for marvale. For ever the fairer that it was. The more I am bounden in love's loss. Lunge I abode there, soft to say. 3650 Till by alicoil I gone to pray. One that I saw him in no wise. To me worn in his service. That he me wold a grunt a thing. Which to remember is welsyttng. This is to sayin, that of his grace. He wold a me yev lacar in space. To me that was so desirous. To have a kissinge precious. Of the goodly fresh rose. 3660 That so sweetly smelleth in my nose. For if it you displeased not. I wold a gladly, as I have sought. Have a cost thereof freely. Of your yeft, for certainly. I will none have but by your leave. so loath me were you for to grieve. He said, friend, so God me speed. Of chastite I have such dread. Thou shouldest nat warned be for me. 3670 But I dar nat for chastite. Again her dar I nat misdo. For alway biddeth she me so. To yev no lover leave to kys. For who thirto may winnen, wis. He of the surplus of the prey. May live and hoop to get some day. For whoso kissinge may attain. Of love's pain hath, soth to sane. The best and most avenant. 3680 And earnest of the ROMAUNT. Of his answer I sighed sore. I durst assay him though no more. I had such dread to grieve him I. A man should a nat to Moshe say. To chafe his friend out of measure. Nor putty his life in aventure. For no man at the first stroke. Na may nat fell down an okay. Nor of the ricins have the win. 3690 Till grapes be ripe, and wel a fin. Be sore impressed, I you ensure. And drawn out of the pressure. But I, for pained wonder strange. Thought that I abood right lunge. After the kiss, in pain and woo. Sith I to kiss desired sue. Till that, re-wing on my distress. There to me Venus the goddess. Which I wearieth chastite. 3700 Cam of her grace to succor me. Whose myght is no fair and wide. For she is motor of Cupid. The god of love, blind as stun. That helpeth lovers many un. This lady brought in here right hand. Of brenning fyr a blazing brand. Whereof the flom and hoot fur. Hath many a lady in desser. Of love brought, and sore het. 3710 And in here service her hurt set. This lady was of good entail. Right wonderful of apparel. By here a tear so bright and shun. Men myght perceive well and sen. She was not of religion. Nor I now make mention. Nor of robe, nor of tracer. Of brooch, neither of here richeteur. Ne of here girdle about here side. 3720 For that I nyll not lunge abide. But knoweth wel that certainly. She was a ride richly. Devoid of pride certain she was. To Bialacoil she went opus. And to hym shortly, in a clause. She said, Sir, what is the cause? Ye ben of port so dongerous. Unto this lover and Danis. To ground hym nothing but a kiss. 3730 To wern at hym ye don amies. Sith well ye wot how that he is love's servant, as ye may see. And hath beaut, worthrough, he is worthy of love to have the bliss. How he is semelly, behold and see. How he is fair, how he is free. How he is swoot and debonair. Of age young, lusty, and fair. There is no lady so haughteen. 3740 Duchess, any countess, any chasteline. That I nold hold here ungoodly. For to refuse hym outerly. His breath is also good and sweet. And eke his lippies rody, and meat. Only to play in and to kiss. Grout hym a kiss, of gentleness. His teeth arn also white and clean. Me thinketh wrong, withouten wane. If ye now wern hym, trusteth me. 3750 To grout that a kiss have he. The lassay to help hym that ye haste. The more time shall ye waste. When the flom of the very brand. That Venus brought in here right hand. Had Bialacoil with heat smeet. Anon he bade, withouten let. Grout to me the rose kiss. Fan of my pain I gone to liss. Fragment C. When love had told him his entente. The baronage to council went. In many sentences they fee. And diversely they seed here will. But after discord they accorded. And her accord to love recorded. Sir, Sidon they, we ben at on. By even accord of Evershon. Outtake Rick Hessa al only. 5820 that sworn hath full haughtingly. That she the castel nyl not assail. Ne smite a stroke in this bataille. With dart, any mace, spear, any knyf. For man that specketh or berith the life. And blameth your emprise, Iwes. And from our host departed is. At lest way, as in this plyt. So hath she this man in dispit. For she seeth he any loved her never. 5830 and therefore she wole hate hym evera. For he wole gudren no tresser. He hath here wrath for evermore. He agility here never in other cause. Lo, here all wholly his trace pause. She seeth wel that this other day. He axide here leave to gone the way. That is clepid to Mosheving. And spak full fair in his praying. But when he prayed here, poor was he. 5840 therefore she warned hym the entree. Ne yet is he not thriven so. That he hath getten a penny or two. That quickly is his own in hold. Thus hath Rick Hessa us all told. And when Rick Hessa us this recorded. Withouten here we ben accorded. And we find in our accordance. That foul semblant and abstinence. With all the folk of her buttery. 5850 shull at the hindra gate assail. That wicked tunge hath in kepping. With his Normans full of jangling. And with hem courtesy and largesse. That shull show her hardiness. To the old wif that kept so hard. Fair welcoming within her ward. Than shall delete and wel healinge. Fond shame adown to bringe. With all her ost, early and late. 5860 they shall assailant that ilk gate. Again's dreed shall hardiness. Assail, and also psycherness. With all the folk of her letting. That never wist what was flaying. Franchise shall fight, and eke pite. With donger, full of cruelt. Thus is your host ordained wel. Down shall the castell every dell. If Eve rich do his intent. 5870 so that Venus be present. Your motor, full of vassalage. That can enough of such usage. Withouten here may no white speed. This work, neither for word any deed. Therefore is good ye for here send. For third here may this work amond. Lordinges, my motor, the goddess. That is my lady and my maestress. Nis not, at, all at my willing. 5880 ne doth not all my desiring. Yet can she some time don labor. When that here lust, in my soaker. All my neds for to achieve. But now I think her not to grieve. My motor is she, and of childheed. I bode a worship here and eke dreed. For who that dreadeth sire any dame? Shall it abide in body or name? And, Naphtalies, yet can we. 5890 send after here, if need be. And were she nygh, she come and wolde. I trow that nothing myght here hold. Me motor is of great prowess. She hath ta'en many a fortress. That cost hath many a pound, or this. There Inas not present, wis. And yet men seed it was my deedy. But I come never in that steed. Ne me leaketh, so mote I the. 5900 that such terrays ben take without me. For why me thinketh that, in no wise. It may ben clepid but merchandise. Go buy a courser, black or wit. And pay therefore, then art thou quit. The marchant oweth thee right not. Na thou hym, when thou it bought. I wole not selling cleep yeving. For selling axeth no gurdening. Here lith no thank any no merit. 5910 that owen goth from that other al quit. But this selling is not semblable. For when his or is in the stable. He may it sell a jean, pard. And winnen on it, such hap may be. All may the man not lease, I wheeze. For at the lowest the skyn is his. Or else, if it so betide, that he wole keep his or to ride, yet is he lord I of his or. 5920 But thilk schaffer is wel wars. Their Venus entremetithought. For whoso such schaffer hath bought, he shall not warchen so wisely, that he any shall lease al outerly. Boda his money and his schaffer. But the seller of the ware, the pris and profit have shall. Certain, the beer shall lease all. For he any can so dear it buy. 5930 To have lordship and full maestry. Na have power to make letting. Neither for yift any for preaching. That of his schaffer, maugre his. Another shall have as mosh, ewees. If he wool yev as mish as he. Of what country so that he be. Or for right not, so hap may. If he can flater here to here pay. Ben than sish marchants wise. 5940 No, but fools in every wise. When they buy sich thing wilfully. There as they lease her good fully. But Nathalie's, this dar I say. My motor is not wont to pay. For she is neither so fool any nice. To entremeet here of sich vice. But trust wel, he shall pay all. That repent of his bargain shall. When povert putty hym in distress. 5950 All were he scholar to Rikhessa. That is for me in gret yearning. When she assenteth to my willing. But, by, my motor, Saint Venus. And by here Fader Saturnus. That here engendried by his life. But not upon his wed did wif. Yet wole I more unto you swear. To make this thing the surura. Now by that fight and that liuda. 5960 That I owe to all my brethren fre. Of which there nighs white under heaven. That can her fadries names neven. So diverse and so many there be. That with my motor have be prive. Yet wolde I swear, for Sychernus. The pole of Helle to my witness. Now drink I not this year clar. If that I lie or forsworn be. For of the gods the usage is. 5970 That whoso hym forsworeth amies. Shall that year drink no clar. Now have I sworn enough, pardie. If I forswear me, then am I lorn. But I wole never be forsworn. Sydh Rikhessa hath me failed here. She shall abide that trace bas full dear. At least way, but, she, here arm. With sword, or sparth, or gisarm. For certes, sith she loveth not me. 5980 Fro thilk time that she may see. The Castell and the Tour Tashake. In sorry time she shall awake. If I may gripe a riche man. I shall so pool hym, if I can. That he shall in a few stowns. Lace all his marcus and his poundies. I shall hym make his pens outslinge. But they in his gurner springe. Our maidens shall eke pluck hym so. 5990 That hym shall netten feathers mo. And make hym sell his London to spend. But he the bet can hym defend. Poor men han mad her lord of me. Although they not so myghttyb. That they may feed me in delete. I will not have hem in de pit. No good man hadeth hem, as I guess. For chinch and feloun is Rikhessa. That so can chase hem and despise. 6000 and hem defoul in sundry wise. They loven full bet, so God me speed. Then doth the riche, chy need. And ben, in good fight, more stable. And truer and more serviable. And therefore it suffiseth me. Her good hurt and her liuda. They han on me set all her thought. And therefore I forget hem not. I will hem bringe in gret noblesse. 6010 If that I were god of Rikhessa. As I am god of love softly. Sich ruth upon her plaint have I. Therefore I must his socher be. That paineth him to serven me. For if he died for love of this, than semeth in me no love there is. Sir, seed they, soth is every deal. That ye rehearse, and we wot wel. Thilk oth to hold is reasonable. 60-20 For it is good and covenable. That ye on reach men han sworn. For, sir, this wot we wel byforn. If reach men don you homage, that is as fools don outrage. But ye shall not forsworn be. Na let therefore to drink clar. Or piment maked fresh and new. Ladies shall hem such peeper bro. If that they fall into her loss. 60-30 That they for woo mau sain alas. Ladies shall an evere so courteous be. That they shall quite your oath all free. Ne seketh never other vicar. For they shall speak with him so fair. That ye shall hold you pied full wel. Though ye you meddle never a del. Late ladies warche with her thingis. They shall hem tell so feel tidinges. And move hem eke so many requestis. 60-40 By flattery, that not honest is. And thirto yev hem such thankinges. What with kissing and with talkinges. That, certes. If they trode be. Shall never leave hem London any fee. That it nyl as the mobile fare. Of which they first delivered are. Now may ye tell us all your will. And we your heasts shall fulfill. But foul semblant dar not, for dreed. 60-50 Of you, sir, meddle hym of this deedy. For he seeth that ye ben his foo. He not if ye wole warche hym woo. Wherefore we pray you Allah, bo sire. That ye forgive hym now your ire. And that he may dwell, as your man. With abstinence, his dear lemon. This hour accord and hour will now. Parfait, seed love, I grant it yow. I wole wel hold hym for my man. 60-60 Now late hym come, and he forth ran. Foul semblant, quot love, in this wise. I take thee here to my service. That thou our friendest help alway. And hindra hem neither nyght any day. But do thy myght hem to relieve. And eke our enemies that thou grieve. Thym be this myght, I ground at thee. My kng of harlots shalt thou be. We wole that thou have such honor. 60-70 Certain, thou art a foul's trader. And eke a thief, sit thou were born. 1,000 time thou art forsworn. But Naphtali's, in our herring. To putty our folk out of doubting. I bid thee techa hem, wosto how. By some general signa now. In what place thou shalt founden be. If that men had mister of thee. And how men shall thee best espy. 60-80 For thee to know is gret maestry. Tell in what place is thyn haunting. Sir, I have feel divers woning. That I keep not rearst be. So that ye wole their respite in me. For if that I tell you the suth. I may have harm and shame boda. If that my fellows wisten it. My talis shouldn't me be quit. For certain, they wolde hate me. 60-90 If ever I knew her cruelt. For they wolde overall hold hem still. Of trout that is a gine her will. Such tales keepen they not here. I am yghtf son by it full dear. If I seed of hem ony thing. That aught displesseth to her herring. For what word that hem prick or biteth. In that word noon of hem delateth. Al were it gospel, the evangel. 60-100 That wolde reprove hem of her guile. For they are cruel and haughteen. And this thing what I well, certain. If I speak ought to pair her loose. Your court shall not so well be close. That they in ye shall white it at last. Of good men am I not aghast. For they wole taken on hem nothing. When that they know all my meaning. But he that woe lay it on hym take. 6110 he woe lay himself suspicious make. That he his life let covertly. In guile and in hypocrisy. That me engendered and yaf fostering. They made a full good engendering. Quat love, for whoso softly tell. They engendered the devil of hell. But nedily, howsoever it be. Quat love, I woe lay and charge thee. To tell anon thy woning places. 6120 herring ek white that in this place is. And what life that thou livest also. Hide it no langer now, wordo. Thou most discover all worching. How thou servest, and of what thing. Though that thou shootest for soth saw. Ben al tob ten and tadra. And yet art thou not wont, pardee. But Naphtali's, though thou beten be. Thou shalt not be the first that so. 6130 hath for sothsaw suffered woo. Sir, sith that it may liken you. Though that I shoulda be slain right now. I shall don your commandment. For thirdo have I gret talent. Withouten wardis amo, right then. Foul semblant his sermon began. And seed him thus in audience. Barounds, take heed of my sentence. That white that list to have knowing. 6140 of foul semblant, full of flattering. He must in worldly folk hym seek. And, certes, in the cloisters eke. I won nowhere but in hem tway. But not like even, soth to say ye. Shortly, I woe lay herberway me. There I hope best to holstered be. And certainly, sickerest hiding. Is underneath humblest clothing. Religious folk ben full covert. 6150 secular folk ben more apert. But Naphtali's, I woe lay not blame. Religious folk, any hem defame. In what habit that ever they go. Religion humble and true also. Woe lay I not blame any despise. But I nyl love it, in no wise. I mean of fowls religious. That stout ben and malicious. That wollen in an a bit goo. 6160 and set 10 not her hurt thirto. Religious folk ben al patus. Thou shalt not see noen disputus. They loven no pride any no strife. But humbly they woe lay lead her life. With switch folk woe lay I never be. And if I dwell, I feign me. I may wel in her a bit go. But me were lever my neck a too. Then lead a purpose that I take. 6170 what covenant that ever I make. I dwell with him that proud be. And full of wiles and subtilt. That worship of this world covaden. And Greta Ned's cunniness blighten. And gone and gadron gret patonces. And purchase hem the acquaintances. Of men that myghty life may leaden. And feign hem poor, and hemself feeden. With goad morsels delicious. 6180 and drinkin goodwin precious. And preach us povert and distress. And fish and hemself gret riquessa. With wily netties that they cast. It woe lay come foule out at the last. They ben fro clean religion went. They make the world an argument. That, hath. A foul conclusion. I have a robe of religion. Than am I all religious. 6190 this argument is all ruinous. It is not worth a croaked brer. A bit any McKeith neither monk any frere. But clean life and devotion. McKeith goad men of religion. Naphtali's, there can noon answer. How high that ever a his heed he sheer. With resound wedded never so keen. That guile and branches cut 13. There can no white distinct it so. 6200 that he dar say a word thirto. But what herberway that ever I take. Or what semblant that ever I make. I mean but guile, and follow that. For right no mo than gib our cat. Na intend I but to bigeling. Na no white may buy my clothing. White with what folk is my dwelling. Na by my ward is yet, pard. 62:10 So soft and so pleasant they be. Behold the deadies that I do. But thou be blind, thou oughtest so. For, very her ward is fro her deed. They think on guile, without dread. What manner clothing that they were. Or what estat that evere they bear. Laird or lud, lord or lady. Knyght, squire, burgies, or bailey. Write thus while foul semblant sermoneth. 62:20 Fzones love hym resoneth. And brack his tale in his speaking. As though he had hym told lessing. And seed, what, devil, is that I hear? What folk hast thou us named here? May men find religion in worldly habitation? Ye, sir, it followeth not that they should lead a wicked life, parfait. Not therefore her soul's lease. 62:30 That hem to worldly clothes cheese. For, certes, it were gret petit. Men may in secular clothes see flourish in holy religion. Full many a saint in field and tune. With many a virgin glorious. Devout, and full religious. Han dade, that common cloth I bearen. Yet saints nevere the less they wearen. I cowed reckon you many a 10. 62:40 Ye, welnygh, al, these holy women. That men in churches heary and seek. Boda maidens and these wives eke. That baron full many a fair child here. Word all we clot his seculara. And in the same die den they. That saints wearin. And ben all we. The 11,000 maidens dear. That burn in heaven here seurges clear. Of which men read in church and sing. 62:50 Were taken secular clothinga. When they received martyrdom. And one in heaving unto her hum. Good hurt McKeith the good thought. The clothing yeveth and he reveth not. The good thought and the warching. That McKeith the religion flowering. Their life the good religion. After the right intention. Whoso took a weather's skyn. 62:60 And wrapped a greedy wolf therein. For he shoulda go with lambies white. Wainest thou not he wolda hem bite? Ease, nevertheless, as he were wood. He wolda hem wary and drink the blood. And wel the rather hem deceive. For, sit they cowed not perceive. His traget and his cruelt. They wolda hym follow, al wolda he fle. If there be wolves of sich hue. 62:70 Amongst these apostles new. Thou holy church, thou mayst be wailed. Sit that thy city is assailed. Thirf nighties of thyn own table. God what t lordship is doubtable. If they enforce, it to win. That shoulda defend it fro within. Who myght defense ions make. Without strocket mot be take. Of trepiget or manganel. 62:80 Without displaying of pencil. And if God nyl don it soker. But lat, ren in this color. Thou most thyn heastis laden be. Than is there not but yelda thee. Or yev hem try but, dudalese. And hold it of hem to have peas. But greater harm bid thee. That they al maester of it be. Wel con they scorn thee withal. 62:90 By day stuffen they the wall. And al the nyght they minen there. Nay, thou planten most elsewhere. Thyn imps, if thou wolt fruit have. Abid not their thistle to save. But now peas. Here I turn again. I will lay no more of this thing sane. If I may possin me herby. I might maken you wary. But I will lay heaten you alway. 6300 To help your friendis what I may. So they wall in my company. For they be shent al outerly. But if so fall that I be. Oft with hem, and they with me. And eke my lemon mote they serve. Or they shall not my love deserve. For sooth, I am a fowl's tradar. God jugged me for a thief tricour. Forsworn I am, but welnygh non. 63:10 What of my guile, till it be dawn? Thurf me hath many un death received. That my traget nevere a perceived. And yet receiveth, and shall receive. That my falseness shall nevere a perceive. But whoso doth, if he wis be. Hym is right good be war of me. But so sly is the deceiving. For Protheus, that cowed Hym change. 63:20 In every shap, homely and strange. Cowed nevere sich guile any tree sound. As I. For I calm never in tune. There as I might know and be. Though men me both myght hear and see. Full wel I can my clot his change. Take un, and make another strange. Now am I knyght, now chasteline. Now prelat, and now chapelaine. Now prest, now clerk, and now forster. 63:30 Now am I maester, now scholar. Now monk, now chanoun, now bailey. Whatever Mr. Man am I. Now am I prince, now am I page. And can by hurt every language. Sometime am I hoar and old. Now am I young, stout, and bold. Now am I Robert, now Robin. Now Frere Menauer, now Jacobin. And with me fall with my lot by. 63:40 To don me Salas and company. That height dame abstinence strained. In many a quaint array feigned. Ryght as it cometh to hear lykng. I fulfill al here desiring. Sometime a woman's cloth take I. Now am I a maid, now lady. Sometime I am religious. Now like an anchor in an house. Sometime am I prioress. 63:50 And now anon, and now abbess. And go third alle rejounds. Seeking alle religions. But to what order that I am sworn? I take the straw, and leat the corn. To guile folk I inhabit. I axe no more but her a bit. What wool ye more in every wise? Right as me lst, I me disguise. Wel can I re me under weed. 63:60 Unlick is my word to my deity. I, make into my trappist fall. Third my privileges, alle. That been in Christendom alive. I may assoil and I may shrive. That no prelat may let me. All folk, wherever they found be. I not no prelat may don so. But at the Pope be, and no mo. That made thilk establishing. 63:70 Now is not this a proper thing? But, where my slate is a perceived. As I was wont, and wosto why? For I died hem a tragedy. But thereof yev I little tale. I have the silver and the mail. So have I preked, and eke shriven. So have I take, so have me yiven. Thirg her folly, husband and wif. 63:80 That I lead right a jolly life. Thirg simplesse of the prelacy. They know not al my tragedy. But forus mosh as man and wif. Shulda should her paroch pressed her life. Onis a year, as seeth the book. Ere oni white his housel took. Than have I privilegious large. That may of mysh thing discharge. For he may see right thus, part. 63:90 Sir Priest, in shrift I tell it thee. That he to whom that I am shriven. Hath me ass oiled, and me yiven. Penance, softly, for my sin. Which that I found me guilty in. Now I have nevere intention. To make double confession. Ne rehearse eft my shrift to thee. O shrift is right enough to me. This ought thee suffice wel. 6400 Ne be not rebel never adel. For certes, though thou hadst it sworn. I what no pressed any prelat born. That may to shrift eft me constrain. And if they don, I will lay me plain. For I what where to plain wel. Thou shalt not strain me Adele. Ne enforce me, any not me trouble. To make my confession double. Na I have non-affection. 64:10 To have double absolution. The first is right enough to me. This latter assoiling quite I thee. I am unbound, what mayst thou find? More of my sins me to unbind. For he, that myght hath in his hand. Of all my sins me unbond. And if thou wilt me thus constrain, that me mot needies on thee plain, there shall no jug imperial. 64:20 Na bishop, any official. Don jugment on me. For I shall gone and plain me openly. Unto my shrift vader new. That height not frere wolf untrue. And he shall chevis hym for me. For I trow he can hampre thee. But, Lord, he wolde be ruth wit hally. If men hym wolde frere wolf kaye. For he wolde have no patience. 64:30 But don al cruel vengeance. He wolde his myght don at the least. Nothing spare for God this heast. And, God so wis be my soccor. But thou yev me my savior. At Esther, when it leaketh me. Without pressing more on thee. I will lay forth, and to hym gone. And he shall housel me anon. For I am out of tea grutching. 64:40 I keep not deli with thee nothing. Thus may he shrive hym, that forsacketh his paroch pressed, and to me taketh. And if the pressed wole hym refuse, I am full ready hym to accuse. And hym punish and hampre so, that he his church shall forego. But whoso hath in his feeling the consequence of such shrivng, shall send that pressed may never have myght. 64:50 To know the conscience aright of hym that is under his cure. And this Agene's holy scripture, that biddeth every heard honest, have very knowing of his beest. But poor folk that gone by street, that have no gold, any psalms greta. Hem wolde I leet to her prelates, or leet her prestes know her states. For to me right not yev they. 64:60 And why? It is for they any may. They bend so bare, I take no kep. But I wole have the fat sheep. Lat parish prestes have the lena. I yev not of her harm a ben a. And if that prelate's grutchin it, that oughtn wroth be in her wit. To lease her fat beastes so. I shall yev hem a strock or two. That they shall leasen with force. 64:70 Ye, boda her mitre and her croci. Thus jape I hem, and have do lunge. My privileges been so straunge. Foul semblant wolde have stinted here. But love any made hym no such cheer. That he was wary of his saw. But for to make hym glad and fall. He seed, tell on more specially. Ho that thou servest untrully. Tell forth, and shame thee never Adele. 64:84 As thyn a bit she with wel. Thou semest and huli haramite. Soth is, but I am an hypocrite. Thou gost and preachest povert. Ye, sir, but Rickessa hath poust. Thou preachest abstinence also. Sir, I wole fillen, so mote I go. My paunch of good meat and win. As Shulda a maester of dyvyn. For how that I me pover fain. 64:90 Yet alle poor folk I disdain. I love better th acquaintance. 10 time, of the kwengi of France. Than of a poor man of mild mod. Though that his soul be also God. For when I see beggars quaking. Naked on mixens al estuan kwengi. For hunger cree, and eke for care. I entremeet not of her fare. They been so poor and full of pine. 6500 They myght not unis yev me dine. For they have nothing but her life. What shulda he yev that licketh his knyf? It is but folly to entremeet. To seek in hound's nest fat meat. Leet bear hem to the spitella nun. But, for me, comfort geet they noon. But a riche sick usurer. Wolde I visite and draw now. Hym wole I comforte and reheat. 65:10 For I hope of his gold to geet. And if that wicked death Hym have, I wole go with Hym to his grave. And if there only reprove me, why that I leet the poor be? Wosto how I mot escape. I say, and swear Hym full rape. That riche men han more tex of sin than han poor wretches. And han of counsel more mister. 65:20 And therefore I wole draw hem now. But as Gret hurt, it may so be. Hath a soul in right Gret povert. As soul in Gret Rick Hesse, for South. Albeit that they hurten Boda. For Rick Hesse and Mendicides. Ben clepid two extremities. The mean is clept suffisance. Their lithe of virtue the aboundance. For Salomon, full Weli wat. 65:30 In his parabolas us wrought. As it is known to many a wight. In his 13 chapter write. God thou me keep, for te paust. Fro Rick Hesse and Mendicite. For if a riche man Hym dress. To thank to Meisch on Rick Hesse. His hurt on that so fair is set. That he his creature for yet. And Hym that begging wole I grieve. 65:40 How should I by his word Hym leave? Unneath that he nighs a miker. Forsworn, or else God is lear. Thus saith Salomon saws. No we find righten in no laws. And namely in our Christian lay. Whoso saith ye, I dar say nay. That Christ, any his apostles dear. While that they walked in earth here. Were never seen her bread begging. 65:50 For they nolden beg gen for nothing. And right thus was men wont to teche. And in this wise wolde it preache. The maesters of divinite. Sometime in Paris the city. And if men wolde their Jane oppose. The naked text, and leet the gloss. It might soon as oiled be. For men may wel the suth see. That, pard, they myght ask a thing. 65:60 Plainly forth, without begging. For they wherein God hurt is dear. And cure of souls hadn't here. They nold nothing beg her fode. For after Christ was dawn on road. With their proper hondis they wrought. And with travel, and else not. They won in all her sustenance. And liveden forth in her penance. And the remanent yave oi. 65:70 To other poor folkies alwe. They neither builden tour any halley. But lay in houses smale with halley. Amyghty man, that can and may. Shulda with his hand and body alway. Win Hym his fode in laboring. If he any have rent or sich a thing. Although he be religious. And God to serve him curious. Thus mot he don, or do trace bas. 65:80 But if it be inserting cas. That I can rehearse, if Mr. B. Write WL, when the time I see. Sek the Book of St. Austin. Be it in paper or perchumen. There as he rid of these worchinges. Thou shalt seen that noon excusinges. A parfit man any shoulda seek. By wardis any by dedis eke. Although he be religious. 65:90 And God to serve in curious. That he any shall, so mote I go. With proper hondis and body also. Geet his fode in laboring. If he any have propriet of thing. Yet shoulda he sell all his substance. And with his swink have sustenance. If he be parfit in bount. Thus han though books told me. For he that wole gone idly. 6600 And useth it I beasily. To haunten other men's table. He is a tricour, full of fable. Ne he any may, by God resound. Excuse hym by his orasound. For men byhoveth, in psalm guise. Sometime laven God dis service. To gone and purchase in her need. Men mote eaten, that is no dreed. And sleep, and eke do other thing. 66:10 So lunge may they leave praying. So may they eke her prayer blin. While that they werke, her meat to win. Saint Austin wole thirdo accord. In thilk book that I record. Justinian eke, that made laws. Hath thus verboden, by old Dawes. No man, up pain to be dead. Mighty of body, to beg his bread. If he may swink it for to geet. 66:20 Men shoulda hym rather mamie or bet. Or don of hym apert justice. Than suffren hym in such malice. They don not wel, so mote I go. That taken such almes so. But if they have psalm privilege. That of the pain hem wole allege. But how that is, can I not see. But if the prince deceived be. Na I anyway not, sickerly. 66:30 That they may have it rightfully. But I wole not determine. Of prince's power, any define. Now by my word comprehend, I wis. If it so fair may strek in this. I wole not entremeet adel. But I trow that the book seeth wel. Who that talketh almesis that be. Do to folk that men may see. Lame, feeble, weary, and bare. 66:40 Poor, or in such manner care. That con win hem never mo. For they have no power thirto. He edith his own dampening. But if he lie, that made al thing. And if ye such a truant find. Chastise hym wel, if ye be kinda. But they wolde hate you, percasse. And, if ye fillen in her loss. They wolde f sunnies do you scathe. 66:50 If that they might, late or rathe. For they be not full patient. That han the world thus foule blent. And whiteth wel that, their, God bad. The good man sell al that he had. And follow hym, and to pour it yive. He wolde not therefore that he live. To servant hym in mendiance. For it was nevere his sentence. But he bad worken when that need is. 66:60 And full way hym in good deddies. Saint Poole, that loved al holy church. He bade apostles for to worch. And win in her lifeload in that wise. And hem defended truandise. And seed, worketh with your honden. Thus shoulda the thing be understanden. He nold, I wis, have bid hem begging. Ne sellen gospel, any preaching. Lest they bereft, with her asking. 66:70 Folk of her cattle or of her thing. For in this world is many a man. That yeveth his good, for he any can. Warn it for shame, or else he. Wolde of the asker delivered be. And, for he hym encombreth so. He yeveth hym good to late hym go. But it can hym nothing profite. They lace the yift and the merit. The good folk, that pool to precht. 66:80 Profred hym oft, one he hem teched. Psalm of her good in charite. But thereof right nothing talk he. But of his handwork wolde he geet. Clothes to Ryan hym, and his meat. Tell me than how a man may liven. That al his good to poor hath yiven. And wole but only bid his badies. May he do so? Ye, sir. And how? 66:90 Sir, I wole gladly tell yow. Saint Austin seeth a man may be. In houses that han proprete. As Templars and Hospitallers. And as these Chanowns regulars. Or white monkeys. Or these Blake. I wole no mo and samples make. And take thereof his sustning. For therein lieth no begging. But otherways not, ywis. 6700 Yif Austin gabbeth not of this. And yet full many a monk laboureth. That God in holy church honoureth. For when her SWINKWNG is agon. They read and sing in church anon. And further hath been great discord. As many a wight may bear record. Upon the estate of mendiants. I will lay shortly, in your presence. Tell how a man may beg at need. 6710 That hath not wherewith HYM to feed. Maugre his felons jangelinges. For sothfastness wole none hydingus. And yet, percasse, I may obey. That I to you softly thus say ye. Lo, hear the cause especial. If a man be so bestial. That he of no craft hath science. And not desireth ignorance. Than may he go a begging yearn. 6720 Till he some manner craft can learn. Third which without truonding. He may in troth have his lyvng. Or if he may don no labour. For eld, or sickness, or languor. Or for his tendre age also. Than may he yet a begging go. Or if he have, peradventure. Third usage of his nouriture. Lived over deliciously. 6730 Than oughtn good folk commonly. Han of his mischief sans petit. And suffren HYM also that he. May gon aboot and beg his breed. That he be not for hunger deed. Or if he have of craft cunning. And strength also, and desiring. To worken, as he had what. But he find neither this any that. Than may he beg till that he. 6740 Have getten his necessite. Or if his WNNYNG be so light. That his labour wole not acquite. Sufficiently al his lyvng. Yet may he go his breed begging. Fro door to door he may go trace. Till he the remanent may purchase. Or if a man wolde undertake. Oni emprise for to make. In the rescus of our lay. 6750 And it defendant as he may. Be it with arms or lettre. Or other covenable cure. If it be so he poor be. Than may he beg till that he. May find in troth for to swink. And get HYM clothes, meat, and drink. Swink he with his hondis corporal. And not with hondis as spirituel. In al thys cos, and in semblables. 6760 If that there ben mo resonables. He may beg, as I tell you here. And Ellis not, in no manier. As William Saint Amour wolde preache. And oft wolde dispute and teche. Of this matter all openly. At Paris full solemnly. And, also God my soul bless. As he had, in this steadfastness. The accord of the university. 6770 And of the pupil, as semeth me. No good man ought it to refuse. No ought HYM thereof to excuse. Be wroth or blithe whoso be. For I wole speak, and tell it thee. Al shoulde I die, and be put down. As was Saint Pool, in Dirk Prisoun. Or be exiled in this cause. With wrong, as Maester William was. That my motor, hypocrisy. 6780 Banished for her great envy. Me motor flemmed HYM Saint Amour. The noble died such labour. To sustain evere the loyalt. That he to Moshe guilt me. He made a book, and lead it right. And wolde ich renny begging. And lived by my travelling. If I any had rent any other good. 6790 What? Waned he that I were wood? For labour myght me never please. I have more will to ben at essay. And have wel lever, soft to say ye. By for the pupil patter and pray. And rye me in my foxery. Under a cope of paplerty. Quot love, what devil is this that I hear? What wordest tellest thou me here? What, sir? Falseness, that apert is. 6800 Than dreadest thou not God? No, certes. For selde in great things shall he speed. In this world, that God wole dreed. For folk that hem to virtue yiven. And truly on her own liven. And hem in goodness I conteen. On hem is lytle thrift senna. Such folk drink in gret my seas. That life may me never please. But see what gold han usurers. 6810 And silver eke in garners. Talegiers, and these monures. Bailiffs, bedels, provost, countars. These liven welnygh by ravine. The smale pupil hem mote encline. And they as wolves wole hem eaten. Upon the poor folk they geeten. Full moshe that they spend or keep. Nis none of hem that he nyl streep. And reen hemself wel at full. 6820 Without scalding they hem pool. The strange the feble overgoth. But I, that were my simple cloth. Rob boda robbed and rob ours. And guiled and gill ours. By my tray get I gudret and threst. The gret trace our into my chest. That lithe with me so fast bound. Myn high pales do I found. And my delights I fulfill. 6830 With win at feastes at my will. And tables full of entremets. I wole no life but essay and peas. And win gold to spend also. For when the greta bag is go. It cometh right with my japes. Make I not wel tumble myn apes. To winnen is always myn entente. My purchase is better than my raunt. For though I shoulda beten be. 6840 Overall I entremeet me. Without me may no white dure. I walk souls for to cure. Of all the world cure have I. In breed and length boldly. I wole boda preache and eke counselen. With hondis will I not travailen. For of the Pope I have the buell. I any hold not my wits dull. I wole not stinten, in my live. 6850 These emperors for to shrive. Or kingies, dukies, lordies greta. But poor folk al quite I leet. I love no such shryvng, pard. But it for other cause be. I reck not of poor men. Her estate is not worth an hen. Where findest thou a swinker of labor? Have me unto his confessor. But empresses and duchesses. 6860 Thys queens, and eke countesses. Thys abbesses, and eke bygwns. These greta ladies palisons. These jolie knighties and baylives. Thys nuns, and thys burgies wives. That riche ben and eke pleasing. And thys maidens welfaring. Whereso they clad or naked be. Uncounseled goth their noon fro me. And, for her soul's savit. 6870 At lord and lady, and her main. I axe, when they hem to me shrive. The propriet of al her live. And make hem tro, boda meest and lewest. Here peroch pressed nigh but a beest. Ions me and my company. That shrews ben as gret as I. Fro wish I wole not hide and hold. No private that me is told. That I by word or signa, iwis. 6880 Wole make hem know what it is. And they wolen also tellen me. They hele fro me no private. And for to make yow hem perceiven. That usen folk thus to deceiven. I wole you sane, withouten dreed. What men may in the Gospel read. Of Saint Matthew, the Gospelier. That seeth. As I shall you say here. Upon the chair of Moises. 6890 Thus is it glossed, tells. That is the Old Testament. For thurby is the chair meant. Sit scribes and Pharisin. That is to saying, the cursed men. Wish that we hypocritus caye. Doth that they preache, I read you alle. But doth not as they don adel. That ben not wary to say ye wel. But to do wel no will have they. 6900 and they wold a bind on folk alwe. That ben to be beguiled able. Burdens that ben importable. On folks shoudries things they couchen. That they nyl with her fingers touchen. And why wole they not touche it? Why? For hem any elwesty not, psycherly. For sada burdens that men taken. Make folks shoudries achen. And if they do aught that good be. 6910 that is for folk it shoulda see. Her borders larger maken they. And make her hems wide alwe. And loven sets at the table. The first and most honorable. And for to hon the first chiris. In synagogus, to hem full dear is. And willen that folk hem lut and greta. When that they passen thurg the street. And wollen be clept meester also. 6920 but they any shoulda not willen so. The gospel is their genes, I guess. That she with wel her wickedness. Another custom use we. Of hem that wole ions us be. We hate hem deedly everishon. And we wole wary hem, as hym that haddeth, hate we alle. And conject ho to don hym fall. And if we seen hym win honor. 6930 riquessa, or prise, thurg his valor. Provend, rent, or dignite. Full fast, iwes, compassin we. By what ladder he is clomben so. And for to make an hym down to go. With trezoun we wole hym defame. And don hym lease his good name. Thus from his ladder we hym take. And thus his friendis foes we make. But word any white shall he noon. 6940 till alle his friendis ben his foon. For if we died it openly. We myght have blame readily. For had he wist of our malice. He had hym kept, but he were nice. Another is this, that if so fall. That there be un among us alle. That doth a good turn, out of dreed. We sayn it is our alder deed. Ye, sickerly, though he it fain ed. 6950 or that hym list, or that hym day ned. A man thurg hym avanced be. Thereof all parsoners be we. And tell en folk, whereso we go. That man thurg us is sprongen so. And for to have of men praising. We purchase, thurg our flattering. Of riche men of gret paust. Lettre to witness our bount. So that man wenneth, that may us see. 6960 that a lever too in us be. And all we poor we us fain. But how so that we beg or plain? We ben the folk, without lessing. That all thing have without having. Thus be we dread of the pupil, iwes. And gladly my purpose is this. I deli with no white, but he. Have gold and trace our gret plent. Her acquaintance wel love I. 6970 this is mosh my desser, shortly. I entremeet me of brokages. I make peas and mariages. I am gladly executor. And many times procurator. I am sometime missager. That falleth not to my mister. And many times I make enquests. For me that office not honest is. To deli with other menace thing. 6980 that is to me a gret lykwng. And if that ye have aught to do. In place that I repair to. I shall it speeden, thurg my wit. As soon as ye have told me it. So that ye serve me to pay. My service shall be your alway. But whoso wole chastise me. Anon my love lost hath he. For I love no man, in no guise. 6990 that wole me reprieve or chastise. But I wolde al folk undertake. And of no white no techang take. For I, that other folk chastise. Wole not be taught fro my folie. I love noon hermitage more. All deserts and holts whore. And Greta wodes Evershon. I lead hem to the Baptist John. I cath hym quit and hym reless. 7,000 of Egypt all the wilderness. To fair were alle my mansions. Fro sights and good tunes. My paleus and myn house make I. There men may ren in openly. And say that I the world forsake. But all amid I builda and make. My house, and swim and play therein. Bet than a fish doth with his fin. Of Antichrist's men am I. 70-10 of wish that Christ seeth openly. They have a bit of holiness. And liven in such wickedness. Outward, lamren seemen we. Full of goodness and of pity. And inward we, withouten fable. Ben greedy wolves ravisible. We environ Boda London and se. With all the world wherein we. We wole ordine of alle thing. 70-20 of folkies good, and her lyvung. If there be castel or city. Wherein that oni bujer be. Although that they of Milline were. For thereof ben they blamed there. Or if a white out of measure. Wold Elena his gold, and take usure. For that he is so covetous. Or if he be too lecherous. Or thief, or, haunt simony. 70-30 or provost full of treachery. Or prelat lyvung jolily. Or prest that halt his queen hym by. Or old hories hostlers. Or other bawds or bordillers. Or else blamed of ony vice. Of which men shouldn't don justice. By all the saints that me pray. But they defend them with lamprey. With luce, with ellis, with salmons. 70-40 with tendre G's and with capons. With tarts, or with cheeses fat. With daint flawns broad and flat. With kale weiss, or with pouliel. With caninges, or with foon vitale. That we, under our clothes wide. Maken thurf our golet glide. Or but he wole do come in haste. Ruve any sound, bake in paste. Whether so that he lure or groin. 70-50 he shall have of a cord a loin. With which men shall hym bind and lead. To bren hym for his sinful deed. That men shall hear hym cree and roar. A mile way aboot, and more. Or else he shall in prison die. But if he wole our friendship buy. Or smirten that he hath do. More than his guilt amounteth to. But, and he could. Third his slight. 70-60 do maken up a tour of height. Not wrought I whether of stone, or tree. Or earth, or turves though it be. Though it were of no vound stone. Wrought with squire and scantolin. So that the tour were stuffed well. With alle richesse temporal. And than that he wolde up dress. Engines, boda more and less. To cast at us by every side. 70-70 to bear his good name wide. Such slegs, as, I shall jou naveen. Barrels of win, by 6 or 7. Or gold and sakis gret plent. He shoulda soon delivered be. And if, he have, noon sich pitances. Late hym study in equipolences. And late lies and fall aces. If that he wolde deserve our graces. Or we shall bear hym such witness. 70-80 of sin and of his wickedness. And don his loose so wide ren. That al quick we shouldn't hym bren. Or else yev hym such penance. That is wel wars than the pitance. For thou shalt never, for nothing. Con knowen aright by her clothing. The traitors full of treachery. But thou her werkies can asby. And any had the good keeping be. 70-90 whilom of the university. That keepeth the key of Christendom. Such ben the stunkwng prophetess. Nighs none of him that good prophet is. For they third wicked intention. The year of the incarnation. 1,200 year. 5 and 50, further any near. Broughten a book, with sorry grace. 7100 to Yevon and sample in commune place. That seed thus, though it were fable. This is the gospel perdurable. That fro the Holy Ghost is sent. Wel were it worth to Ben Brent. Entitled was in such manere. This book, of which I tell here. There nas no white in all Paris. By for an Our Lady, at Parvase. 7110 to copy if Hym talent talk. There myght he se, by Gret Tresown. Full many fowls comparasown. As mosh as, thurg is Greta myght. Be it of heat or of lyght. The son sourmounteth the moan. That troublera is, and chongeth sun. And the note kernel the shell. I scorn not that I yow tell. Right so, without an ony guile. 7120 sourmounteth this noble evangel. The word of ony evangelist. And to her title they token Christ. And many a such comparasound. Of which I make no mention. Might men in that book find. Whoso could of hem have mind. The university, that though was a slep. Gone for to bride and taken kep. And at the noise the heat upcast. 7130 ne never sit hen slept it fast. But up it sturt, and arms talk. Ions this fowl's horrible bach. Al ready batil, for, to make. And to the jug the book to take. But they that broughten the bach there. Hented a nun oi, for fear. They nold shumor adel. But then it kept, and keepen will. Till such a time that they may see. 7140 that they so stronge waxen be. That no wight may hem wel withstand. For by that book, they, durst not stand. Oi they gone it for to bear. For they any durst not answer. By exposition any glose. To that clerkies wole oppose. Ions the cursedness, iwes. That in that book writen is. Now what I not, any I cannot see. 7150 what manner e'en that there shall be. Of al this, Bach, that they hide. But yet algate they shall abide. Till that they may it bet defend. This, trow I best, will be her endi. Thus, Antichrist abaddon we. For we ben alev his main. And what man that wole not be so? Right soon he shall his life forego. We wole a pupil upon Hym arrays. 7160 and third hour guile don Hym sees. And Hym on sharp sparris rive. Or otherways bringe Hym fro live. But if that he wole follow, ewes. That in our book writen is. Thus mych wole our book signify. That while Petre hath maestry. May never John shew well his myght. Now have I you declared right. The meaning of the bark and rinda. 7170 that makeeth the intentions blind. But now at erst I wole begin. To expound you the pith within. And the seculars comprehend. That Christ's law wole defend. And shulda it keepen and maintainen. Iens hem that all sussenen. And foulsly to the pupil techen. And John bitokneth hem that preachen. That their nigh law covenable. 7180 but thilk gospel perdurable. That fro the Holy Ghost was sent. To turn folk that ben miswent. The strength of John they understand. The grace, in which they see they stand. That doth the sinful folk convert. And hem to Jesus Christ revert. Full many another horribilite. May men in that book se. That ben commanded, detells. 7190 ions the law of Rome expraise. And all with Antichrist they holden. As men may in the book beholden. And than commanden they to sleen. Allah though that with Petre bin. But they shall never have that myght. And, God toforn, for strift to fight. That they any shall enow find. That Petrae's law shall have in mind. And ever hold, and so maintain. 7200 That at the last it shall be Senna. That they shall alle come thirto. For aught that they can speak or do. And thilk law shall not stand. That they by John have understand. But, maugre hem, it shall adown. And ben brought to confusion. But I wole estuent of this matter. For it is wonder lunge to hear. But had that ilk book endured. 7210 Of better estat I were insured. And friendis have I yet, pardie. That han me set in gret degre. Of all this world is emperor. Guile my fatter, the tricure. And emperis my motor is. Maugre the Holy Ghost, Ewes. Our myghty lineage and our route. Regneth in every regni abut. And well as worthy we maesters be. 7220 For all this world govern we. And can the folk so wel deceive? That noon our guile can perceive. And though they dawn, they dar not say ye. The suth dar no white byrie. But he in Christie's wrath hym letteth. That more than Christ my brethren dreadeth. He nighs no full good champion. That dreadeth such simulation. Nor that for pain wole refusen. 7230 Us to correct and accusen. He wole not entremeet by right. Ne have God in his eyesight. And therefore God shall hym puny she. But me any recketh of no vice. Sit hen men us loven communably. And holden us for so worthy. That we may folk reprieve kun. And we nyl have repref of noon. Whom shooden folk worshipen so. 7240 But us, that stinten never mo. To patron while that folk may us see. Though it not so by hind be. And where is more wod folly. Than to enhance chivalry. And love noble men and gay. That jolly clot is wearin alway. If they be sich folk as they seemen. So clean, as men her clot his demon. And that her wardis follow her deedy. 7250 It is gret pite, out of dreed. For they wole be noon hypocritus. Of hem, methinkth, gret spite is. I cannot love hem on no side. But beggars with these hodes wide. With slay and pale faces lena. And grey clot his not full clean. But fretted full of tatterwagges. And high shoes, knopped with dags. That frownson like a quail pipe. 7260 Or bodies rivaling as a jipe. To such folk as I you device. Shulda princes, and these lordies wise. Take all her laundis and her thin geese. Boda wear and peas, in governingus. To such folk shulda a prince hym yive. That wolda his life in honor live. And if they be not as they semet. That serven thus the world to queem. There wolda I dwell, to deceive. 7270 The folk, for they shall not perceive. But I any speak in no such wise. That men shulda humble a bit despise. So that no pride thereunder be. No man shulda hate, as thinketh me. The poor man in sich clothing. But God any praiseth hym nothing. That seeth he hath the world forsake. And hath to worldly glory hym take. And wole of sich delice use. 7280 Who may that beggar wel excuse. That pape lard, that hym yeldeth so. And wole to worldly essay go. And seeth that he the world hath left. And greedily it gripe theft. He is the hound, shame is to same. That to his casting goth a gene. But unto you dar I not lie. But myght I felon or aspie. That ye perceived it no thing. 7290 Ye shulda have a stark lessing. Write in your hand thus, to begin. I know that let for no sin. The God lock at the wonder though. And every white gone laugh also. And seed, lo, here a man aright. For to be trusty to every white. Foul semblant, quot love, say to me. Sith I thus have avanced thee. That in my court is dwelling. 7300 and of her bodies shalt be my kwng. Wilt thou wel holden my forwardis? Ye, sir, from hennis forwardis. Had never your fader hereby forn. Servant so true, sith he was born. That is Ien's all nature. Sir, putty you in that aventure. For though ye borrows take of me, the sicker shall ye never be. For ostiches, ne sicerness. 7310 or Chartres, for to bear witness. I take yourself to record here. That men any may in no manier turn the wolf out of his hide, till he be flain, balk and side. Though men hwim bet and al defile. What? Wane ye that I nil biggle? For I am clothed meekly. Thereunder is all my treachery. Myn hurt chongeth never the mo. 7320 for noon a bit in which I go. Though I have share of simpleness, I am not wary of shrewdness. My lemon, strained abstinence, hath mister of my Provence. She had full lunge ago be deed. Near my counsel and my red. Lead here all one, and you and me. And love answered, I trust thee. Without borrow, for I wole noon. 7330 and foul semblant, the thief, anun. Ryght in that ilk same place. That had of treasoun al his face. Ryght black within and wit without. Thanketh hym, gone on his knees lut. Than was there not but, every man. Now to a sought, that sile can. Quot love, and that full hardily. Than armed they hem communly. Of sich armor as to hem fell. 7340 when they were armed, furs and fell. They went hem forth, alla in a route. And set the castle alabut. They will not away, for no dreed. Till it so be that they ben deedy. Or till they have the castle take. And four battels they gone make. And parted hem in four anun. And toke her way, and forth they gone. The four gates for to assail. 7350 of which the keepers wole not fail. For they ben neither ck any deedy. But hardy folk, and stronge indeedy. Now wole I sane the countenance. Of foul semblant and abstinence. That ben to wicked tonge went. But first they healed her parliament. Whether it to done were. To maken hem be known there. Or else walken forth disguised. 7360 but at the last they devised. That they wold they gone in tappanage. As it were in a pilgrimage. Like good and holy folk unfeigned. And dame abstinent strained. Talk on a robe of cameline. And gone here grave as a bygine. A large coverchief of thread. She wrapped all about here heed. But she forgat not here sought her. 7370 a pair of badies eke she br. Upon a loss, all of wit thread. On which that she here beads bed. But she any bought hem never a dell. For they were jeven her, I what wl. God what, of a full holy frere. That seed he was here fatter dear. To whom she had ofter went. Then only frere of his covent. And he visited here also. 7380 and many a surmound seed here too. He nold let, for man on live. That he any wolde here oft shrive. And with so great devotion. They made her confession. That they had oft, for the knowns. Two heeds in Ulan hood at once. Of fair shap I devise her the. But pale of face sometime was she. That false traitoress untrue. 7390 was like that sallow or of hue. That in the apocalypse is shewed. That signifieth though folk beshrewd. That ben al full of treachery. And pale through hypocrisy. For on that or no colour is. But only deed and pale, ewis. Of such a colour and languord. Was abstinence, Iwes, colored. Of her estat she her repented. 7400 as her visage represented. She had a bird own al of theft. That guile had yev her of his yeft. And a scrip of faint distress. That full was of alengeness. And forth she walked so brilly. And foul semblant saint, je die. Had, as it were for such Mr. Dawn on the cope of a frere. With share simple and full pietous. 7410 Heis loking was not disdainous. Ne proud, but meek and full peaceable. About his neck he bar a Bible. And squirely forth gone he gone. And, for to rest his limbs upon. He had of treason a patenty. As he were feeble, his way he went. But in his sleeve he gone to thringe. A rassar sharp and wel bitinge. That was forged in a forge. 7420 which that men kleppen coop gorge. So lunge forth her way they nomen. Till they to wicked Tange comen. That at his gate was syttng. And saw folk in the way passing. The pilgrims saw he fast by. That burren him full meekly. And humbly they with him meta. Dame abstinence first him gret. And scythe him foul semblant salute. 7430 and he hem, but he not remued. For he any dread hem not adel. For one he saw her faces wel. Alway and hurt him thought so. He shoulda no hem boda too. For wel he knew Dame abstinence. But he any knew not constrenance. He knew nat that she was constrained. Ne of her thieves live feigned. But wendy she calm of will al free. 7440 but she calm in another degree. And if of good will she began. That will was failed her then. And foul semblant had he sayn als. But he knew nat that he was fouls. Yet fouls was he, but his falseness. Ne could he nat espy nor jess. For semblant was so sly wrought. That falseness he any espied not. But hadst thou known hym beforn. 7450 thou woldest on a bach have sworn. One thou him saw in thilka ere. That he, that whilom was so gay. And of the daunts jolly Robin. Was though become a Jacobin. But softly, what so men hym caye. Freres preachars ben good men alle. Her order wickedly they burren. Such minstrels if they wearen. So ben Augustins and Cordelaires. 7460 and Carmes, and eke sacked freers. And alle freres, shod and bare. Though some of hem ben great and square. Full holy men, as I hem demi. Everich of hem wold a good man seme. But shout thou never of apparence. Sen conclude good consequence. In non-argument, iwis. If existence al failed is. For men may find always sophemy. 7470 the consequence to envenim. Whoso that hath the subtelt. The double sentence for to se. One the pilgrims com men were. To wicked Tange, that dwelled there. Her harneys nygh hem was allgate. By wicked Tange adown they sate. That bad hem na him for to come. And of tidinges tell him some. And said hem, what cas mocketh you? 7480 to come into this place now. Sir, said strained abstinence. We, for to dry our penance. With hurts pietous and devout. Are calm men, as pilgrims gone aboot. Welnygh on foot alwe we go. Full dusty ben our heels too. And thus boda we ben sent. Throughout this world, that is miswent. To Yevon sample, and preach also. 7490 to fishin sinful men we go. For other fishin jenny fish we. And, sir, for that charity. As we be wont, herbero we crave. Your life to amond, Christ it save. And, so it shoulda you nat displease. We wolden, if it were your essay. A short sermon unto you sayin'. And wicked Tange answered again. The house, quod he, such as ye see. 7500 shall not be warned you for me. Say what you lyst, and I will hear. Grunt mercy, sweet sire dear. Quod alderfirst dame abstinence. And thus began she her sentence. Sir, the first virtue, certain. The greatest and most sovereign. That may be found in any man. For havenge, or for wit he can. That is his Tange to refrain. 75-10 ought every wight him pain. For it is better still be. Than for to speak in harm, pard. And he that hurtneth it gladly. He is no good man, securely. And, sir, above an all other sin. In that art thou most gylty in. Thou spake a jape not lunge ago. And, sir, that was ryght I will do. Of a young man that here repay read. 75-20 and never yet this place appeared. Thou saidest he awaited nothing. But to deceive fair welcoming. Ye said nothing soth of that. But, sir, ye lie, I tell you plat. He any cometh no more, any goth, pard. I trow ye shall him never see. Fair welcoming in prison is. That oft hath played with you, this. The fairest games that he could a. 75-30 without filth, still or loud. Now dar he nat himself solace. Ye han also the man do chase. That he dar neither come any go. What meveth you to hate him so? But properly your wicked thought. That many a fowl's leasing hath thought. That meveth your full eloquence. That jangleth ever in audience. And on the folk eriseth blame. 75-40 and doth hem dishonour and shame. For thing that may have no preving. But likeliness, and contriving. For I dar sayin that resin demeth. It is nat al soft thing that semeth. And it is sin to controve. Thing that is to reprove. This wot ye wel, and sir, therefore. Ye arn to blame the more. And nathless, he recketh light. 75-50 he yeveth nat now thereof a mite. For if he thought harm, parfait. He wold that come and gone all day. He could himself nat absteen. Now cometh he nat, and that is senna. For he any taketh of it no cure. But if it be through aventure. And lasse than other folk, allgate. And thou her watchest at the gate. With spear in thyn arrest alway. 75-60 their musered, all the day. Thou wakest night and day for thought. Ewes, thy travel is for naught. And jealousy, withouten fail. Shall never quite thy travel. And scatha is that fair welcoming. Withouten any trespassing. Shall wrongfully in prison be. There weepeth and languisheth he. And though thou never yet, wis. 75-70 adultest man no more but this. Take nat a gref, it were worthy. To putty thee out of this bailey. And afterward in prison lie. And fetter the till that thou die. For thou shalt for this sin dwell. Right in the devil's airs of helle. But if that thou repent thee. Ma fe, thou least foulsly, quod he. What? Welcome with mischance now. 75-80 have I therefore herberd yow. To say ye me shame, and eke reprove. With sorry hap, to your byhove. Am I today your herberger? Go herberd yow elsewhere than here. That han a leer called me. Two treagetors art thou and he. That in myn house do me this shame. And for my soth saw ye me blame. Is this the sermon that ye make? 75-90 to all the devils I me take. Or else, God, thou me confound. But, men died in this castle found. It passeth not 10 days or 12. But it was told right to myself. And as they seed, right so told I. He kissed the rose Pryvyly. Thus seed I now, and have sighed your. I not where he died ony more. Why should a men say me such a thing? 7600 if it had been gabbing. Ryght so seed I, and will say ye yet. I trow, I lied not of it. And with my beams I will blow. To alle neighbours row. How he hath both comen and gone. Though spak foul semblant right anon. All is not gospel, out of doot. That men sayn in the town aboot. Lay no deef air to my speaking. 7610 I swear yow, sir, it is gabbing. I trow ye wot wel, certainly. That no man loveth hym tenderly. That seeth hym harm, if he wot it. All he be never so poor of wit. And soth is also, sickerly. This know ye, sir, as wel as I. That lovers gladly wole visiten. The places there her loves habiten. This man yow loveth and eke honoureth. 7620 This man to serve you laboureth. And clepeth you his friend so dear. And this man maketh you good share. And everywhere that, he, you meeteth. He yow salloweth, and he you grateth. He preaseth not so oft that ye. Aught of his come in comebred be. The priest and other folk on yow. Full ofter than he doth now. And if his hurt hym strained so. 7630 Unto the rose for to go. Ye shoulda hym send so oft need. That ye shoulda take hym with the deedy. He cowed his coming not forbear. Though me hym thrilled with a spear. It near not than as it is now. But trusteth wel, I swear it yow. That it is clean out of his thought. Sir, certes, he any thinketh it not. No more any doth fair welcoming. 7640 That sore abeth al this thing. And if they were of un assent. Full soon were the rose hent. The maugre yours wolde be. And sir, of o thing hurtneth me. Sith ye this man that loveth yow. Han side such harm and shame now. Whiteth wel, if he jest it. Ye may wel demon in your wit. He nold nothing love you so. 7650 Macallan you his friend also. But nyght and day he wold awake. The castell to destroy and take. If it were soth as ye devise. Or some man in some manner wise. Might it warn hym every del. Or by himself perceiven wel. For sith he myght not come and gone. As he was whilom wont to dawn. He myght it sown white and see. 7660 But now all otherwise doth he. Than have, ye, sir, al outerly. Deserved helle, and jolily. The death of helle, detells. That thrallen folk so tells. Foul semblant proveth so this thing. That he can noon answering. And saith alwe such apparounce. That nyght he fell in repentance. And seed hym, sir, it may wel be. 7670 Semblant, a good man seemen ye. And, abstinence, full wise ye semeth. Of o talent you boda I demi. What counsel wole ye to me yiven? Ryght here anon thou shalt be shriven. And say thy sin without more. Of this shalt thou repent sore. For I am pressed and have poust. To shrive folk of most dignite. That ben, as wide as world may dure. 7680 Of all this world I have the cure. And that had never yet persoun. Ne vicary of no manner tune. And, God what, I have of thee. 1,000 time more pity. Than hath t priest parochial. Though he thy friend be special. I have a vantage, in o wise. That your prelatus ben not so wise. Ne half so lettered as am I. 7690 I am licensed boldly. To readin in divinite. And lunge have read.